Yeah, here we are. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Superweek TV Day 2. For us, it's Day 4?
Yes.
Where are we?
I have no idea. I just woke up and it's like, what are we doing? Where's the spreadsheet? Yeah.
Another great day, hopefully, in front of us. But let's recap what we went through yesterday. So yesterday was the first day of Superweek TV, and I think we survived.
Yes.
Technology worked, right? We had Zoom calls and...
that was a brave move. I saw the Thomas and Esther were sweating. Oh no, live.
Yeah, our technology people were sweating, but they did a great job. So we made it happen. We closed off with our American friends of the
Jason
Reasonably Okay Week.
Yeah, exactly. They will be there next year.
Yeah. They committed on stream, and actually, my first the Zoom guest, Glenn, also committed on stream that he would be here. So we have 3 extra Super Week guests for next year. So that's great.
And where does Ollie send the commission to? Is it to you or the 3 of us?
That's a good point. That's a good point. We will discuss this off stream.
Right. Nice.
Yeah. So we're recruiters now, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
So I think I heard a lot of people talk about the value-based bidding talk that happened yesterday. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's broadcasted yesterday also, but maybe it will be broadcasted later on. But Doc Hall and Zorin,
I heard a lot of people.
They did a great talk.
What was the key talk? Because I hardly get to attend anything. What were the key takeaways from that?
Well, for me, the key takeaway is that you have the black box algorithm of Google Ads.
Yeah.
And there are ways to influence what it does, and it is highly experimental. Like if you're going to bid based on your predicted lifetime value, you're going to send signals to it, and then you're going to see what the algorithm does with that information and how it improves or perhaps not improves the outcomes. So I think it was really cool to see the actual work. Like I think Zorin and his agency are really doing a lot of work in this, like. Experimentation, right? Real experimentation, like figuring out what happens when they do that. So that was a super interesting talk that I heard a lot of people talk about later on. So
it's a new technology. A lot of people just implement that right now.
Yeah.
So it was kind of interesting. Yeah.
Anything else yesterday that stuck with you guys?
Yeah, I have to lean on you guys because I was busy playing what I call human Tetris, trying to schedule people in.
But actually, you had meetings with Piwik Pro. Piotr,
yeah,
maybe?
So yeah, so I mean
and Jordan Peck as well. Maybe Snowplow.
No, that was you yesterday. Wow.
Okay, so because both of them I have made some speeches, but as well I hadn't the time.
Yeah, I mean I love. I'll always love Juliana Jackson, her energy, and having both Juliana and Valentine on a couch together. Yeah, and you have a practitioner and someone who's just regarded for her energy and loved by so many people in the industry, also for her intelligence as well as great. But then to have Valentine, who's actually created a brand. I'm a brand nerd, so when I see someone here who's either leading a company or they've created a brand, I'm like, wow, that is so cool. So to be able to, for me actually, I've spoken to Valentine a lot, but to actually get to know him right in this spot, and we just had breakfast together as well. Mm-hmm. That was, again, I'm more of a human, the soft skill connection thing.
And Juliana told me that this year there are 3 Romanian, and one of them is also Valentine, if I'm not wrong, right?
Well, I believe he is.
So we need more Romanian next year as well.
Absolutely. This is the great thing
for the commission. Good one.
That's the great.
But anyhow, like what I attended and really loved is not just about speeches. We had as well Kelly Wurham, and I will gonna interview her. But I think also you have her yesterday.
Yes.
And she had a panel about the GA4 UA and teaching, so it's really related to what I'm discussing. And that was really interesting because we have different people speaking about their experience. We have Julius of Analytics Mania, we have Joshua of Analytics Ninja, and we had you. Yes, and we have also Jen and Catherine.
Yeah, no, it was great. It was a fun panel. I think Kelly's community, the test and learn community, the TLC, is making a big name for themselves. I suspect they will have a large influx of members. So if you're not a member already, it's a community on Slack, and if you're interested in, well, I'm probably going to get burned for saying this, for like conversion rate optimization, right? But also the topics around that, so psychology, those kind of things.
Yeah.
I think it's highly recommended you join that community. I actually, Kelly confronted me yesterday because last year I had her on this couch with Ton Wesseling.
Well, I had that yesterday with them as well, and that was.
And she told me to join, and I said I would join, and then I only joined a couple of weeks ago, so it took me a year to join, and I should have joined earlier because after I joined, I realized how much value they're sharing.
Okay, I think I'll do this because I remember the last day of Superweek last year. I got to meet Kelly very quickly at the end when you're tired, and I'm very passionate about community as well, and she mentioned it as well, and I thought, that's great. And I one of these things you should follow up on, and this is the thing, isn't it? It's Superweek. There's so much to follow. But I had literally Ton Wesseling, Kelly, and Matt Gershon sitting here, and you got Conversion Hotel, TLC, and Matt Conductrix, and then Conversion Hotel, and Matt goes, I hate the word conversion. I'm like, oh, this is called the art of conversion, and Ton's there. But it was kind of cool because we. And I don't know about you guys, but every session, it's like we could have gone on for another 4 or 5 sessions, right? Following this, so that's been super cool.
Yeah.
And I think the panel was live broadcasted, so it should already be on the YouTube channel right now. I think you can just go back to yesterday's stream, scroll back, and then you can already review that. Because there was some interesting insights about how do we learn, also how do we... what skills can be taught online, and what parts do you need to figure out yourself, right? And there was some interesting discussion about that. I think, there's a lot of how-to articles, which is great, but then at a certain point you're going to be, you will need a certain combination of skills, and you're going to have to piece it together yourself, right? But the resources are out there, but you have to make that step to combine that. So it was an interesting.
And it's funny because I also touched on how much does an organizational culture and from C-level need to allow companies to do that experimentation and learning. It seems like we're all squeezed for time these days, but a lot of people are here on their own time. A lot of people have paid or partially paid for their ticket here. They're investing in themselves, but it's really important for an organization as well to support that because we can only get better and it can help the company in the long term. So but today...
let's look forward to today.
Yeah, there was another thing that the last thing. Yesterday night we had the simulation without Simo. That was
but that was now called with Doug Hall, Doug Tales.
A lot of people yesterday night. They spoke about... we spoke a lot about community.
You can't talk about it?
No, it was...
but we spoke about
rules.
Yes, about how you fit inside a business, how you feel with others, and how is perceived your importance, and blah blah blah.
I think what we can share is it was a safe space, right? To use the word. But a lot of people shared their experience with, let's say, for instance, being laid off or being
promoted,
or not feeling at home in the company, or being hired for something and then actually having to do something else, and how do you deal with that? So there were a lot of personal stories, a lot of, I would say, emotional stories even, of how people dealt with that. And I think it was pretty cool to see. It started off with a couple of people, and then how many people openly shared pretty personal things. So that was
that must have been very healing. I walked up behind because I had to do work and prep for today, and I came up afterwards, and there was the full, how the stairs were behind. I was like, oh gosh, but it was great to see that there was a couch full of people, and sharing that. So
everything was under NDA, so we can't share any more details. But you should be there for next year.
That's why it's important to physically come. This is strange.
Yes, just write one of us and tell your name, and then we propose you to Zoli.
We'll get the commission. So today, Thursday,
we are prepared.
Yes,
So so the first one is Astrid.
Yes,
we have a girl as the first one. I'm happy. No regrets, rethinking risk and reward. I'm quite interested by that. So
I think so far, in my life, I've seen 3 presentations of Astrid, and they always made me think. Like, she also always has really thoughtful and interesting ways of approaching stuff. So it's not going to be generic. I know that for sure. Like, it will probably be inspiring.
Yeah, definitely. Then we have a TV live panel, so we will see.
Yeah, it will be live on the stream.
You're gonna have some interviews, and as well you in the morning, I think.
Yeah. So I think the live panel. So the live panel will be about with the vendors that are here. So it will be Piwik Pro, obviously, sponsor of the event as well. Snowplow will be on the panel. Adobe. There will be a representative of Adobe. There will be Ringside, who presented earlier this week. And they're basically going to discuss, what do you offer as a vendor, right? So we'll see if they can battle it out. And then after that, I will have Russell from Ringside and Jordan from Snowplow here in the studio, and we're going to discuss why you probably shouldn't build your own analytics tool. There's been a lot of discussion online of like, hey, we now have server-side tag manager and the direct connection to BigQuery, and why won't you just build your own analytics tool and just cut out the middleman, so to say. And we're going to walk through why probably that isn't a good idea and what are the things you're going to run into if you do that in production. So yeah, that should tie in nicely to the vendor panel, and then we're going to discuss why you even need a vendor and why you probably don't want to build it yourself. So hopefully that will be interesting.
Yeah, I'm also covering that in terms of the balance between vendors, agencies, and brand. Outsourcing, insourcing, and that balance as well. I think that's often an area that can go horribly wrong or can go really, really well if there's a good balance between those three areas. Yeah.
Then we have Matteo Zambon and Roberto Gugliotto. So I'm telling that because being Italian is easier to read for me. Yeah. And I also think it's quite an interesting panel. It's something that we are all dealing with right now, which is GA4 and BigQuery. And they will have some kind of really big time to speak about it. So a lot of insight, I think. We will see. I'm interested.
And you're going to have them all on here as well?
Yes, exactly. Yes, we are going to close on Friday with them. So we are going to close.
It will be Italian party on the last one.
Yes, it will be nice. And we are going to have something more chill out and understand which are the best pitches that they are liked. And I will have a former colleague of mine as well, which is his first time here. So it will be nice to see the different perspective from the newbie and the advocate, say.
Yeah.
And then we will have after lunch making data available and useful at scale with Google, with Daniel Valsberg. I think he's quite a host here, is being here for quite a long time.
He's been at a lot of Superweeks, yeah. Should be interesting. He's now working on the SEO side, right? Okay. The Google search side. So interesting to see what he comes to present.
And you're going to have some interviews as well?
Oh, today, yeah. So my interview thing is I'm all about brand. I'd really want to try and pull the importance of brand, the term brand equity, bring that back into the discussion. As I said, when I worked at AC Nielsen in the 2000s, that was a big term for the brands, the FMCG brands that we were dealing with. But really exploring how do you measure it, because there is no standard formula for measuring brand equity, but really pushing that unknown thing. That's with Juliana and also
Piotr
from Piwik. Yeah, I just had breakfast with him. I should have stumbled his name. Don't tell him I forgot that. But this is great because we actually had a really good breakfast. He got my dad jokes, which was great.
Nice.
And we also have. I'm also talking about, as I mentioned, the agency vendor brand dynamics. I've got Thomas Tauchner back from Jentis, and also Marta Saratowic from IH, and a former colleague, and she is a great. Her journey is amazing. Yeah. And I also invited Brugger from Miele, so from an actual brand, and really talking about that relationship. Now they pretty much in-house everything, so it'd be interesting to see how and why. But one I'm really looking forward today is personal branding. So Robert Petkovic. Julius, because Julius
is the biggest personal brand out here.
Yeah, but I don't think he actually took a manual. He said, "Hey, here's YouTube. I should go out there and do it and just do it." So he innately does it. He doesn't. And I said, someone suggested we talk to you about personal branding, and we're like, "Yeah, but you're actually doing it really, really well without thinking I'm going to do personal branding."
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's the trick.
That is the trick. And a fellow Italiano, Roberto. Gugliotto. I get hungry when I hear that surname. And the other one is because I'm busy today because I'm not here tomorrow. I'm leaving you guys on your own. But the other thing I like is developing tools for brands So we've got Matt from Conductrix. You know, we've got a brand creator. That's cool. We've got Dennis back from Stave. And then what they're doing at IH is they're from an agency. They've created a product, which
they'll present about that on Friday, right?
Yeah, so it's the recapture product, and it's interesting because we talk about branding the product. No, an agency has to brand their own product. What's their plans with that? So I really want to get into the strategic side of branding. So it's a full day. And what about you guys? Have you got a lot to look forward to today?
Actually, I have Matt as well. So we are going to speak about what he spoke on Tuesday. And I have Julius as well. And I have also, I'm really worried about the pronunciation, Siavash Kanani from Looker Studio Masterclass. And we are going to speak about training, so it could be nice because it's related to the yesterday talk and TLC. It's quite nice. And also I have, as already said, I will have also Kelly. So I will have the whole TLC panel because I see you here, yes, Jen and so on. Yeah. It's kind of nice.
I have one more. So I have an interview with Jill Quick, and we were talking during lunch, and she had a really interesting approach to basically asking questions. So she does a lot of technical implementations, and she realized that in a lot of cases, she could have prevented mistakes that happened later on in the process by asking the right questions beforehand. So she created a great process of like qualitative analysis to improve what you're going to implement for your quantitative analysis. So we're going to have a talk about that and like the type of questions she asks and how to improve that process. So I'm looking forward to that. I think that's around
that would be great.
4 p.m.
Because implementations are a disaster in the industry, and everyone hides the body. You know,
it depends who does it. Call me.
Absolutely right. Okay, there's this man. Okay. Anything else? Because we've got
we have the last 3 things this afternoon. I really think it will be incredible. We have Julia that she has also created a product which is Must-Had, and she will speak about GCP tools to advance your marketing data platform. And then I do love this guy Alejandro Zelensky, and he worked for HelloFresh and now for Trekken. That it was made by Timo, the guy that spoke yesterday about concept mode, and he will speak about microfunnels, quality scores, iframe, installed. Okay, really complicated stuff, but really interesting.
We'll talk about the struggles, the outliers, and the problems. It should be a really good talk because Alejandro last year's talk was also really good from HelloFresh.
Server side, always interesting.
He's really knowledgeable, so that should be fun. Yeah.
And then we have the golden punch chart.
Yeah,
golden punch card.
Maybe we can speak about that because I don't know if.
Yeah, and that might be a tie-in to our to the swag we got. So the golden punch card is the winner with the coolest ID, right? Yeah. You can submit your ID beforehand. So everybody who hasn't been to Superweek ever, you can submit that you want to enter the golden punch card a competition, and then you have a 5-minute, 10-minute slot to present it. So you got to be, got to be quick and concise, and basically we vote.
There was a lot of campaigning last night. I was approached by 2 gentlemen. I won't mention their names, but both Julius and Ton.
There is a girl also. Maybe so. It's like nice.
But it's a prestigious prize to win. I think actually the recapture product that you're going to talk to Marta about the branding is actually once won the golden punch card
like
here.
An earlier version of it. The early idea.
Yeah. So there's a lot of interesting ideas that started out as a proof of concept as a golden punch card ticket. So that should be cool. There are a couple of people that spoke on Twitter that said they were going to enter, and they usually turn up with really interesting ideas. So it should be fun. Yeah.
Last year it was Roberto and Matteo that won.
Yeah.
Like this year it's
flag.
It was quite nice that they proposed.
Yeah.
And a really important thing to end on, what we wanted to do a quick review of. You want to grab what you...
Yes.
We're doing a swag review, so...
there's so much swag here.
Yeah. So this is why you got to come to Measure Camp. You've got the great... Superweek. Thank you. What would I do without you?
Small correction.
So we have a really nice array of the tote bags today. So this year. So these ones to choose from. They've got, I think this has been the standard shirt for a couple of years, but I really like this design as well because it's not so in your face.
It's just so much to choose from, like beanies and all. Like there's also the really colorful. Oh, we didn't pick that one.
No, they are not a lot.
Let me actually start with this one because we get a program book every year, right? So there's a couple here, and this is I don't know if you guys can see this, but this is the 2013 one, right? So it's a bit, they come a long way, like from this standard version, but the back data still beats opinion. Right, so that was I think amazing. So, and I just checked, but a couple of the speakers in there are actually also still here, right, still presenting. So that's pretty cool. And nowadays, it looks more like I think this was last year, right, and this is this year. So
yeah. And you gotta love the work that Zolly puts into this from a brand perspective. Yeah, Zolly and the team, absolutely, because the quality. I worked in print as well, and that is high quality paper.
But I'm keeping this one because this is going to be a collector's item.
Yeah, I have
wasn't
them on
here
my shelf.
for 2013, but it's mine now.
So I'm just gonna quickly, politely do this so that you can see. The branding is on this side, right?
Oh yeah. So
nice.
the Piwik Pro.
Oh, it says on the
Very
right
good.
side. Yeah, thanks, Fosca. Yeah, that's super cool. That's a summer. That's going to be with us all summer, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Well done.
There is also the Peck there.
And the branded. I always lose those anyway, so maybe I should pick up a couple as well. And what else was there? What else?
I really love those. Actually, yesterday was near Matt Gershov, and these are incredible and great. You can use your phone even if you're.
Yeah, I have one comment on these. Like I tried them, but.
They are magic.
They are.
It should stretch.
It should stretch.
Yeah,
one size
a little bit.
Not so much.
And of course
Go.
We've got Valentine's book, which is a really good read. I mean, I've read a bit of it, but it's really nice and readable as well. So these are reasons to physically attend, right? Because there's lots of goodies that you can pick up along the way.
Yeah.
We have other brand T-shirts from Piwik Pro.
I learned from last year. Like last year, my bag was packed so fully that I wasn't able to take any of the swag or not enough. So this year I left some room.
Same, because it means a lot when you give it to someone that wished they came as well.
Yeah.
And it's like a souvenir, and the incentives there to come.
We're just selling you. You should come here physically. The live stream is cool. You should also watch the live stream if you're not here. But if you can next year, try to convince your boss. Come to Superweek.
Yeah. So I'm heading off tomorrow, guys. In your safe hands.
So nice.
Again, it's been great working with you guys. I appreciate the pre-work that we did together as well, and just take things to the next level. I look forward to talking again and planning next year as well.
Yes.
Good luck today.
Yes.
Thank you
with all your interviews.
And you too, guys, and look forward to the year with all the energy that we've gotten from this fantastic event.
Yeah.
And we are looking forward to have more people.
Yeah.
So just come.
Absolutely.
Enjoy the live stream today.
Yes.
And
have a nice day. See you later.
Yeah. See you later. Bye bye.
Hello and welcome back to Superweek TV. What are you doing to me, Juliana? Superweek TV.
Blame Juliana.
Yeah, I'll blame Juliana. And it is day 3 here, day 2 for Superweek TV. I'm a sucker for punishment. I have the wonderful Juliana Jackson back, known for the Standard Deviation podcast, also working at Media.Monks. But known for a lot of things, the CLV lady. Also, Piotr from Piwik, CEO of Piwik. Today we are talking about something that I'm quite passionate about, and it's something called brand equity. And what's kind of like the oil in the water here is that brand equity is something that you can't really measure, right? But doesn't mean that we shouldn't try. This is what I want to explore with the two fine representatives of the industry today. So maybe I'll just start with, if you want to give me your interpretation of what is brand equity.
Cool. I mean, as you said, it's one of those things that you cannot really measure in a way that is like predictable, I guess. But I like to, when I think about brand in general, I think about how people perceive you and understand you, but also like how you try to position yourself. And it's kind of like always for me a very big difference on how you want to be perceived by the audience and how they actually understand you. And it's kind of like, I'm gonna go into some deep shit with Carl Jung. No, seriously, but he said something, I hope I'm not messing up. If you guys are listening and I'm fucking this up, let me know, but not publicly.
There goes the expletive.
But my disclaimer, but he said something that every person has 4 faces. The faces that they believe they have, the faces that they want to have, the faces that they show to people, and their actual faces. So with brands, I like to think of it as kind of the same thing. We want to be perceived as in a way. We're showing something, but the actual face is kind of like more similar to what people make of it. Because you are, in a way, what people, understand from you. It's very philosophical for this morning.
So you're tying into perception of the brand.
Yes.
But we're still not measuring it, though, are we?
That's one for Piotr.
Piotr, you're responsible for a brand as well.
Yes.
So you've got a tool that supports brands with behavioral data, to put it broadly. But you are also responsible for the positioning of the Piwik brand again.
Yeah.
So in your mind, when I say brand equity in the Piwik context, how would you describe that?
Yeah, I first of all, I hate that Juliana just went all philosophical on us, because
you were expecting anything different?
Yeah. Metal.
Expect nothing.
Always be surprised.
Yeah. Exactly. Thank you. But yeah, like 2 perspectives then. Like for me, like personally, like how I like to view a brand is like a funnel. It's just top of the funnel, top of the top of the funnel, and it just gets muddy, and you really don't know. You can't tell how much value there is in it, but you probably can at least get reach, and this is kind of something that you can measure, or correlate with whatever you have later on in that funnel, and that's the way you should kind of look at that. And my definition would be then, and the brand reach is the only kind of thing that you can attach some kind of counter to value, if you want to go monetary on it, but other than that, it's just intangible, and if you do it right, you get more revenue. If you mess it up, you probably don't.
But I suppose working in data, and you may or may not see how user behavior on a website will respond to a brand campaign potentially. Does
that makes a lot of sense? But it's just like the lowest value for your brand reach is the number of unique visitors you get to your website from your campaign. Like that's the bottom number. So it's in between that and infinity. That's where your brand reach is. Yeah. You can't really tell, for sure. Your PR manager will tell you that it's close to infinity, but maybe somebody, the analyst, will tell you that it's closer to the number of visitors that you get. But it's somewhere in between, and you can, have a better guesstimate of that just by looking at all your channels. And then you break it down by channel and see what works, how it correlates one with another, and then you maybe you try to clean that number a little bit. But it's super specific to your brand. You asked me about Piwik Pro in particular. The way we measure it, we just kind of try to find it somehow. We try to measure it through our market share. It's quite easy for a brand like ours to kind of measure our install base against our competitors, because ultimately we just put a JavaScript code on your site, and it's quite easy to kind of crawl all the websites in the world and see what's there. And we have like a market share, a percentage point of the market share of all websites that have installed some kind of tracker. And then we can see the trajectory, like month over month, where we are, whether we go up or go down, sideways, and this tells us whether we do well in terms of our own branding. That's the way we do it.
Yeah, yeah.
To add to that, it's great engineer response. It's true. It's a funnel. And but what misses from this, and it's something that I see with the brands I work, it's the qualitative component, which is harder to measure for sure. But when I say qualitative component, I'm talking about customer reviews, I'm talking about YouTube videos that, all these reaction videos to different things, people making demos about using your tool, like Piwik Pro, for instance. It's such a strong community behind Piwik Pro, and so many people post, myself included, like people that use the tool. But like all this content that people write about you, the blog posts, the reaction videos, just tagging you in different posts, like it's also this qualitative part that is so important to a brand. And I don't want people to say I'm talking only about Piwik Pro because I'm fangirling. But I can give an example I work with a very big retailer, a global retailer that sells coffee. And we did something called semantic analysis on their customer reviews. So we used AI and natural language processing to go through all the reviews of people that use the app, and we try to transform that unstructured data, because that's what the review is, that's what social comments are, that's what videos, it's unstructured data. And we transformed it into structured data using AI, transformed it into numbers so we can go back to the funnel thing, which is very important. And we understood how people use the app, what are their biggest impediments, their frustration, and how is that brand actually perceived. So we found out that the brand actually, in appearance, is like the best, everyone drinks from them. But actually there's users of the app that use the app for so many years that have issues with the functionalities, or like the promises that the brand makes through their marketing do not meet the expectations of the user. So like the marketing, as Valentin was saying yesterday, is what you say, but how you do it is very different. So kind of like how people perceive that qualitative part beyond how users convert or how they create a subscription or stuff like that. That's a very important component that needs more attention, and I really am positive that we AI right now. And with things like natural language processing, it's easier for brands more than ever to do social listening, to analyze these pieces of video and Instagram posts and random stuff that people say, so they can enrich the qualitative data, the quantitative data they would get from a tool like Piwik Pro. So it's kind of like an added layer of...
So, I mean, it's because when we look at it, to me, it seems like if a brand is going to use brand equity as a core metric, for example, it's almost like they will have to identify what the other metrics that support the core metrics are. So we're probably looking at things like, customer lifetime value, maybe?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Probably looking at brand experience in terms of, and that's another subcategory of, might be average time on page. It might be, of course, bounce
user
rate.
Engagement.
It could be average total session time, or maybe even setting up certain branding pages. But then the challenge is, you can do a comparison on yourself and your journey, and you're improving. Is there room for for a new standard to be created for brands to get together and say, here are the top components that we should measure, that we can measure with each other?
It's a good question. You want to go first?
Well, I think you kind of had it in your question already. Like, there's measurable stuff that everyone is doing already for like past 20 years, is it? Like,
sure.
Time on page, like, you measure your ACV, or you can add more metrics to it. You will have your customer lifetime value, as you said. Like, that's all good things that you can do. if it makes sense for your business. Like it's different for e-commerce, as you mentioned. Like this could be maybe not really a relevant metric at all. Like it's the cost of merchandise can change and
it's context specific.
Exactly. 100%. For B2B SaaS, maybe that makes a lot of sense because it's just your margin churn. You can add the satisfaction of your customers to it. Yeah, and NPS being one of them. So and that's a good one actually as well. Like that's something that you can throw in the mix, but it has to make sense in your business context. And somebody could say like, well, what makes sense is quite subjective. Like ultimately, it has to be tied to the revenue that you make, and if it's tied to it ultimately, like if there's correlation at every step of that funnel, then it does make sense. But we can throw different metrics in the air, and somebody can kind of pick one or two up and say whether, well, for me it will be the number of unique visitors, and for the others it will be the lifetime value.
I think for brands, I mean, if we take the best and most classic example of Apple, for example, so you'll see very little advertising. I used to sell advertising to them in the early 2000s, right? And dealing with Apple, I've got more war stories about that. But they had a from right down to dealing with the people, they had a very much style of they would never say anything bad thing about the company. They were very precious about, I had advertising on paper and I was called in and they said, look, the paper stock isn't good enough and this one's, well, they were, attention to detail and the passion. And now we see a company that does very little advertising. Maybe their partners will do it. So is that kind of like the dream scenario? Let's grow our brand strength, equity to the point where we actually don't need advertising as much. And maybe that could be relevant today or the future where really the race is to first-party data, is to collect your own data and do your direct marketing. Should that be a metric that we look at as how should brands be less dependent on price reduction, less dependent on advertising? Of course, a lot of our
I wouldn't say it's a metric, it's more like a consequence. Like if you consistently put up a good product and people are happy with your product, you don't need to invest and be in their faces all the time. A good example is, for example, B2B companies that are selling lead enrichment tools, like all those cold calls, I don't want to call names. But the marketing that they do is very, very aggressive because all the tools are identical to each other. So you also, one factor that you need to think is how competitive is that market. So if that market is super competitive and you cannot differentiate from a product perspective, you have to differentiate from a marketing perspective. So that's why the sales group and the sales tools for lead enrichment, I don't know, for instance, Zoom Info, Apollo. These types of tools are so similar that they have to do this aggressive marketing and invest in advertising and do all this B2B marketing, shenanigans that they do, and it works and they get market share. But if we look in our world, in analytics and analytics tools like Piwik, like Snowplow, tools like Conductrix, you have a very good tool. You don't need to be aggressive with the marketing. You have to consistently put a good tool out, go to these conferences, talk to people, share the tool. So it's also, again, context specific, but it's also competition specific. Of course, in our industry, we have a lot of competition, but I think we don't need that type of aggressiveness when it comes to marketing. It has to be, I guess, more genuine because we're practitioners and we're using the tool. So by just investing your time in engineering and putting out a great tool, you're doing way better for your marketing than you would if you would pay tons of money in ads. So that's what I think.
Well, I think it's just a spectrum. You have all those companies that sell similar product. You can also say that resellers are similar in that sense. They basically try to go for the lowest price, and they maybe even don't do much marketing. They just do sales, cold calling. It's less about branding really. It really doesn't affect your brand ultimately.
Pricing can affect your brand.
Pricing can. But yes, I'm sorry, but if you're a reseller, then it doesn't really matter. ultimately, what's your brand name, logo, and how does it kind of speak to the mind of a purchaser if ultimately the price is the thing that they're after. Then there's this middle ground where you kind of have to do a little bit of branding, you have to have a good product, you do different marketing strategies around that, and ultimately at the very end of that spectrum is what you said, like it's you have some crazy innovative stuff that is being put out there by, I don't know, SpaceX or Tesla or Apple with iPhones. It's just getting people excited all over the world with the new release. The rocket is going into space. Like how much more advertising you need for that? It's just something that masses are just waiting and waiting for. And this is the spectrum. Like it's somewhere in between for you, for most of us.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have like. In your example, and this is again more close to home for me, is your approach to marketing has really been focusing on community and being there. What's your experience? Because it's a brave move because you're operating the top end of the funnel. So I'd say a year and a half of really having a solid push into the community angle. What are you finding? How, like, the brand perception? Like, I love my Piwik hoodie as well. Yeah. I have to be non-biased here, so thanks for wearing it. I know. but I know your comms manager, when I was on a call with him, and I just had it on, and it made his day.
Yeah, it does.
But it got to the point where the merch is really important, right? And I gave a good plug for your glasses today as well. So, but back to the community. How are you finding that is having an impact into your overall brand strategy to get that awareness, to build your equity?
I think it's first and foremost, it's super motivating. Like if people say cool things about your brand, about your hoodies, about your merch, about the fact how your employees are behaving, it motivates the entire team. Like we have an entire Slack channel just devoted to us putting just a screenshot of people saying nice things about either the product or everything. And we have around 200 people already, and it boosts morale, so it's good for product development, for support, for everything. Like this is the cool part of being in the company, and employee retention has never been higher. We've never had higher ratings, so that's one part of that. The revenue that we get, it's tied to partners more now. Like obviously the events that we do, that we sponsor, attract agencies. Agencies resell our software. We're not as pushy. We do it super top of the funnel. We decided not to bring any salespeople in. It all kind of works well in that, in that mix, so that ultimately we get relevant connections with people without being kind of in your face. So those are just like from two perspectives: an employee and building value that I can measure. In terms of like whether we get more unique visitors on our website, I don't know. We do, but many things affected. Brand being one of them. Yeah,
and Juliana, you also very active in community. You have your own communities, and it's something you're always pushing your either employers or your partners. What's your feel with community and brand and your journey with that? And of course with the Standard Deviation podcast as a brand itself, right?
It's funny because I never thought about my podcast as a brand.
I'm still looking for the merch. So
I used to have some stickers, but they had the previous sponsor on, so I haven't used them anymore. I don't feel like I am a brand myself. I do feel like I'm part of the community. I don't want to sound like fake humble or some shit like that. But I don't think like I'm quite there yet. But what I do enjoy is that because I'm in the community and I'm supporting, like, like I support these guys at Piwik Pro just because I see how much they give back to the community. But it's a fucking good tool. So obviously, but for me, community is like that place where you just go, you share, ideas, and you become better. Like I always feel welcome when I come to, brand leadership events, because it's the people that make the communities, the experiences that we share. So I think us together, be talking about all these tools and products and people, we're also helping them grow. but also helping our sales grow. So I never thought, like you made me think about my podcast right now, like, damn, I'm really undercapitalizing. But the only reason I do the podcast, and I know Simo feels the same, is just because we like to give back to the community, and everyone knows Simo because like he lives on Slack.
Well, he is a brand in himself, right?
Yeah, but he helps people. Like he genuinely, like, all he does is help people and support people. I don't know how he does it. Yeah. And the reason, like why we came together, and we're still coming. We're recording the first episode next week of the podcast. The reason,
first of the
third season. Yes, it's happening. Right. No. We only do the podcast because we want to like talk about things that help people get a job or find a different tool or solve a problem. So I don't think of it as brand. I think of my podcast just being like one of those places in the community. You go and have a drink at the bar and you hear me and Simo talk about server-side tagging. It's mostly him, not me, because I don't know how to do that. But you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. But you've heard of some podcasts that have been bought by, say, Spotify, for example, or then all of a sudden a podcast brand has
it's for sure, yeah,
money.
And it's a business model for sure for some people. I'm not there like in terms like I don't think of capitalizing that part because I do like the genuine exchange, but like for myself and what I stand for, I do think like my brand is about, and I think everyone that follows me knows this, it's about authenticity and being honest and genuine. So what I'm happy about is that the people that do fuck with me and like me know that when I talk about something, it's actually real. Yeah. Like people know I don't lie, I don't bullshit, I don't make things, I never fake advertise for nothing. So if when I speak about
something, you haven't. It's called integrity, right?
Yeah, it's all fully based on that. So when people when I speak about the product or I speak about something, it's always gonna be because I did it and not because, I get paid for it. So that's kind of like what I think my brand is. And if I'm wrong, then I'm definitely doing it wrong, Yeah. But yeah, that's what it is for me. I don't know. It's not fake humility.
No.
But it's just like I don't think of myself as, something.
Yeah. I mean, with the events we do at the Brand Leadership Community, there's something I've had this in mind for a long time. So we always ask the people, what products are you using? That's one question. And the next question, what products are you considering evaluating in the next 12 months? I'll show you the data a bit later. Okay. But it really shows that some of the actions and the activities that brands invest in can improve their front and center that builds their equity as well. So I think there are still ways. And again, it's qualitative data, but people don't always say what they think or do what they think. And we got to keep there's a different standard, there's a wider deviation, but at least it's an indicator, right? So yeah. Piotr and Juliana, we could sit here all day.
I actually am very comfortable right now.
Yeah, I'm just about to say that.
It's a nice couch.
It is.
I got used to it
now. But if we did that, I know Esther would get would be very emotional, and we don't want too much of that happening. She's smiling at us now. But look, thanks for your time again, and I'm really great that we have this forum, and in a year's time, 2 years' time, we can look back to this moment and laugh at each other. And Juliana, you are looking great, by the way.
Thank you. I try. But yeah, I just want to say, because it's my last interview here at Superweek, just want to shout these guys right here behind the camera. You guys are amazing. I just I come here and I look at you and just all the dedication and just shouts to you guys. I wish I could take you here. So you should come and say hi.
So many smiling faces.
So many and also one last thing, there's a ticket release today for Measure Camp Helsinki at 4 p.m. Eastern European
That's
time.
That's going to be totally useless in a year's time, right?
I don't care. Measure Camp Helsinki.
Absolutely. Get behind Lena. Get behind the team at Measure Camp.
I promise them that I will say that. They have a ticket release. So let's go to Helsinki in March.
We'll go to Helsinki because you believe in it, right? You're endorsing it.
I love those guys. They're the best.
Shout out to Lena as well at Measure Camp Helsinki. So thanks again for another episode, colourful episode with Juliana and Piotr. Really great to know you guys even more on this desk. Superweek TV, hang in there for the rest of the day. It's my last day, but the other two will be here tomorrow, and I've got a few more sessions today. Follow these guys on LinkedIn as well.
Please don't.
Please do. Please do. Yes, do it.
Thanks, and we'll see you next time. Cheers.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
So we're going live. Panelists, please do not swear. This is a family show. We have a number of vendors that we are going to probe them. We had this last year. We had a very, very animated, very interesting panel discussion last year between vendors sold out or positioned as vendor wars. This isn't a combat. This is very much a constructive session by vendors for you choosing a vendor. This is going to be a very helpful panel. We're going to start out with some introductions. You guys can't see the questions. This is, they can, you can't. So this is, I think, mildly unfair, but nonetheless, what I want to know is who you are, which platform do you represent, and briefly describe the platform. We'll have a time limit for Ross of 2 minutes, and everyone else gets 5. Actually, Ross, not being unfair, do you want to start? So we're going with who you are, which platform you represent, and briefly describe the platform, please, for the audience.
Yeah, so my name's Ross McAthy. I'm CEO of Ringside Data. We're a marketing data platform for the people who weren't here on Monday that saw my talk. We connect all of our own bespoke web analytics data to all of the marketing technologies that exist. So Google Ads, Salesforce, direct mail data, we've got call center tracking, the goal being the full customer journey. And that's all I'm going to do.
Excellent, precise and concise. Thank you so much. In no particular order, Piwik Pro, please.
Oh, thank you, Doug. My name is Piotr Korzeniowski. I'm the CEO of Piwik Pro. We do data collection, reporting, and activation. You could, bundle us in the web app analytics industry with a very strong emphasis on privacy when doing that. Thank you.
Excellent. Jentis.
Yes, thank you. I'm Thomas, CEO and one of the founders. Jentis is a data capture platform with server-side tracking inside. So we're focusing to enable our customers to capture the data. Maybe I'm sitting too close to that one. Do you get an echo or something like that?
No, you're fine, you're fine.
Oh, super. So
you sound beautiful.
Yeah,
wonderful.
Wonderful, super, amazing. Enabling customers for capture the data, control the data, and share the data while respecting the visitors. And we are focusing to data quality, which means for us data accuracy, data compliancy, and data connectivity.
Fantastic. Last but definitely not least, Jordan, please.
Thanks, Doug. Jordan Peck. I'm Principal Technical Account Manager at Snowplow. Snowplow is a behavioral data platform, and we focus on allowing our users and customers to collect the highest quality event-level data on all of their users, wherever their users touch their brand. So web, mobile, desktop, server-side, in-store, wherever that can be tracked, that's sent over to a entirely first-party hosted Snowplow installation, entirely on the customer's own cloud, into an event-level data set in a data warehouse of their choosing. We support BigQuery, Redshift, Snowflake, and Databricks, and then we model and transform that data into usable data sets that can be used to power BI, analysis, activation, etc.
Thank you. I think you'll agree this is a really interesting looking panel. Yes, there are a couple of emissions, quite deliberate emissions. So we've got an exciting range of vendors to probe. I've got a series of questions. You'd be thinking about your questions that you want to put to the representatives on the panel. But first, they've given their introduction, so I think you should welcome them. Give them a round of applause. Well played. Guys, okay, we're going to start. What is the ideal use case for your platform? Are you marketing analytics, product, A/B test, data engineering, data science, or all of the above? And I can repeat the question at any point if you want. Who wants to go first? I'll give you the choice on this one.
I'll go. We describe Snowplow as being extremely horizontal in that it can be really deployed for any and all behavioral data use cases. So whether that is really detailed like product analytics style, so we have customers who have like desktop games or mobile games or B2B SaaS products when they want to do really detailed product analytics and cohort and funnel analyses, traditional e-commerce businesses, publisher businesses, two-sided marketplaces, so like Gumtree or Craigslist, where you've got buyers and sellers, so you've got two very distinct types of user behavior on the same platform, and you need to treat those kinds of users differently when you perform your analysis. People who want to do like real-time decisioning or real-time analysis or real-time like personalization, because Snowplow data streams in real time before it hits the warehouse. So in terms of like an ideal use case, it's quite hard, but I think ideally I would say is if you have a particularly unique sort of business model or a way that your users interact with you, and it's difficult to find one of the other packaged solutions out in the market, whether that be Google or Adobe or anybody else, that your business model doesn't really nicely quite fit into how that packaged solution has been built and what kind of data it expects. So we work with a brand in the US who are like a three-sided marketplace who they connect influencers and creators and brands and the end users as well. And that's a really, really complicated user journey to sort of model and sort of fit into an analytics tool. So our flexibility and the way that we allow you to create custom data structures for your own events and your own entities that are involved in the business, so certain different types of users or different types of products or whatever. Yeah, to me, those companies that find it difficult to shoehorn their own business model or business shape into a package tool, Snowplow's a great fit.
I mean, I'll give you a follow-up question here, but this is to everybody as well, of course. I mean, how often do you encounter that ideal fit? Is that a regular occurrence?
Yeah, well, like I say, because a lot of people come to Snowplow for lots of different reasons, for lots of different types of use cases, different business use cases. But we get inbound a lot. We get people coming to us a lot because they've used the package tools for a long time and are dissatisfied for it. But yeah, not 100% certainly, and so there's a certain amount of self-selection in that. But yeah, we do a lot of work with customers and prospects to see how well we can fit our product to their use cases, and we do pretty well most of the time, I think.
Excellent. Anybody else? Do you have a wildly different ideal use case, or are you in the same kind of market? Who wants to go next? Thomas? Yeah.
Yes, I mean, we are fully focusing the data capturing. So first of all, it's very important that we're not doing any reporting. We're not doing any high-level things with the data. So two use cases. The one is, I would say, quite similar. So e-commerce, really getting out the information of the data. That is the one big use case we are addressing. But the second one is, and that was surprising us a little bit last year, was brand protection. This is now a second big part of our business, where big brands like Washington Post, for example, addressed us. They want to protect their users, not just with regulations, but even with internally compliance rules. So more and more, this is a second big use case on using our product, that you can really address the protection of the user and then brand protection.
Excellent. Russ?
Yeah, quite distinctly different to those two. So we say that we were built for marketers, but built by analysts. So the main end user, majoritarily for us, is a marketer in-house or an agency that wants to understand marketing performance. That covers many things, from CX and UX questions all the way up to ad performance, organic search activity, because we have all of the data from, I'm going to keep on calling it Webmaster Console because I like calling it AdWords as well. Yeah. But we pull all of those data sets. So from a marketer's perspective, it's the sort of the place they can go for a single source of truth. And so that's what our reporting framework allows. And then from a data science perspective, we make all of our data available at the lowest granularity, so hit level and then aggregation level. So agencies and in-house data teams are able to interrogate and look at the raw data, and then the platform is the enabler for a less data-savvy marketer to play and find out and get insights and then activate off the back of that.
Excellent. I'm with you on the nostalgic naming convention. I have no qualms with that at all. But in terms of Piwik Pro, the ideal use case, have I got an accurate perception? Go ahead, correct me. What is the ideal use case that you would normally aim for?
Yeah, let's start from what perspective we're trying to sell it. Like we're, as I mentioned before, it's a web and app analytics platform, and we try to cater to the digital marketer needs most. Like this is the ideal persona, and it kind of snowballs from there. We try to make the reporting as easy as possible for them, and decouple the marketers from other from some vendor lock-ins that they may have, like in terms of storage, whether they are locked into the GCP, AWS, or any other storage. Then we want to kind of have them, give them the ability to choose where the data is actually stored, whether this is additional visualization of their of the data when they combining it with other systems. We work with other open visualization platform. It doesn't have to necessarily be Looker Studio or Tableau or Power BI. So you know, if you're a digital marketing manager, you probably would choose us for easy to use features in terms of reporting and data collection, and the ability for you to kind of use that data elsewhere and with other teams to collaborate.
It's an incredibly broad range of use cases, an incredibly broad range of ideal fit clients. I think that's fantastic. One constant we can be very confident of in this industry right now is change, and one of those ingredients is around regulation. Okay, your thoughts as vendors with respect to regulation? Do you see it as a driver for success? Is it a motivator to keep up or to exceed? Or is it indeed a hindrance? Do you pinch the bridge of your nose when the next regulation is announced and, oh my God, now we have to re-platform or we have to make work? How do you see it? What's your perspective? Who wants to go first?
Oh, I definitely want to go.
Oh, go ahead. It's almost like I knew you were going to be here.
No surprise, I want to go first. Like, we wouldn't be on this panel if it wasn't for privacy and regulation. Like, we believe that this is like, a basic human right to, make sure that the data is not being used of the individuals, and we see like the advertising industry and the marketing industry in general is just part of the problem, and we want to make sure that we work with our customers and help them find this balance between data collection, data quality, and respecting user privacy. So we definitely made it one of our unique value proposition for the industry. And this is definitely a propeller for our business.
So definitely an opportunity and a driver, a differentiator. Well, the rest of you guys, what do you think, Thomas?
Yeah, I mean, same story here. I mean, regulation was a driver for us, especially in the first 2 years. So for Jentis, it was an enabler. But I'm thinking more to the industry. I mean, it's always important to ask the question is if the regulation is reflecting the wishes of the visitors. I have the feeling regarding GDPR, it does. So if I'm talking with visitors of our customers, they're super fine with the GDPR. Obviously, not everybody understands really every part of the regulation. But for us, the question is going a little bit more deep, what the visitors really want. I mean, there is this super article from Google 2020 where they are talking about value exchange between visitors and the companies. And the big question is, how can you exchange value if you do not respect the wishes of the visitors? So regulation, as long as it's reflecting the visitors, that's super fine. But beyond that, we should always ask what is the visitor asking, and trying to bring both sides to one table. And with Jentis, we strongly believe that you can get out the value of the data while respecting the visitor. It's not either or.
Russ, Jordan, what do you guys think? I mean, there's a change in regulation. There is a new regulation. There's a lot of engineering, a lot of investment that you're going to have to make there. Surely that's a hindrance. What do you think?
Well, like one of the founding principles of Snowplow was like true data ownership. So like the idea that Snowplow is deployed in a private managed cloud deployment model, which means that it's always running in the customer's AWS or GCP or Azure account. So the data is only ever in their servers. And like, there's loads and loads of really good reasons as to why data ownership is a really, really good thing. And the added privacy benefits that you get alongside of that are just a really, really, really nice bonus. We take it really, really seriously because we understand that allowing brands to respect users' wishes, like Thomas was saying, about like whether they want to be tracked or not, or what degree they're happy with it. We'll likely give you a better data set to work with anyway. We've seen some people talk about like consent mode and things like that, but the ability to allow users to consent and then track data, and based on what level of consent you have, they have granted, mask the data dynamically in real time, or to encrypt or hash the data, still gives you a workable data set that you can work with whilst respecting the user's wishes, whilst still having complete ownership of the data as well. So like, yeah, I don't see new privacy regulations. I mean, my engineering team might not agree with me if we keep having to like build new features, but we build a lot of this as like first-class citizens as part of the product, and yeah, we've had obviously lots of regulation changes since I've been a Snowplow user, since I've worked at Snowplow, and we can quite often, quite quickly, gracefully adapt, if you have to say that, or make slight changes, or add new features to the software, like cookie breadless tracking.
You get points for that one, well done.
Anyone who's not watched the last few days' live stream is going to be really confused at that comment.
It makes you sound like an idiot.
Yeah. At least
he's confused.
Yeah.
Is he gluten-free?
Yeah. But yeah, consent tracking, so tracking what consent has been granted and bundling that into the events. Only tracking certain identifiers depending on the consent level, dynamically hashing or masking values in real time before they're at rest, depending on consent levels or where they are in the world, etc., is like all built into the platform.
Well, Russell, in terms of the increasing risk with regards to regulation versus the opportunity to stand out, to use it as a differentiator, just to do the right thing, where do you stand on that?
I think the important thing here is a brand is always going to have a legal team that is going to restrict them with the knowledge that they've been told up until that point, or the knowledge that they've taken on. And quite often the brand wants to push, like the marketing team wants to push it to the minimum requirements of the legal team. And so what we would need to be, and I think it's the same for all of us, is making sure that we are the educators quite often of the legal team as well, to say, just like, this is the level that we're comfortable with and what we've built our systems to support, and actually sometimes even raise that bar within the legal organisation and say, actually, you probably need to make a decision around this subset of everything Jordan's just said, so I'm not going to repeat it, but all of those things, and say, this is what functionality has been developed as part of the platform. And I think the benefit from the people who are currently sitting here is that we probably have a little bit more agility in our roadmaps compared to the Googles and Adobes when a lot of these policies are changing. And it has meant that from a differentiator perspective, the fact that I'm sure a bunch of us can just call the CTO and go, oh, by the way, it'd be really cool if we could do this instead. And it's a few weeks rather than something that's going to be able to be rolled out incorrectly over a period of time.
Shots have been fired, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, that's what I was here for the other.
I was going to say, how long did it take for consent mode to be
correct
to be rolled out in a
Put the weapons down.
Yeah.
How long did it take for consent mode to be rolled out in a way that it could actually be reasonably used by people? From Google talking about it to a version that came out that was clunky to a version that came out that kind of sort of works, but only for certain services, and then whatever we have now. Like it took them, 2 years? Probably longer.
And it's not just about sort of tagging and that kind of stuff. It's also how the data gets transported between regions. And there's so many things where, because a larger technology has to put their stake in the ground and go, this is how we're going to do it, and then have to backtrack that's a much less agile process. And that's where I think there's a lot of opportunity for the up and coming vendors that are on stage at the moment to be able to work with the regulation and toe it as close as the line that the brand and the legal team and the brand's understanding of the value of their customers and what data they need to secure is in place.
That's an amazingly coincidental segue into the next question. It's almost as if you were...
It's like you sent us the deck in
advance. Yes, you read the script beforehand. Yeah. Well played. No, in terms of everybody's experience, I'm sure you'd all agree, there has been occasion where vendors have released features, and it's been a bit of a surprise, and or they've been potentially breaking changes, and oh my word, we wish we knew about these roadmap items far, far ahead. And this is something you guys can, I think, all speak to as vendors with, as Russ said, a high degree of agility. So for everybody in the room who wants to put their 2024 roadmap together for their tech teams, for their dev teams, what's on your roadmap that you think the people here should put on their roadmap in, say, H2 24? What can you tell us about that is new, exciting, original, and something we should be aware of and come and speak to you about? Who's first? Thomas, you haven't gone first yet.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, yesterday I talked about that one, end of third-party cookie, and the level of frustration. Nevertheless, we are preparing since 12 months, 18 months to exactly this new situation, new environment. For us, there are 2 points on the roadmap we are fully addressing. The one is really caring that you get the best quality out of the first-party data in real time. So we are investing a lot to our possibilities of data enrichment, that you can do it before you share the data with others, with third-party vendors, that you get the data enriched on the server instead of doing everything on the client side. And the second one is kind of a question we have right now. We try to clarify that one in the Q1, if you should invest more to native app tracking, because talking with our customers or with potentials, we got very often the feedback that one of the strategies reacting to end of third-party cookies is to care more for your existing customers by native apps, especially we are addressing more the enterprise sector. And here we got very often the feedback they want to invest more in their native apps for existing customer management. So we will follow this feedback and invest more and to support our customers more with more tracking possibilities on native apps. Yeah.
Very hot topic indeed. Snowplow, what does your 24 H2 look like?
So like at the minute we've got like a bunch of stuff that we're working on that's really exciting. So real-time streaming into Snowflake, so you can have an event happen on your website and be queryable in Snowflake in 2 to 5 seconds. Support for various data lake formats, so Iceberg and Delta and Parquet and I forget the other one, Hoodie, I think. So if you're using Snowplow in a big full enterprise data lake and use a tool like Databricks, that's all possible. But those are like quite tactical and quite specific if you're into data engineering like I am. But like for those who might not have been aware of Snowplow's been around for a long time, since 2012, and has always been of the position that we provide you with the best quality data, and then you kind of take it from there and you put your own visualization later, or you run your own models, which has worked quite well for us. But we realized that there's a number of users out there that we're leaving underserved by not being able to interact or visualize and get the value from the data straight away. So I hope my product team don't mind, but this is a little of a sneak peek, but we're going to start introducing data visualization abilities inside our web interface. So there's going to be
You heard that here first. That's an exclusive for Superweek, right?
So there's going to be a reporting interface for typical marketing and analysis. There's going to be a funnel builder tool. We've had these in private preview for a little while. We've got a lot more. We've got a lot more ideas of those kinds of data apps, as we're calling them, that we want to introduce into the console, into the rest of the year. And we're also working on a lot of things around data governance as well. So how people take a set of events that represent a particular piece of analysis or a certain data product and document all of those different types of events, those different tracking specs, Give them an owner, give it a name, get it versioned. You can have subscribers to it, so they get alerted as that data product gets changed over time, or new tracking is added to it, or tracking is amended. So yeah, some data activation stuff and some data governance stuff.
That's really hinting towards increasing maturity with clients. I think that works for me. Piotr, in the Piwik Pro area, I know you guys move fast and you move quickly. What have you got in store?
Yeah, we have hundreds of engineers working on the platform, so the roadmap is quite wide. But just to mention a few, we recently merged with a Danish consent management platform, so we're currently working on a tight integration, and it's coming in Q1, and that's quite exciting because it's just a consent management platform that made it and has a wide market share. So this is super important to us, and it enforces the privacy angle from Piwik Pro. More exciting stuff for people here in the audience. We're expanding our CDP capabilities with more server-to-server connectors to advertising technologies like Google Ads. And my hope is having a CDP just sitting out there for the enterprise clients won't cut it. You have to educate. It's a different type of beast. So my hope is so that we release the CDP to a wider audience as part of our freemium sometime later this year, hopefully.
Exciting stuff. Russell, I know I know your CTO is probably watching the live stream, so do you want to tell us something upsetting for your team?
Yeah, great. So the main thing I think we're looking at launching in the next few months is the cookieless integration or breadless. Breadless integration.
Gluten-free, vegan options available, yeah?
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
From a tracker that integrates with the solution we currently have. I think one of the key things that we're building into Q2 is the media mix modeling mixed with econometrics, mixed with machine learned attribution model as a output, which is going to really help brands understand the true value of all of their activity, especially we've not been doing anything in third-party pixels since we started the company because the writing was on the wall already at that point. So it's then saying, well, what is the value of the impression data that we can get from display marketing and Meta and overlay that as part of a media mix to understand the impact that's having. And I think that the thing that will really piss off my CTO, excuse the French, is that as of about two evenings ago, at about 3 a.m., we're now going to be doing a lot more audience activation because people here wanted it. So that is a conversation I was having this morning and working out how we fit that into the roadmap. So that will be probably coming in Q2, Q3.
Probably.
Probably, and depends on the reaction. That my phone's vibrating at the moment.
I love it, thank you. I'm more than welcoming questions from the audience, should anybody want to probe the vendors from the floor. My dear friend, would you like to come further towards the cameras a little bit? Okay, but you want to do a question?
Further away from us.
Who wants to get dressed first?
Sure.
Thank you, that's very kind.
That's on them. Do we get...
Ask to them.
Oh, the question, right. So, for Piwik Pro.
Thank you.
Plus. For Piwik Pro Plus, you mentioned a CDP. So, can you talk a little bit more about that? What does it mean for an analytics analysis platform to be CDP? Is it simply just an activation layer? Is it something else? Is it also maintaining a customer record, a different way of querying and interacting with customer type of data, enrichment within that data? I found that interesting because CDPs oftentimes, from a software or vendor perspective, is its own thing. So here you're coming as an analytics provider and saying, oh, also CDP. So could you explain?
Well, okay, thank you. So, so our CDP is tied to data analytics. So we have a data stream, and you basically create audiences, so user profiles, and depending on whether somebody meets criteria of entering or exiting the audience, you do some kind of activation on that particular audience. And this activation could be anything. Like it could be a simple webhook that you code yourself. It could be a direct integration with an advertising ecosystem, with a CRM like MailChimp, which is already kind of built in. or it is, also integrated inside our platform. We have tag management, so it could be a tag trigger. And with tag triggers, you can, code everything you like. It could be a chat pop-up for somebody who visited pricing in the last couple of times in the last.
And from an infrastructure perspective, is that like a full revamp because you need to have like a customer table or deal with customer record building in a different way?
So we used a new database technology to use that. Like we use ClickHouse as an underlying database for analytics, and we use ScyllaDB for hosting the customer record, the audience records, and Scylla, SCYLLA. Yeah.
So as we have a complete range of clients, a complete range of capabilities, a complete range of maturity, we have the full range of CDP-ness being catered for. Yeah.
Come again?
Let's move on.
Yes.
Sorry.
Just say yes.
So I just zoned out for a second.
Let's talk about another hot topic that has been going through this week, will continue going through this year in terms of AI and the need for high quality data, something I've talked about with Zoran at the start of Wednesday. What are you guys doing directly to support or accelerate the adoption of AI with your clients? Jordan, do you want to dive in from your perspective?
Yeah, sure. As I say, Snowplow have always focused on delivering the highest quality data possible. And as you mentioned, the way that you can activate ML or AI use cases best is when you have the best quality data. So first of all, in just sheer effectiveness of the model, that it's being trained on good data, but also saving your data scientists time in terms of cleaning, having to remove faulty values or failed data that doesn't match the sort of schema that you expected or outside the range that you expect. And the sort of data cleaning, the classic stat that 80% of data scientists' time is spent cleaning data and prepping data before doing any actual modeling. So in that respect, we've always kind of been set up well for AI and ML use cases. The data is available in real time as well. So if you want to do real time decisioning as well, it's available in that way. In terms of customer adoption, do you mean just generally in terms of what we see amongst our customers, or?
Well, do you have a part of your feature set that is very specifically designed for AI workloads, AI use cases? Or are we looking at the overall data quality, trustworthiness of data, cleanliness, the right shape of data? Yeah.
So those last points, like I mentioned, but we see and have seen people really gravitated and centralizing around a central data warehouse. And in the marketing space, that's typically Google BigQuery because of the sort of prevalence of Google Cloud and Google advertising. But Databricks and Snowflake as platforms have exploded in the last few years and have really outstanding, wonderful abilities, both from traditional BI, slice and dice reporting use cases to functionality, to data science and ML driven use cases. Databricks was founded on the ability to do data science on large-scale data. So the fact that we provide event level, like you mentioned, the lowest level of granularity, hit level, event level data in a single stream, a single event table that we append to, but also prepare through dbt packages that we offer author to provide data in other formats that are ready for your data scientist to be thrown out and go, this is the data that I need to perform whatever type of modeling that I want to do.
So to everyone else on the panel as well, in terms of the data quality, I think we'd all say yes. We are supporting clients as much as possible. I think a really key requirement here, more so than ever, is the ability to handle the volume to scale. What sets you guys apart in terms of your ability to handle scale? Thomas, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, bullshit in, bullshit out. I think we all agree to that. But regarding volume, your question is, we are coming from server-side tech management, server-side tracking. So in the first year, we focused totally on building connectors to share the data with everyone, if it comes to Google Ads or Meta or who else. The more we were requested to enable AI use cases, the more our raw data stream was requested. So that was what we did the last 12 months, to invest more and more engineering power that the raw data stream in near real time can used for machine learning algorithms, machine learning applications. So this is where, because we fundamentally believe that we should not go in the direction as a tool, so we are not offering AI features directly. You cannot do machine learning on Jentis, but we want to be the enabler to deliver the data you need, and very important to have these connections that you really can use the data.
Quite. Piotr, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I won't touch on data streams, data quality. I believe that everyone is doing that, so we'll just leave it at that. So, but we took it slow. Like you know that AI comes like hand in hand with privacy questions, and obviously we have to be cautious about that. So instead, what we did as a matter more of a sneak peek into how our development process works, we set up a team in Q3 last year. A team of researchers and developers, just like a handful of people, just to find out avenues and where should we go. And I believe that it seems like we're going more into making sure that we are able to give a little bit more dimensions to the data that we currently collect, whether this be like with the bot traffic detection and filtering the data. In that sense, like I believe that this is the role of a vendor here to provide such features, not trying to kind of do any predictive modeling and others, which is also a direction that have been explored by us anyway.
I would disagree slightly. Sorry. I would fully agree on that. This is the role of us as a vendor to enable customers to do AI, to do machine learning. But we've made the experience in the last year that sometimes it's necessary to jump into this topic by ourselves. So we, for example, experimenting since 12 months with building synthetic users based on machine learning models to close the gap for non-consent users. So this is nothing where we enable AI, but we use AI by ourselves because we are in this real-time traffic environment. So we said, okay, if we could solve that one, and if we can, rebuild traffic from non-consent users based on AI, then we can offer this traffic, this additional traffic, back to our customers for this real-time environment. So sometimes I think there are needs, and there is room for even us vendors to take ML and AI into our offers.
I follow what you're saying. It's very much operating to your strengths. Before the gong happens, I'm going to step away because that's going to hurt my ears. No. I just want to understand how Ringside is as a reporting platform, how the AI ML features are going to assist reporting for your users as well.
Yeah, it's definitely the ML part rather than the pure play AI part. So from a modeling perspective, it's predictive analytics and using seasonal ARIMA forecasting. It's machine learned attribution model. It's outlier recognition, so we can work out where things are happening. And where I think from a marketer's perspective, they're having an expectation of AI. They are probably putting on to the analytics industry to use AI to do the analysis for me. But we don't actually need AI to do the analysis. It's actually outlier recognition in a machine learning model that will tell you where the outliers are, and that's really a lot of what analysis is with a human output on it. The thing where LLM will really play is actually verbalizing that in a non-consistent way, where it's not like your traffic is up by 10%. It's being able to put that into the context of a story that a senior marketer can have it summarized at different levels and talk to me like I'm a junior marketer, talk to me like it needs to go into a board pack, are very different outputs. And as analysts, it will make it a lot easier with AI to train models to say, actually, give me analysis at that level of seniority is where I think that will really help from an output perspective with AI.
I think that was tremendous insight. I think at the time of 5 to Argentina by our world clock, I'd like to make some noise here and with the audience. Please give your thanks to the panel, please.
Oh, that means we're done, guys. You can go sit down. You want to go get set up?
Was it a panel?
It was a panel.
Yeah,
it was a panel.
pretty,
It was friendly.
Yeah, very friendly.
Good stuff. Superweek, there's not a lot of wars going on.
Exactly.
So we are going to talk about something related. You guys are here for a reason. Online, the debate has been resurfaced. I would argue because it's a recurring theme, and the topic is usually something like, hey, we now got this new technology, so server-side tag manager, BigQuery, whatever it is. Why won't I just build my own analytics tool, cut out the middleman, not only from a cost perspective, but also perhaps from a privacy perspective, right? Own my entire thing, just build my own tracker. It's just JavaScript. How hard can it be, right? I can look at what you guys are doing with the tracker and then just copy that logic, and then I just throw it all into BigQuery, and then I have my own analytics tool, and happy days, right? That's the thing that pops up, and I thought we should have a chat. Well, the title at the bottom of the live stream already is kind of a spoiler, right? Because don't build your own analytics, but I want to dive into why. And Russell, let's kick off with you. So you've been building Ringside for the last 4 years?
Yeah, just over 4 years, yeah.
So basically, you did build your own analytics?
Yes.
But not to use it within a company, but to sell it to other people, right? So different approach from that point of view. So what would be your main argument why people should not build their own analytics in-house?
I think it's about use cases, right? So the whole point of having any form of web analytics, marketing analytics, is the ability to take action off of insight. And so if you start the process without that being the end goal, and the end goal being having the data, you aren't necessarily going to set yourself up for success in the long run. And so we do see, and we speak to a number of CTOs, and quite often the CEO just looks to the CTO and goes, we could build this ourselves. And we've been in a room where they've openly discussed that in front of us. And a lot of the time it's like the CTO's like, yeah, we could probably build that, but it's going to take a team of 5 to 10 people. It's going to take a large amount of money. And the other core thing that I think is incredibly important is the people involved in the building of these technologies are putting their view of the way that marketing needs to be understood and how those actions need to come. And so for both of us, and we know each other reasonably well, is that has been baked into the core aspect of how that technology is built. So like a lot of Ringside is like my brain turned into a platform.
It's opinionated.
It's incredibly opinionated, and that's what part of my talk was on Monday, was it has to be a level of opinionated as you approach it. There are things that every brand could go and build themselves, and there is definitely a logic of using something like Snowplow as the baseline and then building stuff on top of that. And I'll let you sort of continue that.
It's a good bridge, I would say.
Exactly.
Because Snowplow is it's closer to build your own, right? You could argue it used to be fully open source, right? It will be in the middle, right? Of like if you would want to build your own, taking bits of Snowplow probably made a lot of sense. And currently still the trackers are open source, so if you're going to build your own, probably use your trackers will be smart, right?
Yeah. It's kind of, you can kind of think of it as like a middle ground in that like the two co-founders basically decided to build a tool like Snowplow because they were unsatisfied with the packaged nature of the tools that were available, and wanted to make it so that you could run the infrastructure and run the systems and processing and own the data entirely. And through developing a tool like Snowplow for so long and having a community of users and customers and stuff, the point I always come back to when we're talking about when the discussion of should we build it ourselves is there's so much to think of here, like so much more than you can probably even start off. Like we had a tracker, JS tracker feature where if the tracker can't get a successful message from the server that it's got through, it'll cache it and send it again in like a retry mechanism to avoid data loss. And we came up against a customer who was saying, what happens when that endpoint returns a 4.10 or 4.03? Like, do you keep retrying? How many times do you retry? What happens if it's a 5xx, like a 5.03 or a 5.04? Like, If it's not available, should you keep trying? If you're not allowed, should you keep retrying? Like, there's such a small, like, niche feature, it sounds like. But that was a real feature, real issue, that a customer had, that the endpoint was being hit repeatedly and it was never going to get through. So we had to, like, so we built this into the tracker. And there's so many examples of things like that just would never occur to you if you decided, yeah, we'll just knock some JavaScript up, send it to server-side GTM, forward it to BigQuery. Like, how hard can it be? Like, there's so many of those features at every point, from creation to collecting to processing to loading and storing and everything else, both from a technical perspective and usability, business opinion and privacy. Like, it's just an enormous undertaking. And
even if you would build them, right? Let's assume you are Amazon, right? You have the resources available. You could build an immense team. You also have to maintain what you build, right? So there's moving bits and pieces like browsers and apps.
And the bus factor. Have you heard of, like, the idea that if someone built it and then gets hit by a bus the next day, like, who's gonna keep building it? I mean, not necessarily actually, drop dead, but, like, if they leave the business or they, or whatever. And a lot of companies who maybe trying to tackle this approach, maybe they're smaller or more agile and maybe think that they can do it, or maybe they have really, really bespoke requirements that they don't think any tool in the market suits. So they say, right, well, we'll go ahead and try and build something of our own. Well, then by nature they have a small team, and then they have an increased bus factor.
We saw this in the late 90s, early 2000s with CRM tools, is that pre-Salesforce really taking over in a lot of markets, it was, we could build a CRM tool. It's just a database, right? And it's just a bunch of customer records with fields. How hard could that be? And then you end up 10 years, 20 years later, and it's more than 20 years now, where a lot of those brands are either have already migrated to a SaaS solution in that space, but if they haven't, there is so much legacy. You've got, that's features called this because that person used to work at the company 10 years ago, and we don't touch it because if we edit it, it might break, and we don't really understand how it works.
Don't breathe too strongly near the house of cards,
and I think that it's not that there isn't a use case for a brand to build it themselves, and there certainly are brands out there that have a massive data science team, and it does make sense for them to even have that as a USP for themselves if they're going for an acquisition against a conglomerate, as an example. So there are certain scenarios where it completely makes sense for them to take that on board, but I think it's making sure that you've got the right thinking internally to say, actually, can we do this properly, or should we do something in the middle, whether it be that we actually build on top of an existing framework. So, like, we've got clients that build things on top of the data set that we capture to supplement the specific use cases that they have as a business. And that's basically what a lot of your clients do as well.
What we recommend,
is they're building the things that actually add value to the organization rather than trying to replicate that tech process.
Yeah, so I don't know if you got to catch the first talk of today of Astrid, but it was about decision making, about the framework for decision making. And I think what is often happening is these discussions come usually from technical people, through the lens of, could I do it? Which I think, and we can dive into that later, because I think there's a value to that also from a learning perspective, right? I wouldn't discourage it, because I think it will, it's a great learning journey to try to do it, right? But when you put it into the business context and you put it into risk versus reward, I think the risk is underappreciated or misjudged or just not seen, right? And you go down a journey like let's say you're really going to adopt it as a business. It will be a multi-year thing, right? It's not going to be a 1 week sprint kind of thing, right? And then you get committed, and then most of the risk is not going to be at the front end, right? Because building the simple JavaScript tracker, that will work. And then that niche issue you said, you're not going to find that out on day one. And then you're already committed, and then
it becomes a sunk cost fallacy as well. Like, we've spent so much time, so many human hours and money of resources and infrastructure or whatever into building this solution, and like, Jesus Christ, like, we don't want to go buy X tool like Ringside or Snowplow or Adobe or whatever, when we've spent all this time building this, and you may even start like convincing yourselves like, well, now it's so well integrated into the rest of our like other systems and things, oh, we really can't rip it out, and it'll be so long and expensive, and it becomes a kind of like retroactively justifying why you've spent all this time, even when once you've realised you've got it wrong. I think that happens.
It becomes harder and harder to pull out over time.
And the big players, the Googles and the Adobes in this space, one of the things that we find quite often is that they've made mistakes in the way that they've built stuff that has hindered progress. They've got things like the way that they define channels is a basic one, or their date picker. I know that's something that was resonated well with the audience the other day.
Even the not provided stuff, when that first came, when SEO traffic stopped being like that was a decision that the Google search team made, and then the Google Analytics team basically said like, well, that doesn't exist in this product anymore, and all the Google Analytics users were extremely upset about it, and the Google Analytics team couldn't do anything about it because it wasn't even their section of the business that was responsible for it, and there was nothing that they could do. So we had to put up with not provided forever.
It took a while, but I think by now people are used to, the keywords are not there.
But but it's like, what I mean is like it was a feature that was forced upon users by a decision that Google couldn't control. Google Analytics certainly couldn't control it, and people just couldn't. Didn't want to accept it at first.
And going the thing with, let's just say the channel definitions as an example, like that on its own is a bunch of thinking, development, and the fact that the big players constantly struggle with that, and that if you were to self-build or even go down that process, that is just a subsection of what you actually have to look after, maintain, and that's just one very, very tiny part of a bigger picture. And then you have to make sure that you update that constantly and making sure that you also get the context from the organisation about the feedback loop. So it's not just doing analysis. You also have to have that constant communication with everyone that has some form of touch point with the product that you're building internally. So you do get a spectrum of insights to say, well, that means that to that person, but actually we need to make sure that another person in the organisation is also involved in that communication. And one of the benefits sitting on the sort of the vendor side is that we get that broad spectrum across many different clients, and therefore, maybe the terminology that we've put in from the start isn't the correct one, and we can change that, or we can adjust and add that sort of functionality, and everyone benefits. And everyone benefits then as well. So it is that benefit of, you see this in the agency world, is one of the key selling points, and it should be the key selling point for any agency partner for a brand, is that cross client learning is, we can take that from this client and that will benefit the rest of our clients. And that's one of the things that would not necessarily come out of the thinking when you were trying to self-build in-house.
I think that was also one of the big benefits of Urchin, which eventually became Universal Analytics. Because they made it free, it became applied so widely, and regardless of what you thought of its quality, but that made it so that a lot of people could use it, and that grew the industry.
But a tool like that, it's really interesting when you talk about we call it opinion, layering business opinion through a tool. All tools are opinionated. I mentioned it yesterday in my talk about BI tools. All tools are opinionated, and Urchin and Universal, or GA Classic and then Universal, kind of imposed an opinion on the market that a lot of people have kind of now taken as that's just the way it is.
That became the standard.
Because they've used the tool for so long. It's really difficult. So I'll hopefully bring it back to the topic at hand. But we see customers a lot try to recreate Universal style logic and opinion in Snowplow, and I really advise against it, because first of all, I don't think it's a good pattern to try and strive for. B, you'll spend a load of time getting into somewhere that isn't super valuable, in my opinion. But if you take the decision or to attempt to try and build your own analytics tool, you will have to layer that opinion, and you'd be surprised how many places across that whole spectrum of the products where business opinion is important, and where you're going to have to make an opinionated decision on session timeouts or processing times, or whether you mask or don't mask certain PII fields or something. You'd be really amazed how many points there are that you'll have to then go to your marketing team or go to your business team and determine what that business logic is. One of the hardest things we have seen with customers trying to do is do that channel definition, because for certain brands it's really complicated with so many different campaign types and the things like that, and different consumers of the marketing reports. This is before you've even written a line of code, right?
I remember like when giving Google Analytics trainings, we had like a 101, like how, basically how to use the tool. And then we had like more advanced training for like people who want to become like analysts or at an agency or whatever. And then you started explaining like, if somebody browses across midnight, it becomes a new session. Like, why? It just somebody decided that once. Like, it's a decision that was made. Like those kind of things, and those are those are the decisions that are made. And that, in this case, they became the standard because the tool was for free, and
so widely used.
The adoption was wide. So it's, you have to create a standard, and this became it, sort of. But
and what Jordan was saying is like the issue that we come across quite often, as we have been opinionated in a lot of the decisions we've made, is people go, well, you can't do that, in the sense of, you can't have, a new session has to start at midnight. And you're like,
why?
Why? It doesn't have to.
It's just a mental model.
You've just said, that is the way that the industry works, and that is the way that technology works, and you can't, like, last non-direct is the only way to actually track things correctly. And you're like, take your Google glasses off and actually look at what is the goal of what you're trying to look at here.
So actually, we're now shifting for like one of the reasons you might want to build your own analytics.
Well, you can, and Snowplow deliberately attempts to be as unopinionated as possible. As I mentioned, it's pretty impossible to be completely unopinionated in software development, but we try to be as much as we can be, which is great and not great for, like, it's great that we are unopinionated and you can layer your own business logic and opinion into the data. But as we mentioned, simply coming up with that and deciding how to apply that into your data can, especially if you've never had to before, if you've only ever used package tools that have essentially made these decisions for you, you've never had to consider, like, if you never knew about the midnight thing, or like, the channel case statement or the channel if statement that you have to make to define all of these things, it's like, oh my goodness, now we knew there was going to be quite a lot of work implementing a tool like this anyway, and now we've got to think about this as well.
I want to switch it up a little bit. So I think we made a good case. I would argue, I'm convinced. I was convinced already, but you built a tool from scratch. You are now working with Snowplow for a couple of years, so you know a lot about what has been built there. What are the interesting things that you would have never ran into if you hadn't built your own tool, right? Like, so from a learning perspective, like some things that other people might never think about when they use it, but that you had to go through when building it. Are there things popping up where you're like, that's something that's actually cool, that, a cool problem that we had to solve, right?
I think we've probably come up, like, if we've chatted to you and Yali and Alex as well, the founders of Snowplow, like, there was probably a ton of challenges that are incredibly common, which does lean into actually, you would have to go through that process, whether it be bot recognition at scale, and then working through that. It's the privacy angle of how do you pull data in and make sure that you take on privacy, which is way more prevalent now than it was 4 years ago, but it's still a thing. And I think that even on the bot recognition, there are libraries out there, but then you have to then supplement that. And then how do you make sure that you are capturing and working with the logic that you've built, and then making it smarter and smarter, that you just don't think necessarily going in, because...
sorry, on the bot detection thing specifically, each brand's bot profile is different. So we work with like jobs boards who get scraped a lot. Like, basically like these bot sites, they scrape a lot of job sites and job ads, and they put them on their own site, like really low value sites. But their bot profile is enormous, and like the off the shelf bot list, like there's the IAB list and there's a bunch of others, won't fit that profile.
It's less than 50% is the thing that it genuinely is less than 50% of the bots.
Yeah.
And a lot of people think, oh, if I discount Google Ads bot and that,
And Google bot, and Facebook
Google
bot,
bot, Facebook bot, you're good. And then you're like, well, quite a lot of those bots don't even identify themselves like they should do.
Yeah.
And then you've got also the scraping logic that people have is that they won't actually, they on purpose don't want to authenticate themselves as a bot, and therefore you're trying to pick that up. And that is, again, like that is a few weeks of work for the developers that has been constant throughout the 4 years.
Yeah.
And it rears its ugly head every so often, and you have to go back in and go, okay, well, this is the way that we've approached that, and these are the decisions we've made along that journey.
There was a super interesting talk last year, by the way. If people watching are interested,
Lucas and David,
Lucas and David about bots. So you can find it on the YouTube channel of Superweek.
But like, there's a bunch of I hope I don't like get too nerdy, but like, there's a bunch of data engineering challenges around this, and some of these are like well established and kind of solved problems in a way. In the sort of things like there's a concept called late arriving events. So the event retry logic I was explaining earlier, where the event, if it doesn't get through, it's resent. This happens a lot. Like if you're on your phone and you've got a spotty connection, or you go on the subway or something and you'll lose connection, but your phone, the SDK will still try to send the app. So then when it reconnects, it will send it later. But that may be minutes, hours later until you turn the phone on. So like, what do you do if you've processed a session and then the next day you receive a new event for it? So that handling late arriving events like that is like, I'd never even considered how handling late arriving events. I don't even I don't even know how a package tool could handle that. Incremental modeling.
We do, but don't worry about it.
Well, we know how we do it. So incremental like modeling. So like as you receive new data, how do you transform that and model that? I spoke about that yesterday, but then how do you do that? So you only are processing the new data, but then take into account late arriving events, take into account bots, take into account events arriving out of order, sessions in progress. So if like you're browsing the website from like 11:59 through to 12:02 and your modeling process happens at 12, what do you do with those extra 2 minutes of events when they come later when the model next runs and the next night or next hour or something? Like there are standardized patterns in certain ways for handling late arriving events and stuff like that. But a lot of this is stuff I've been talking about, like, is specific to web data, because web data is a mess. Like, if you have an open endpoint on the internet, you will get like trash, like not only just bots and weird stuff, but you showed in your talk, users behave weirdly, and they have weird Chrome extensions.
That's all Russ's mom.
Yep.
Yes, my mother, who will now be watching this and going, I'm going to have to go and look at what he said about me.
But then also, like, people have weird Chrome extensions installed, or they use obscure browsers that we've not heard of that makes the data look like really strange. Or sometimes you got like web developers who use like Selenium or something, and they send up automated things. And we had a case once where they were looking for our event data, and they came to us saying, like, your data's wrong, like you're not tracking correctly. And we're like, what's it? What is it? We see a user session, a single session ID, and halfway through the session, the user agent changes. It changes from like Windows to Mac. So like you're not tracking the user agent correctly. So we did some analysis and we drilled into it, and we narrowed it down that it was their on-site software developers doing browser testing. So they were in like browser stack, and like mid-session, they were like, right, I'll now try this on a different device. And so we actually managed to find that there was internal visits. And like in a package tool where you don't get to see that, you wouldn't ever know that was happening. But again, like what do you do with that internally? Like, how do you identify that? Like, you can do IP testing, IP tracking to track your internal users, but remote users and everything else. And it's really hard.
Yeah. Any interesting things that pop to mind, like any of the challenges you solved that you think for our... You just said, I don't want to go too nerdy, but it is a Superweek TV. Yeah. So there's none of that, right?
And then did 3 minutes incredibly nerdy as well, which was impressive. I think it's a lot of the time, it's quite often about like the opinionated part, as much as you guys are talking about not being opinionated, which I totally appreciate from your product offering. But I think even to the point of one of the things you said, which was about the logic of when a visit or a session starts and ends and how that fits into a bucket. Like when you go, how many people came to the website in a day period, like you have to make a decision as a platform.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Do you use the time stamp, and I'm just trying to be specific here, the timestamp of when the session visit started or when it ended?
Or do you average it out?
And is it the time that the device said it happened?
Yes.
Because device timestamps are not reliable.
Yep.
Is it the time you received it? Is it the time you process it? Is it the time it was transformed and ready for an analysis? Is it a derivation of all of them or multiple of them?
And then you've got data that comes from other sources. So you've got like data that we pull in from like Salesforce or things like that. And it's just going, what is the expected view? Is the first question that you probably go and ask. Is if someone was to say, I want to view the visits that came in yesterday, and they think of that as a period of time, what are they expecting to see? If you then posed the specific question of that person started their session at 11:59, like, would you expect them to be included in yesterday's data, or are you expecting them to fall under what is now today's data? And
or both.
Or both in the case of Meta. So it's like, what is the expected output? And then you start to work through, okay, is the expected correct, or is it that bias from historical ways of working? And then it becomes a bit of an education process. The moment that someone starts critiquing that data set and going, okay, well, this is what I expect to have happened. How do you communicate the decision making that you've gone through in the production of that tool, whether it be channel logic, whether it be when you're comparing year on year, and are you comparing the day of the week matching or the date matching, and what is the expected view that those customers are getting, and does it allow them to get a faster speed to insight? So are they actually in a position where the output that you're delivering is going to help them answer the questions and drive action off the back of that? That's the ultimate goal. And so every one of these decisions you have to kind of play out so far through that process. And it sounds really easy to go, oh yeah, well, we'll just make a decision and say, yep, it's the start of the visit, which is what we've decided in our platform. But then it's like, what is the downstream consequences of that decision? And the other thing that sort of touching on what Jordan said as well is like, that also is a decision that will play out for 5 years and even more potentially when you're going through, well, if we make any adjustment to that, that changes quite a lot of the fundamentals of what has been baked into other things as well when it comes to the attribution layer that sits on top of that and where visits are in the journey. And then you've got anything to do with machine learning or AI that you've built on top of that. All of that uses those fundamental decisions at the incredibly granular.
It's built on those like
building blocks.
But it's similar as well. So, you know, you're talking about the session timestamping consideration there. Maybe not that one specifically, but you can use you're right, it's like, okay, we'll make a decision and then that'll be it. But like, what happens about the next use case? Like, the same data set, you may have a completely different, maybe a data scientist comes to it and they need to know a different measure of time based on the session. But it's like too late now. Like, you've made the decision now. So now do you have to like re-engineer it again? And do you have to like pick it apart? Does the data or the platform even allow you to do that? Because you hadn't thought of that, had you?
And we come across that all the time from the other way. So it's like working with data that comes from other systems. That's the bit where it's like they've made that decision about how they're doing it. And so, like, it's very similar approaches, which is why this works from a panel perspective, is that, like, we designed our schema to enable us to make those decisions very quickly. If we need to make a change, it's our schema. So we transform the data we get from Meta, from Pinterest, from Salesforce into our schema, but maintain their original logic in there. But a lot of the time, especially with cost data from platforms, we have to transform that significantly from
you mentioned that in last year's
ours.
talk.
So like even to the tune of completely re-engineering and reverse engineering their logic into a clean format that is an enabler for the decisions that we've made. And that, I think, is exactly the kind of stuff that you guys are doing as well, in the sense of putting the data into a position that gives the flexibility for everyone, not just the technology vendor, but also the brand and the end users to make those decisions that they want to go and make.
Yeah. Guys, I want to thank you. We're already a little bit over time. We're going to continue this conversation probably at the bar, like we've been doing for the last couple of days. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. Also, thanks for your talks, both of you. And hope to see you next week at Superweek.
Nice one.
Bye-bye. Bye. Bye, technology.
Hello and welcome back to Superweek TV. I'm Jomar, Reyes from the brand leadership community. Now, digital transformation for a lot of brands and using of technology is often a challenge and is often something that brands will depend on other organizations and the vendors themselves, or can often in-source the activity themselves. Today I have three special guests. I have Robert Johnson, Director at IH Nordic, Birger from Miele, and Thomas Tauchner, again, CEO at Jentis. So we have a nice spread of the agency, the brand, and the vendor. Gentlemen, how are you today?
Super fine.
Yes. Now, let's start with you, Robert. Okay, often this dynamic, if we look at, we have the technology out there, you've got to onboard the intelligence or the capabilities in using the product, and you've also got to deal with the client as well. The vendor, it might be for an implementation, or it might be ongoing support or a special project. Give me an overview of the state of the nation on how that structure works today.
Yeah. The way we approach it is not to get in over our heads with representation of too many vendors. We would like to be very deep in our expertise and consultancy capability when we go and say that we represent a vendor. So that's, I would call, let's say, one area in skill set, but that doesn't necessarily conflict with our quest to be able to say our vertical expertise or horizontal expertise for supporting clients across different industry categories. So we have that dual approach all the time. Understanding what's our current client base today, what's the clients we aspire to want to work with in the future, and what are the vendors that we would like to support that we believe in strongly, and go deep into understanding.
So it is a lot about strategic choice and where you choose not to go as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
As we get now, Birger, with Miele, I mean, we don't have to go into too much detail, but your experience there, you're obviously using third-party products.
Yeah.
What's your experience in terms of how you review products and implement them? Is this an area that you've seen within your organization?
Yeah, the moment we are interested into a new product, there's quite a process, of course. But since if you are working at the brand itself with the client, you could be a big part of that process. First you are looking into what are you missing, and then next steps you describe where do you want to go, and you are looking into the solutions, the possible solutions. In our case, we also have to go through procurement, of course. Legal governance is part of that process. It takes a bit of time, but in the end, yeah, it's, I think, a normal process of how to find your best solution for what you are aiming for.
So in your experience, I suppose you can speak as honestly as you like, implementing new systems, software or upgrades, level of pain, is that out of 10? Does everything go right or does everything go wrong? I mean, how would you rate overall, and maybe even into your career, so you can anonymize the experience as well?
Goes everything okay? No. We also make mistakes. We think a certain product is the product we are looking for, and then we have to talk with the vendor, of course. It looks beautiful. You start working with it yourself, and then you see there's more to it. Of course, that happens. I think that's also part of the process. But also, on the other hand, we have several implementations with third-party vendors, which really work well.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And Thomas, you've created a brand, Jentis, but you've also come from the agency point of view. So you kind of have that special insight. What's your process in terms of those initial dealings with a brand? Is it like you might meet them either at a trade show, an event, or they've come in through one of your channels? Walk us through that almost typical or ideal process, if you want to call it there.
I mean, you have to understand that the motivation of an agency and of a product vendor is totally different. While we as a vendor, we want to produce solution on a very generic level. So our motivation is not to handle one customer, we want to handle 1,000, 10,000 customers. But on the other hand, it's clear that from the perspective of the customer, this is not the way they want to go. So you need to care for a single customer. That's exactly where an agency, from our perspective, is coming to the table. If you respect or reflect exactly this different motivation, then you will see that everything what follows is going in a total different direction. So, and I think this is needed, this 2 point of how you're solving problems, because if you just have a vendor and the vendor is producing a product and you don't have an agency who can build the services around, who can address one single customer, then the product will not bring value. And just doing services around the customer without any products even will not bring a lot of value. So I think you need both in parallel, but both sides need to understand that we are on different sides of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is often a case where with vendor and the agency or the channel partners, there can often be conflict, especially in the larger enterprise accounts, in terms of who takes the deal. And it seems that this is an area that has, in a few years ago was really tough to be an agency and to have a vendor that you couldn't trust, kind of thing, because are they going to take the deal and run with it? So, Robert, from your point of view, looking forward, partnerships, I suppose, are evolving where you are. Talk us through, as like a prominent analytics agency in Denmark, what are you guys looking for in terms of a partnership moving forward, in terms of where does trust sit, where does support sit, where does integration sit with you?
I think very often when we go in and we work with a product or a vendor towards a solution, it's knowing enough about the deep technology behind the product, but exactly as Thomas mentioned, they're creating a product to support 10,000 or more and to scale, whereas we have to implement that product and ensure the success of that, the activation of the product together with the client. So and where the conflicts often come up is not necessarily in product failures. I think often a product or a vendor can get blamed, but I see it very often in the implementation or change management, that the customer has not really realized about the adoption rate of that product. So this is helping, I think, a good agency's role is helping customers adapt to the questions and changes to say, how do we take this square peg, which is the vendor, and make it fit across the organization? And it's not a hammer approach and just nail in the product. It's sewing together the buy-in, the anchoring throughout the organization, foreseeing the change management requirements that the people and the training, which so often is under thought through from the client perspective about what it means to adopt a vendor and a new technology. It's to be taken very, very seriously, and that to me is the biggest failure rate. It's not necessarily a lack of superiority of the product or vendor. It's the lack of change.
Yeah, and what about
ability for the company to adopt?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those early, yeah, go ahead.
Also, the maturity of the company. Yeah. If you buy a product and the maturity of your company is not there yet, then or you need a lot of help from the vendor, or change management is needed. There are so many steps to take for that company before that product can be implemented.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. So, I mean, it's because if we take the stance, I mean, and this is, I don't have any qualitative or quantitative data on this, but the people that I've asked in terms of if you were to classify an implementation as a failure by exceeding costs, delays, and not exceeding, meeting expectations of the product itself, if it fails in any of those, that would be deemed a failure. What's the percentage of successful implementation? Most people say, most fail, like 90%. I was expecting 60%. And it seems like there's a case of people burying the body of like, that was a failure. How do we cover up this? From your point of view, Thomas, you can be honest. Is this an issue that we see that we need to address in the industry?
Yes, obviously. I mean, there is I think there are two totally different rooms for answering this question: Europe and US. In Europe, if you close a deal as a vendor, and there is no reason for getting out of this deal for the client, very often they stay in the deal. In US, if there is not a very good reason for staying in the deal, they get out of the deal. So for us, the big motivation is, and it was a big learning in our first 1-2 years, is we really must care together with the agencies that the product is used to get the value out of it. So this is, I cannot address it enough to how important it is just to implement the product. And then in our case, you get data and maybe you report the data. But the problem is if you don't use the data, if you don't get out the information, the value of the data, then we will have a big problem on the renewal process. And this is exactly where the agency come in, because very often on the customer side, especially if the company is not mature, then they do not have the knowledge to use the product in a way that they can get the value out. And let us not forget, we need more value than we cost. Otherwise, we do not have, we have no reason for exist, right?
Yeah, no, exactly.
And this is so important. That is the reason why we are working with partners, and we have a partner manager, Alexandra, is doing a great job. But that's a super important relationship to agencies and then to the customers, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned a point. I mean, we talk about churn and value. And I suppose for you, Brugge, when you're using these tools, and this goes beyond where you're working now, I mean, what is your experience in terms of, are we using these tools to their full capacity? Have we acquired multiple tools doing the same thing? In terms of governance of the tools that you have, is there any hints or insights that you can give with your experience in your career? And then, what's the exact question about? So basically, just making sure that the tools are actually used. I mean, what's your? Do you have any internal reviews on the products that you have?
Indeed, we have. So at the end, we acquired a tool, we implemented this, and then we are trying to see, okay, what is the added value? Do we, even if we have added value, sometimes we did look back and should we keep the product or should we maybe build it ourselves? What is the really added value and how core business is it? And so there's more to it, but I've seen both sides during my career, that sometimes in implementation it was more on the end of us as a brand or the client that we failed because of the maturity, but also sometimes because of the vendor not helping enough to implement it, or even the product owner being able to help out showing the added value in the end. Yeah. So there was a cost, but not an added value.
Yeah, and I've seen a pattern, and feel free to jump in on this one. And I'm quite passionate about this, just so you know. We have a lot of great technology that, say, for example, comes out of the US, that it's revolutionized a lot of the things, the way that we work in the world. But one of the challenges that I've seen is sometimes the vendors go to market, especially the Americans, they'll just apply the same playbook of email grabbing, put them on an automation flow, simple things like that, or events that are, let's get a rock star on stage and attract people, where in the Nordics it's a very different situation. Maybe, Robert, if you can talk about how you can engage potential clients or existing clients with the products that are out there in the early stage. How do you open that conversation these days?
I'm trying to just figure out a little bit where you wanted to go with this. Is it the vendor-agency relation in terms of important points within that? Or?
Yeah, well, I suppose it's what would your role if you have vendor X and they're saying, okay, we'd love you to hit these certain targets, for example.
Okay. I think the criteria that we're looking for with a vendor is also a huge trust between vendor and agency. Trust defined by rules of engagement with the client that sometimes it can be written and sometimes unwritten rules of engagement. One would be that if an agency has initiated a conversation, that a vendor coming in and offering a direct deal, for example, due to the need for the vendor to hit a sales quota. So all the attempts of the agency to package potentially the vendor license together with a support package where the vendor could come, I want to get this sale in my books at the end of the month. Let me give a discounted price going direct, and then the agency loses the capability to do some type of potential markup or most importantly, the support consultancy package.
Yeah.
And I think that's where it bites themselves in the foot. And any vendor who does do that and seeks that direct relationship has just increased the risk for a failure. To say without that agency vendor partnership going on, then it's the agency who's looking for the long-term utilization. And just, again, the agency wants to earn their keep. They want to add the value, and we're on the same page with the vendor, and value defined as, is the client utilizing the product, and is the client getting value out of the product? Because if any of those two fail, the client will kill the product. And that's, so we're in it together.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Whether the client has asked for it or not, I think having that mutual success criteria to say success is defined by utilization. Success is defined that stakeholders have a perceived value that is coming out of that vendor license, for example, so that there is an ROI that you can see for that piece of software.
Absolutely. So Thomas, you're obviously a fairly new brand in the scheme of things, and there are a lot of existing brands, the larger brands, that probably fall down the traps that Robert's talking about. What's the advice that you would give to other, or what are you guys doing in terms of avoiding these troubles of being hyper sales driven to please the shareholders and just get the numbers in? Is this something that you've got to balance in, because you've also got your own stakeholders to keep happy as well, right? So
that's my daily business as a CEO. I mean, this is the major conflict if you choose the way as a startup. If you take foreign capital, then you have always the conflict in the company to say, okay. And looking back to 2020, 2021, where we had a huge amount of capital in the market from the VCs, and there was just one order trying to automate everything you can automate. So it felt like communicate with the customer was not allowed. Obviously, this is not the right way to go, because the problem here is, if you're not talking with the customers, how can you feel what is the need of the customers? How can you produce the product in the right direction? And so you are exactly in the middle of the triangle to say, on the one side, I need to talk with the customers. On the other side, I need to produce a high-scaling product, especially if I have investors in my shareholder round. And on the other side, I'm not allowed to ignore the agencies. So if I say, I don't need an agency, I do everything directly with the customers, I cannot build high-scaling products. If I'm just relying on agencies, I'm losing the contact and the direct information flow with the customer. So this is, like you said, it's a balancing act. The only advice I can give, don't forget your customers. I mean, that's something, especially if you're working with enterprise customer, mature customers, you need to install quarterly business reviews, for example, where you're sitting with both on the table, with the agency and with the customer, and where you can find out what are the next challenges and how the vendor can help to grow business for the customers.
Yeah, no, that's great. Let's move on to ongoing support and optimizing the usage of the tools. Birger, how would you describe the ideal scenario for the support you would get for integrations and for training? Are they user groups? Are they vendor supplied? Or how would you see the best ways to manage that over your career?
Yeah, I like the direct connections. So because if it is implemented and the added value is there from the start, you can see it and then you measure that. But after a year, it still has to be there, the added value. And sometimes that could change. So there needs to be a connection. You as a product owner and selling that product, you need to be aware of our needs.
I like
and those changes. Yeah. But what I did see sometimes also in my career is that we started with a solution from a vendor, maybe sometimes with the aid of an agency, but at a certain moment we stopped using that product and we built it ourselves in the meantime, because the added value was not enough to pay the license, and we exactly understood what we needed ourselves, and we built it ourselves.
Why you should go in a restaurant and pay for lunch if it feels like the same when you can cook at home. So if you don't bring any added value as a vendor and you can build it by yourself, then we're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
By the way,
if you are in talks continuously, then you understand our needs. And if you are able to address those, then I think there's no problem. We still will use the product.
Exactly. By the way, this is for me the typical answer, and it would be interesting. What's your point of view on that? This is a typical answer from somebody of a very mature company. The more enterprise the companies are, the more they're requesting professional service directly from the vendor. The younger the companies is, or the less mature the companies, the customers are, the more they are relying on the agencies around and say, okay, don't talk with me too much directly, because I have 2, maybe 3 agencies around me, and I want the agency talking with you because I have 1,000 things to do in my daily business. So this is very different from my perspective if you're talking with an enterprise maturity company or with a younger company, not that mature, maybe another startup.
Because then it comes to like product innovation as well, not just support, right? So you also want to keep a close track of that. So is that something that you look at? But do you work with your partners as well in terms of feedback?
Yes.
In terms of product development as well?
Yes. I mean, I think not enough. There could be always more we can offer, we can do, and it is always hard if you have 10, 20 partners and they give you feedback and you need to manage the roadmap, and obviously you cannot jump on every feedback, but to listen is the most important thing. I mean, we have just 2 sources of how do we understand, how do we want to produce the product. The one is the look to the future, which is more or less the vision of the founders, and the second one, and the more customers we have, the second one is getting more important, is listening to the customer. That's not a secret. It's in every startup book you can read. You need to listen to the customers. I mean, building a product nobody's using, it's not a product at the end.
Yeah. And I think to that point that philosophically, I've approached my consultancy career as to say it's just a time-limited job. I'm coming in, and my mission is to accelerate my clients' business productivity. There is a point where there is absolutely can be a saturation point where all that we have tried, we've gotten you up to a maturity level where, let's say that it's the pinnacle of success that you are able to insource that capability. Maybe we will not get the thank you, but we knew that we were a part of that journey to help our client get there. And then humbly, we back off and start up another relationship. Because either we reinvent ourselves continually to understand how it is that we can serve our customer and create a continued added value. The moment we hit that level of saturation, we're out and we know it. So that's the game. Either we innovate and be relevant, or we're out.
So on that note, actually, and I want to bring that to pass this question around. You have. It's fairly new, like customer success teams. It used to be customer support, right, when I have a problem, but now it's that more proactive view of let's help, and by helping and be involved in the training and the learning, the optimizing, you're actually spending less time in the customer support, right? So, and IAH Nordic, I know, has had a lot of evolution over recent years, for the better, I would say. What's your angle on customer success? Is that kind of a reshift in focus, and how is it working for you if that's something that you're doing?
Well, customer success is at the center, that our customer success in terms of value, not just value perception, but delivered value, undeniable value that the customer is getting. So that's success. Whereas individual, as an account manager, it's the capability to grow and understand your client needs and to be able to continually stay one step ahead. Sometimes that one step ahead is through different vendors that we would have in our portfolio that could be the next level of maturity to offer or suggest to our customers to take them to a next level. But each of customer success and the customer success team now are following this maturity journey, both in their own personal developments, but helping each customer plot, where are you today? Where would you like to be in the coming years? And then striving to keep up one step ahead of the customer in order to. So that's the approach that we're taking internally. Was that on point?
Yeah, pretty much. Because I've seen the evolution of agencies being more focused on the account management side of things rather than just project by project basis. But Roger, you've already mentioned from you the training from the vendor is kind of the A grade stuff, but coming to events, and we've seen each other at measure camps and in Copenhagen and here at Superweek. What kind of value does this have to you in terms of you doing your job and using the tools? Is this like the 5 days here? Is this a really important part of your maintaining your career and growing your career and the value you give to the company?
Yeah, I think if you are interested in your job and you are part of an analytics team, an implementation team, you have to be aware of what is out there. And that's discussed here. During measure camps, there are talks, and there you have room to talk to each other, which is interesting. And sometimes those tools, you can also play with them, or you can ask for an account, or there's an open source solution, or a free product. I think you need to play with the tooling, what's out there, before you are able to make a shortlist.
Yeah. And this is what the nice thing is called when we build the sense of community and I know you guys at Jentis, we've seen you guys at the events as well. You don't have to give too much away, but moving forward, is this going to be the value that you get from community and from sharing your knowledge openly without doing the hardcore sales all the time? What's currently your take on that? I
mean, for us, it's super important to be on those events because of one thing. If you talk with your customers, and if you talk with the agencies, not on events like this, and they are fully packed of daily business, then you get the view of what is needed tomorrow. But very often this is not enough for us. I mean, we must do our job for the day after tomorrow, and this is exactly what is around here. So the spirit of the Super Week, of the measure camps. If you listen carefully, and after 3 years on the Super Week, I understood that is the most value we can get out of it for us to listen carefully, to understand where we will be in 12 months, in 18 months, and these are the topics which are discussed here. And if you as a vendor can listen carefully, then it's getting very, very clear what must be on the roadmap that you can drive the business for the day after tomorrow.
Now, and moving forward, I mean, like often with technology, you've got the implementation, you have the usage. Let's talk about taking things to the next level. Okay, so how do you as an agency communicate, hey, there's a new add-on, there's new regulations, we need to think about how we do these things. That's kind of close to your heart. Yeah. Do you lose sleep over that, or is that a challenge that you see? Let's get into this, and the world's changing, or there's new opportunities. Over to you, Robert. What's your next step?
Well, we do lose sleep about it, because probably the most biggest challenge is finding the timing of when that dialogue should take place. And typically, there are weekly, and some clients, depending on the intensity of the engagement, but there could be weekly reviews, there could be monthly reviews, or quarterly reviews, or let's face it, then there's just the yearly review. And when is that opportunity? Depending on the type of support engagement that we would have with a customer, if it's at low intensity, when is that right time to provide the updates of all the important points that you should know about. What's in the pipeline? What's affecting you legally? What is our crystal ball telling us? Because this is our job, trying to stay ahead of the game. Multiple vendors whispering in our ear, new legal compliance issues. We're gathering, we're consolidating, we're putting it into a bouillon cube of advice. But the timing of when you're ready and open to receive this advice can really differ. So we go about it in different ways, like monthly newsletters, blanket out to every customer relationship, the hottest development trends. That's one but there's nothing that supplements the one-to-one time. And then sadly, the timing of that, the openness and receptiveness from a client point of view is not as frequent as we wish it to be. So there are some important things that are missed at times.
Yeah, I think but it's the same for me. From the client side, you have to be lucky that there is a stakeholder, or from my side in the agency, or from your side on the client side, who's interested in his job. There's enthusiasm, because then it resonates. Then there's a direct connection and you can share your knowledge. Because if I look into my own career, I'm interested in the teching part, the engineering part. I also like to know more about the marketing part, but probably there you can help out. If it's about server side, then I need your help more. I already have a basic knowledge, but the nitty-gritty details, why, sometimes, or how, there we can talk with each other and really help each other forward.
If I could add one more point. And that brings up an interesting point, because let's just face it, there's not just one client. There's people. And you could be a marketing manager. You could be a sales manager. You could be a head of IT. You could be a head of MarTech stack. So when I go back to say, when are those moments, and I'll never get you all in the same room, never. So you know how many conversations that have to be had if I'm doing my job, something relevant for the sales team, marketing team, IT team, web analytics team. That's a lot of individual conversations and a lot of relationships that need to be maintained. So there is no one client to just update.
I mean, from a product or from the vendor perspective, it's so important, especially on events like the Superweek, that you really stop pitching. I mean, when we pitch our product, then typically we talk and we defend, and it means we are not open to listen. And Miele, for example, is the best example. We are in close relationship with Miele. They built their server-side tracking by themselves, so that the door is closed. No need for me to pitch our product to you. And we are with you in contact, with one colleague of you, very much in contact. And this is helping us a lot. I mean, it's so important as a vendor not to always try to pitch what you have, but try to understand what it needs, what you want to produce for tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing, because I have this conversation about customer experience. I prefer brand experience, because the brand experience are the people that may not necessarily buy a product, but Berger could easily recommend, hey, look, we've done this in-house, but you should talk to Thomas, because he's here now, to another person that you met or a colleague in another company. And it is about that, that too direct, feeling like you're being sold to. It's like, but just share. And this is the great thing about Superweek and Measure Camp and Web Analytics Wednesday and the events I'm involved with, is it's so important to share. I just want to ask if we go around, if there's anything you guys want to quickly share off the cuff moving forward with this world of technology and data. Any main takeaways you've taken away from your time at Superweek? Robert, do you want to?
Yeah, it was some great conversations yesterday. We had it last night about what were the themes here this week, and a lot of anonymization and cookieless future, cookie deprecation. We were also trying to predict what could be themes of that have not been addressed in the past, which I think will be upcoming. And had some great dialogue about that. And I would predict it could be stitching, customer ID resolution, all of these wonderful, when we're moving in the directions of customer data platforms, and in order to get them to work, central point of that is how the heck do we recognize a customer through all of the different forms that they could be coming in, whether it's a TV set or a pad or a phone or goodness knows what or through a web.
I mean, certainly integration from our own research at the brand leadership community is consistently the biggest pain point across all the research that we do. And it's probably unspoken, you know, but now that brands are starting to own their own data, managing that CDP, that data lake or whatever, however you structure it, and stitching it together. It's great if you've got it there as a warehouse, but if you can't make it work, that's...
But I think that is tomorrow's agenda, but we have a serious agenda today, which is the cookie deprecation. And that, so it's rightfully so. That's the big takeout that I have for this year, and we're not there yet. We haven't solved it. So we've asked the right questions. So.
We're in the right place for the journey, right? So And what about for you, Brooke?
Yeah, for me, it's also about the learnings, the presentations. But I think an important part is seeing friends again and making new friends. And then afterwards, you know that you can reach out to them if there is something specific where you need more knowledge about, or because that helps you forward.
A part of the career path. And coming up with new ideas. And I know that there's a couple of gentlemen who have got an idea for the punch card tonight, and I won't say who they are. They've got to earn their idea. But that's great that you get that whole connection with people.
Yeah.
And for you, Thomas, this is your third one.
Yeah.
But for this one, what's one of the big takeaways?
I mean, we talked a lot about own your own data. This is such a huge topic. For example, even on the World Economic Forum in Davos, this was one of the prime topics. And even here today and yesterday, a lot of talks about that one, cookie deprecation, obviously. I mean, I talked about that one, and then obviously many people are coming to me and say, Thomas, let's talk about the end of third-party cookies. My own main takeaway, and that was a big question mark we brought here, as we were with a small team here on this event, we said we wanted to answer one question, if we should invest more to native app tracking. This is such a big question mark on our roadmap. And I think the answer will be yes. It could be an alternative strategy to reflect on the lower performance after end of third-party cookies to manage your existing customers with card apps and so on. So, and this is something where we with Jentis want to invest more, because we're coming totally from the website, from the side of web. This is our roots. And the question was if we should invest more to native app tracking, and I think the answer is yes.
Gentlemen, it's been a hugely insightful 20 odd minutes or so. Thanks for your time, and enjoy the rest of your time here at Superweek. That's it for this episode, looking at the agency, vendor and brand dynamic. I hope it's been insightful for you, as hopefully it was for all of us. Don't forget to stay tuned. Feel free to follow these fine young gentlemen on, I used the word young there as well, on LinkedIn. Stay tuned for up and coming segments today and tomorrow. My last day today, and I've got a couple more coming up as well. And hope to see you watching now at Superweek in the future if you're not here already. Thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Hi, once again. My name is Dennis. I'm here first time at Superweek, and I'm really... And I hope that not last one, but I am developer, and we'll talk today about Google Tag Manager. So be prepared to boring stuff. I hope you will like it, but we'll see. So I am founder at Stay, but usually I develop the things, develop tags, write the code, and all other stuff around server-side tracking. My approach today will be connected to Google Tag Manager server-side, but idea of how you can use it, how you can work with it can be applied to any other tag management system. So I know, like said before, cookieless, breadless tracking become popular. Breadless tracking become popular. And the main reason is third-party cookie will completely gone in most popular browsers by the end of 2024. First-party cookies will still with us all the time this year, but let's see how everything is going. Third-party cookie was first started deprecating in Apple Safari ITP. At that moment, you was able pretty easily use first-party cookies using your first-party domain with HGTM, with other tools. Pretty easy to solve this problem. Then other browsers start to pick up this idea. Firefox, Brave also start to drop support of third-party cookies. Then we see that Chrome also this year started dropping third-party cookie. And the idea behind this, Safari already started to make life of first-party cookies shorter if you use this for analytics or advertisement. And now it's pretty hard to make first-party cookie live long, even if you use SGTM. So that's why breadless tracking become more and more popular. What is impact? Impact is not that big, and maybe you not feel it now, but each month you will feel it more. Why? Because, for example, Google Chrome still have now third-party cookies, and the models can train it by this information. But months after months, vendors need more information to train on. And that's why all other vendors started, like, you know, hear about Conversion API, Events API for TikTok. Google Analytics also now can receive first-party data. You don't expect this like year before that GA4 started to ask you send like first name, last name of your customers. And that's all because the impact is really huge and you need to prepare for this. So what there is few ways how you can approach cookieless tracking, breadless tracking. The first one is what people usually do. It's using first-party cookies instead of third-party ones. But remember before I told that Safari started make life of first-party cookie also shorter. And now we still winning this cat-mouse game. And you can set up your SGTM in a way you still will prolong first-party cookies. Now it's really hard, so you need some CDN or proxy that will serve SGTM and your site from same IP, because if you serve SGTM not the same, from the same IP that your site, that means the cookies set by SGTM will not live long. Google now recommends not set up custom domain. Instead, they recommend to set up pass. So example.com/SGTM/ and this how the cookies from SGTM will be set from same domain as your domain and not like subdomain. Another option is completely forget about cookies. Use first-party data only. And I heard a lot of people that like this approach, especially that one who use SEO like a main traffic source. Because if you use only first-party data, you can completely remove JavaScript from the site and set up server-side tracking only. And that's how your site will speed up, and that's how you can gain more reputation on SEO. And third one is implement breadless tracking. And about the last option I will talk today, I always recommend to people, if you want the best of the best, implement all of this or half of each one. It's really hard to implement everything at once, but if like few steps from each solution will be implemented, that will be good, and you have more information. What people think about breadless tracking? I hear that a lot, and I read on Twitter what people saying in LinkedIn. People not really like this technology, and I am prepared this presentation with and know about this and keep in mind. So what people think? It's fingerprinting, less accurate data, expensive and difficult tools. There is a lot of vendors saying, please buy this tool, it will solve all your problems. We have tools that make your clients visible to use through fingerprinting, etc. And all of this, I think, make bad feeling from breadless tracking. But what exactly cookieless tracking mean? Breadless tracking mean? Sorry, I am not prepared for. Yeah, I will rewrite next time. But what does it mean? If this really so bad, how it sound? Cookie breadless tracking literally means tracking without cookies. I even checked with ChatGPT-4, the paid one, and it writes the same. It's tracking without cookies. So initially, the idea is really good. Why Safari started this? Because they want to make privacy better for their customers. So why they now do the same for first-party cookie? Also because to make privacy better for their customers. So maybe this technology not so bad, and you should at least try it. And then, after you try, you can make your decision. So what the options you have now? First one, just use the tool that makes everything for you. You will have easy life. Build your own. And I'm a developer. I try to not use easy solutions. So today I will try to show you how you can build your breadless tracking solution using HGTM. What you usually think about tracking without cookies? There's some website, some browser that sends data to, in our example, to HGTM, and it not use cookies. That's it. That's what everybody now speak on all media platforms. But how I see this? So offline store purchase or phone call that track it in CRM system, it's also without cookies. Yeah. And mobile apps, they not use cookies for a long period already. So cookieless tracking is much bigger, and you should think about it. I already do cookieless tracking. I have CSV files that I upload to Google Offline Manager. So I do offline tracking and without cookies. So cookieless tracking, you already do. Now, when we know the full scale of tool that we need to build, and here is components that I will use and will dive deeply to each of them. First one, server GTM. Yeah, that's because we do the solution on server-side GTM. The second one is data source. Using cookieless tracking data source, in your case, it can be anything, not only web browser, because like I showed you before, it can be offline store, CRM, so e-commerce brands use a lot of traffic sources. Database, where we store user identifiers and unique user identifiers. I will talk about this later, and you will understand why we need all these things. How the flow will look like. At this step, we are at the moment where everything begin like the easiest part for me. I know each slide after it's much better than before. And CRM can send webhook to HDTM. It can be not only CRM, but any other system, like I told you before. HDTM converts requests to common event data. For this, you should utilize some client. Then we use transformation in which we will merge incoming request with the data that we have in database. And after transformation, we send data to our tags using event data, and from tags they will go to vendors. It's also maybe too familiar for you if you worked with SGTM, but the flow looks like this, and then I also describe each element of this flow. So from where to send data? CRM webhooks, CMS system, SDKs, like GTAG is also some kind of SDK. We write it open sourced SDKs for Node.js, for PHP code, for Symfony, for other. Also, I personally like it, Snowplow trackers. They also have a lot of SDK for different languages. My favorite is payment processors. I always recommend everybody to use webhooks of payment processors. For example, in case of Stripe, and you have subscription service, it's really, really cool to have webhooks on each subscription update. In this way, you will be able to store in GA4 or any other analytic tool information of each purchase of customer, even this is like a subscription update. It's not like real, there are no customer involved, but we not use cookie, and it's really easy for us to do this because whole solution is around for getting data from all sources. We write it apps for Shopify, WordPress, Magento. They also open source it, and we plan to do more. Mobile, the same. There is enough SDKs already that you can use with SGTM. We have own Step One. They also open source it, but like I said, Snowplow also have their own. You can use them. How to receive data inside SGTM? First one, commonly used is GA4 client, but you can use GA4 client only with gtag.js if you send data from the browser. In other cases, Google recommends to use measurement protocol client, but in reality, you can use it only in cases when you control the request, incoming request. This, for example, can be your code. You ask developers to implement some webhooks to your system. In reality, it's very, very rare, because we know how hard to ask developers something to do. I hear that from presentations before, how people ask developers to implement data layer, and it's hard for them. So implementing webhooks that send data in measurements protocol is really hard. That's why we have data client, which is pretty popular. Data client can receive data in any format, and data from Stripe, PayPal, other tools can be easily parsed by this client. Now we are in the heart of my presentation. I think it's the key element of breadless tracking, in my opinion. And what we will do inside this, we will merge users' interactions from each source, and that's why we need database. So if users come from websites and then have some interactions offline, we will try to connect this interaction, because all of these interactions are breadless, and that's why not connect to them, and why not stitch a user session inside GA4 or any other tool, not only on website, but like phone calls. Let's connect phone call to website events. First element of this system, generated client ID. You can see that we utilize client IP, browser user agent, browser TLS settings, host name, and time-dependable variable. So if you using this, we can create a unique client ID. Why we need this? So if you have returned customers, you already know some like email, last name, or phone, then you can merge interactions of these customers using personal identifiers. But in case this is new customer, you need to somehow still connect events of this customer. So that's why we have this power-up at step generated client ID. You also can easily create variable for HDTM that can create hash of all of these parameters. And to be privacy compliant, we have dependable variable that can be set at like try to stick session for 1 hour, 2 hours to like 1 day. It all depends on your privacy settings, what your DPO saying. So no worries. It's after speaking with legal team, you can utilize this, but it's not necessary. You can always rely on first-party identifiers like email. So how to build customer profiles? For existing customers, we get incoming request, see what personal data we have in this incoming request, check what we have in database, and merge incoming requests with users that we have in database. New information that we can have from this request, we write back to database. For not existing customers, we create new record in database. Why we do like this and why I propose to do like this? Usually, when you start to implement breadless tracking, there is no way that you have already pre-built it for you from developers database that contains all your customers. It's like it will be a dream if developers will do this for you, but usually it's completely empty Firebase store that not have any information, and that's why you need to somehow populate it. And that's GTM why started to be popular, because it allows you to use everything without asking developers. So that's why I also think this KML element generate customers profiles from your HDTM and not ask somebody to make it for you. How the read flow looks like of this merging. We send user email, check in database, is there no user with this email? We try to check phone. Then next parameter, client ID. We found customer, took it back to HDTM, and then use this information. How the merge flow look like. So when after we found customer, we parse incoming data, and if incoming data have like field city, and inside our database there is no field city, we get this field and store it back to database. You may think it's really complicated, but what I done, I created variable that do all of this for you. So this variable is open sourced, it's on GitHub. It works with our new feature Tape Store, but I created the same variable for Firestore. So if for any reason you not use tape hosting for SGTM, you can utilize other variable that I created. It works completely same. We use identifiers like in this example, email, phone, user, client ID, and we restore email, phone, city, first name, last name. But in this example, you cannot see that we also can store click ID. So for example, if you want to use new affiliate, let's say you want to use Avir or Avin or Rakuten, and Avin and Rakuten requires you to store somewhere your identifiers of incoming users. For this, you utilize cookie. But we today talking about breadless cookie. So that means if you get request from Avin, you get this click ID, store in database, and then on purchase you will be able to retrieve it and send to Avin. And this is really cool solution in that cases where you have this cookie banner describing all of your cookies you use. And if you not use cookies for your no vendor, you don't need to ask your DPO to add this to your solution, to your cookie banner. And it really helps you to make things faster. Here example of how a full customer profile look like in my case in Firebase. And next step, when we have all this data, we need to send it somewhere. Thanks God, all vendors already support server-to-server tracking, offline tracking, and that means you can utilize it also with breadless tracking. So you can send events to TikTok, Snapchat, Pinterest, LinkedIn, Google, Facebook, to all affiliates, and all of them already support all of this. And more important, if you set up your solution like this, you will be able to send data not only from browser, but from other places, like I described it before. And it's really help you to have more and better data quality inside your measurement tools. At this slide, you will think, okay, Dennis, that's it. So we merged data, we have customer profile, we have stored all cookies in database, everything worked. So we can go home? Not really. This part is really important in breadless tracking. Why? Because if you use only web tracking, it's easy for you to run debugger and see how all requests come into your HDTM, see how nicely text fired or not fired. It's really easy to you to stop everything. But when you use breadless tracking, you need much more tools to debug this, especially in production. So I start my debugging usually with logs, like almost always. I go to Logs Explorer or Step Logs Explorer, see what response coded I have. And the problem with breadless tracking and incoming webhooks from Stripe, for example, that data coming to HDTM inside the body. And you cannot see data inside the body in access logs. For this, I created logger tag that can log everything. By default, it logs basically incoming request headers and incoming body, and that's how you can easily understand what data coming in your request. Also, because I really like logs, all STAPE tags support our STAPE login format. We have a description of it on GitHub. I know many popular vendors started to use it. So for example, Snowplow also used our format. Bloomreach also used that format. Yeah, a lot of companies started to participate in this idea. And what this login format allows you, all data send it somewhere, and responses received are stored in the logs. That means if you send some data to Facebook, in this example, you will be able to see what exactly was sent to Facebook and what code you have from Facebook. And you can filter by like 500 status code and see requests only with this error easily. Also, this login format supports Trace ID, and you can like set Trace ID, and using this, you can like see all requests together. What I mean, if you have incoming log request, outgoing for Facebook, GA4, other vendors request, it's hard for you to see which incoming request created outgoing requests. So using Trace ID in search, you can search this Trace ID and you will see all requests that are used in full flow. Yeah. Also, it's pretty popular to use preview header and not utilize cookie for debugging data. And I know people who use some proxy services to add these headers. If you use tape, you have HTTP header config power-up that allows you to debug data. It's also option, but I prefer logs. So let's try to answer questions. Is breadless tracking a bad approach? No, I really try to explain you that it's not so bad. You can, of course, utilize it badly. You can send a lot of data without consent wherever you want, but do not do this. Tool was really good, and breadless tracking, idea of breadless tracking is not really bad. Do you need to use fingerprinting? The same. You can completely not use fingerprinting. And like I mentioned before, if you use offline tracking of Google Ads, you don't use fingerprinting, but still utilize breadless tracking. And does breadless tracking can be achieved only by third-party tool? Not really. If you have database and in enough time, you can do this even without SGTM, and so no problem. If you will have questions at home when you try to do this, I hope you will try. I really recommend everybody to try breadless tracking. You can contact me in LinkedIn, in my email, or I always in Slack channel groups. You can find me almost everywhere. So, thank you.
Round of applause.
So, I'm back, and it's awesome, and it's always an interesting thing to get here because now I have no screen dumps from GA4, I have no code snippets. I'm kind of, oh my God, it's so awkward. You're sitting there ready to take pictures of my stuff, and it's like big, boring pictures, but let's get rocking. So, what's wrong with this picture? What? From 10 years ago. Yeah, maybe, but it's also, it's perfect scene from our perspective, right? There's a lot of things, this is what we've been dreaming about, this is making our lives easier, and it's really good, but the challenge is that, is this basically us making faster horses? Right? Because for years we had this, well, when people are talking about AI, it's the biggest thing since the printing press, it's the biggest thing since hot water, it's the biggest thing since the wheel. And what do we use it for? Hey, let's do our stuff faster. Right? Is that the point? Is that really the value we derive from AI? We're so busy looking at it. And I think this came out of a conversation I had, and I think the main problem is this, right? Because we feel we can push AI the direction we want, the tools we're using now, doing more automation, doing more stuff. But what's the main assumption that we have when we do this? We're assuming that the users will not change with AI, right? And I think that is the big problem. And that's kind of what I will be touching on today, saying what is the dilemma that we're stuck in? What is the problem it gives us as analytics in general? Because it's not as easy as we think. Because there's a lot of consequences that goes beyond a better and more automated interface in relation to what we're looking at today. So who the hell am I? Well, I'm just Steen. Steen has been here for 10 years. He's a nerd. He likes to talk about analytics. But he also has this commercial angle talking about where the hell is the money in all this? Why do we invest in these awesome analytics setups? Why do we push data and talk about tracking? What's the return on data? Right? Because a lot of the session so far has been, this is the magic wand that will give you better data. And hooray for that, because that's important, because that's data quality, and that's the foundation. But when you have it, what are you going to do with it? And then now we have the answer that has been rolling out over the last 12 months especially. We're going to put it into AI, and AI is going to do shit with it. Right? But that's not necessarily good enough. And it's not all Tom's fault, but this presentation is in part all Tom's fault. Because in reality, he invited me to speak at the Conversion Hotel in 2022. Right? What? And what he told, what I said, I wanted to do the first presentation. He said, yeah, sure, do something visionary. Do something what is going to impact experimentation over the next couple of years or in the long run. What is the changes that we're facing? So of course I said, cool, I'll talk about almonds. And it's like, because almonds is really a good example of some place where things are changing and we have to adapt in a new way. And for the Californians in the room, this is probably not going to be radically new, but for probably, 49 weeks a year, California is close to being an insect desert. Right? There's not a lot of plants, there's not a lot of shit going on. And then suddenly within a 3-week period, you have 15 trillion almond flowers that blossoms and need to be pollinated. That's not really an optimized ecosystem, right? And that's kind of some of the things that the same challenges that we're facing, there's stuff going on where the ecosystem has failed because it's changing and we need to adapt to a new ecosystem. And I'll get back to the story of how you tackle something like this. Because it is being tackled. California is the biggest producer of almonds in the world. So let's talk about something else. How people buy. This could be any model in relation to the purchase process. This is what we're building analytics around, right? When we talk about analytics, in a lot of cases, it's about why do we have data? We have data so we can support the customer's purchase process. So we can give insight, so we can optimize the business, so we can sell more. So it might be a purchase, depending on if you're a public organization, then you want them to purchase information. Can be different types of purchases, but the process is pretty linear, right? So they need, they recognize they have a need, then they go do some information search, they do evaluate some alternatives, and that's all good. Then they decide they want to purchase something, they purchase it, and then they evaluate it. And so far, we've been in a situation where all these points have been fairly well covered in analytics, right? We've been able to measure how big is how many people are searching for our brands in the top, how many people are now looking at my information. We've been able to build this funnel, right? This is funnel thinking. It's just put on the side instead. So this is our core of our thinking in relation to what we're doing. And it has been working really well because life has been linear to a large extent. So in comes AI, and this is a horrible old case. This is actually, we did this case in 2015. It's for us, the magical case of why AI is amazing. We went in for Bologna and made a project where they implemented AI in their online processes using analytics data. Took 6 months to implement it, and 6 months later, they had the entire project recuperated 3.5 times. So all costs were paid, and they had money in the bank to show off for everybody. It's an open case. You can find it on Google Cloud site. So nothing magic here, but in the sense that now AI is catching up. This is something that is standard now that everybody can do, and most likely at probably a 10th or a fifth of the cost that they paid in 2017 when we did it. So this is accessible to everybody. But the problem when something is accessible to everybody, then it's no longer a competitive advantage. So there is a first mover value in doing it now because not everybody's doing it, so there is a gap between what can be done and what is being done. But it's not really a gap that will secure your business for a radically long time. Does that make sense? It's not to depress anybody, but it's like we need to do this shit to catch up or to stay on the wave, not to get left behind by the herd. So having this thing with AI saying, it's fine, it's cool, we talk about it, and it's fine, it's super, we find the resources in it, but AI is not the new frontier, it's actually been here for a while. And it's easier than ever, right? There's now, and this is probably a 1-year-old slide now, so there's probably 1,000 products here that can offer these services. So it's massively escalating even more. So it's getting easier and easier to implement all these tools that can make all our lives easier. And that would be fine, except for these guys, right? Because there's a problem with people. So the problem with people is that even if we can sell more faster and more personalized, they only have a limited amount of money. So all the businesses that we're in, people have a fixed budget. It's not like we can just, if we just all go AI on everything, then we'll all get rich. It's still a zero-sum game in relation to what is the wealth in the market, right? But it's also that they get impacted by things as well. And that is the radical changes that we're facing now. And some of them are not so radical, but some of them are happening right under our noses. So the example of California, how did they solve the problem with pollinating 15 trillion flowers? Exactly. So in the US, there's a profession now that is a traveling beekeeper. You have a truckload full of beehives that you drive around the US. So you drive up to California and you release billions of bees that are there for 3 weeks, and then you load them, and then you drive to Kansas to pollinate the blueberry fields. And that's a job. Traveling beekeeper. I had no idea. I just find it fascinating saying that if you have a problem, you have to come up with a solution. So the presentation I did for Ton was really about talking about this as saying for us, and we'll get back to that, solution to data loss might not be trying to do more tricks and stuff, but actually considering using AI for artificial uses. So it's not something that, well, we can do as analytics right now, but it's actually something that is available in the market. Well, we'll get back to that. The challenge with people is that AI is already impacting their lives to some extent. It's getting more and more normal. This is a study from last year where they asked Americans in regarding to 6 things if they knew if there were AI in this product or not. And only 30% says that there was AI in all of them, and 30% says there were AI in 2 or less. Right? But it's actually all AI-enhanced products or activities. So AI is actually out there in a lot of ways, and it's starting to impact people's life, whether we want to or not, right? Google Maps. Anybody, any takers? Making a route on Google Maps, that's pretty AI. So it's already here. But that's not where it ends, right? This is just the beginning. So the next step, I saw some cases that scared the shit out of me as a consultant. Clients starting to using AI in procurement. So actually removing the people that you're negotiating with in procurement, and they start evaluating you on performance and data and all different type of stuff. That gives them a much more efficient process, but it also removes a lot of the humanity in the process. Try negotiating prices with an AI, right? It's really not that simple. So that is something where AI is changing our world from the outside, where we might not be aware that this is going on. But this is procurement thinking, hey, we can use AI too. And I think the challenge is that around us, there's a lot of industries that are actually pushing AI the same way as we are. So AI is here. And I think, and this is not even AI related, this is just people's changing purchase processes. I think part of the story is also that we have been so busy with the data that when was the last time you actually talked to your customers? Say, hey, I'm in analytics, I don't need to talk to my stinking customers. Right? So, but there is a problem because this is one of the golden things that people have been talking about. The green line is the number of searches for pizza on Google, right? In Google Trends. So this is just steadily going down. And if you look, the index pizza sale is going up. So what's happening here? It's not magic, and 10 people will probably say it, but so. Yeah, they go to an app instead. They go to Volt or Hunger or Deliveroo or whatever, right? So pizza sale had moved. But are we aware, do we follow our customers on this? Or are we still busy focusing on our Google ads? Are we actually considering the changes in their purchase behavior? Because this is probably one of the most important things if we want to stay ahead. Following the customers and not necessarily just focusing on the data. Do you hear voices? It could be a psychology conference, it's not. You should hear voices, because voice search, right? When I look at my kids, they walk around with their phone, they never enter anything. They speak to the phone and the phone replies. How does that impact the purchase process that we see for our visitors and our customers? Because if we don't have the data in there and we don't try to explore and say, how can we find it? Then it's actually a blind angle. And not that it was massive, but I know last year alone there was 12 billion voice searches done on Google, no, done in general, right? And that's not a lot, that's 1 day of searches in Google, but it's still doubled compared to the year before. And that's just the voice searches that get registered. So all the other places where people do searches or have conversations with their interfaces, what is our role in that conversation, right? We're kind of slipping because we're focusing so much on the website and on the tracking and getting the data layer correct and what about GA4, but at the end we're not about the tool. We're actually about supporting the business commercially. And then we have this really fucking up all our understanding of purchase processes, people doing GTP research, right? So if we're looking at the original flow in relation to decisions, people will go into Gen AI interface and ask questions and get a conversation and specify what they need and actually do a lot of the initial research there. And then they will go and they will buy from us or buy from somebody else. But challenge is that we're losing the contact, right? And then, of course, something like this might be early days, but this is, and not the most successful, Humane AI. They had like a pin you could put on your coat, and then you would talk to it, and that would be your entire conversation. And you would order stuff and plane tickets, and it would be part of your life. Plenty of errors in it, but there's 2 of them now, right? There's also Rapid. So sooner or later, somebody will do something that is successful here, creating another interface that we're not tracking. Right? So having this challenge and being aware of what are the touch points for our customers. And on top of that comes us, because we go to the marketeers and say, hey dude, I have an idea. I have a platform where we can send out hyper-personalized newsletters to our customers every single day. So, and everybody does that. So, as an end user, a customer in the market, you're suddenly faced, they're standing with the toes in the water and there's a tidal wave of content coming towards them. That is hyper-personalized and really just directed at them. So what will they do? They will find new customer journeys. They will use AI as a shield to protect them from our personalized content. So what we are actually doing, with our content is that we are supercharging the change. right? Because we're forcing the user to protect themselves from all the marketeer. Was it Gary Vaynerchuk said, marketeers will fuck up everything? And we're helping them. So, new customer journeys. So is it all bad news? No, it's not. It's saying, okay, cool, this is the data we used to have, this is the data we have now. Not really a perfect analytics data set here, right? Because we're getting looped out completely of the decision process. We don't know anything that's going on if we just keep focusing like we've been focusing so far. So we need to kind of flip the mindset and open our minds to focus on the touch points instead, right? And in this scenario, in this scenario, what does this mean? It doesn't mean jack, right? Because if we have no data, it doesn't matter if it's first person or third person. It's really not where the problem is, but we're kind of being distracted by this problem and moving away from the actual problem, which is the change of the users. Does that make sense? So I see this as a big thing, because this might be important, but what party data is it if we're tracking somebody's AI? Right? So if we can tap into somebody's AI and how it makes decision, 0 party, first party, -0, right? It's something completely different because it taps into something, some other place in the decision process. But I think that's a really challenging concept to wrap our heads around because we've been so focused on the other stuff. Challenge is that the AI is going to function as a gatekeeper, right? So it will be like in the good old days when the CEO had a secretary that would stop everybody from calling and kind of decide who got through. That is the potential of AI for all of us and everybody out there. And it really puts a conflict in relations to having a sales process and the intention of pushing products and marketing messages. And I think the challenge is it's really tied to something specific, and it's tied to trust. Who will get through is tied to the trust we have for that specific entity, right? So I'm betting that the tax man will always get through to you. Not that you trust him, but because the AI will step aside and say, I'm not messing with this guy. But otherwise, there's kind of three types of entities out there. There's the entities we trust where we actually want them to have our data. That our AI will be open in relation to that. I want to know when there's new Nike shoes coming or something. So I will open up my line of communication to that. There will be the gray zone in the middle where I might give a little data, but I won't give them the full Monty. They'll just have an idea. And then there'll be the majority of entities out there won't get anything. I will absolutely block them because I don't know them, I don't trust them, I don't need them in my life because that's kind of already been settled, right? So having this conflict in relation to saying, how do we position ourselves so we get into group number 1? And the main thing is actually a good old classic, it's brand, right? Because we need to establish ourselves as a trusted sender to get the message out there so they will open our mails. If they have 50 mails, they will say, oh, IIH, I'm going to check that out first, right? So you get this, that the brand suddenly gets a massive revival because it's the people we trust we will open first. And it's the people, the brands we trust that will get through. And it's also in a voice search. So if I go in and I ask, what are the best new sneakers? I get a wide variety of content that has been found and tests that have been done. But if I go out and ask, what are the best new Nike sneakers? Then the brand limits the search and I'm actually impacting the outcome in that place. So brand being part of the search suddenly becomes massively more important, and it becomes much more difficult for new brands to enter this unless we have some very experimental persons, right? Cool. So before the end, you don't have to, right? It's like I think for us, sure, this is kind of changing the perspective. This is not now. We know this. If anything, the businesses we work for, the clients we have, they're not first movers. They're not going to jump on this wagon right away. We just need to be aware that we need to look ahead to insert and make sure that we have a data, because data quality has never been worse than it is now, right? We do a lot of things, but we're losing data, and so having this refocus on data quality, or instead of focusing on the data quality, then focusing on the users. So my main message here is don't be that guy, right? Like, you could do a lot of stuff, but you're putting a horse in front of the car, a faster horses image, saying, yeah, we're just using the tools, it's really awesome, but not really what it could be. So this is actually the next step of the bees. They are building AI bees, because a traveling beekeeper is way too expensive. So if I can build cheap technology bees that can actually pollinate this field, then I'll save a lot of money. I can have my own bees, and I can gear them to work like they're supposed to. So I don't have any issues. So suddenly the traveling beekeeper gets the person who's under pressure. And I think this about owning your own bees is something that was one of my points in the talk with Ton, saying the vision of owning users and flipping the process in relation to what we're used to. So we've been so used to tracking the data and analyzing it and then coming up with recommendations. But by having our own segments, owning our own artificial users that matches our users, the process will be the reverse. We will implement a change, or we will come up with a change. We will ask our artificial users, and they will tell us whether to do it or not, and then we'll validate on the few data points we have. Because then suddenly we're not tracking anybody, we're just using the final data to validate that our artificial users are still relevant. So this is just saying, is this science fiction? I presented it as science fiction in 2022. Last year, I can name you at least 5 companies that offer services similar to this, where you can actually go in, you can present marketing creatives, and you will get feedback from AIs that has the personality of the users that you're trying to connect with. So the step from there to actual artificial users, that lemmings that you can throw into the changes on their website to see how they behave, it's a lot closer than we think. So suddenly we're not competing on the data we can gather, but our interactions and our way of using our AIs. So it's pushing the boundaries in a new way. There has to be a basis, right? But in this case, it's really the question he got, saying, in 10 years, what will have changed? Because this is kind of the moment of hope. And this is kind of the important part as well, saying, so he said, well, I get that question a lot. And I don't really think that it's that interesting. I think it's much more interesting saying, in 10 years, what will not have changed? Right? In 10 years, will people still want fast delivery? Yes. Will they still want cheap prices? Yes. So kind of saying, what is it that people will continue to want? What is it that how can we support that with what we are doing? Because that makes us impressively more valuable to the organization by understanding the users and what they want and how to tap into it. So that was almost that. Main point, follow the users, not the data. We are here to enable sales. We're not here to track data. Comes as a shock to a lot of people. Think touch point on the websites. The website is going to be more and more a source of something that will feed an AI information, but it will not necessarily be something where people are coming, right? And think data partnerships, because in a lot of cases we are blind on what happens on Deliveroo. But could we make a partnership with them and do a clean room to share some data in some way and actually enhance our understanding of the context of what we're doing? Because that is where the interesting data often lies. And then, of course, talk to your fucking customers, right? I know it's scary and they're real people, but they know why they buy you the stuff you have, right? They know why they interact on your website and why they do what you do. So with that was it, guys. Cool.
Hi, nice to see you again. Actually, I don't really see you again. But anyhow, today we are gonna speak about privacy. But before speaking about privacy, I'm here with Matt Gershow, that was also making an interesting speech on Tuesday. So we are gonna speak about it as well. But first of all, we want really to change a bit the subject and speak about food. It's real. I really want to speak about food.
You want to talk about food?
Yes.
What do you want to talk about? What type of food?
Actually, I want to begin with something that a lot of people were gonna say in these days, picking up on me because I'm Italian. I don't know why, but I speak about carbonara.
Yeah.
And I saw they were making that today.
And you cringed a little bit.
I didn't eat that.
I know you didn't eat that. I'm sure you didn't. And you probably looked at that and you were like a little like, it made you feel uncomfortable.
Yes.
Stressed.
I need to speak with Zoe about
Yeah, a little contemptuous maybe.
But you eat it.
Yeah. No, I didn't eat it. I know enough.
Thanks.
I knew there were some Italians in the house. Maybe it was excellent. I don't know. Actually, I don't eat meat. So.
Me neither.
Well, that's why you didn't eat it. That had nothing to do with being Italian. Oh, okay.
No, but it's nice. Anyhow, it's nice also to understand that that you don't eat meat, which kind of we have something in common, apart from analytics.
Well, maybe we have more than one thing in common.
Yeah.
But no, I don't eat. But it's okay if other people do. I don't, just
yeah,
for me.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Well, for ourselves, it's better, so we prefer like that.
Yeah, that's right. But it's funny. So I saw that, and I was like, because it's so. If it was just like red sauce,
yeah,
you wouldn't care so much. You wouldn't be. But
yeah,
it was but it was a specific type of dish that it needs to be correct.
Yeah.
And in fact, this is what I bet, you actually don't want it to be correct. So whenever if we ever have folks who are coming to the U.S., yeah, or one of the little, maybe I shouldn't say this, but like if someone is coming to the U.S. You want to be a good host.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the U.S. But when someone comes and visits and you take them out, you want to be a good host. But one of the things, let's say you go to the restaurant and you want to like show them something. But one of the things I never do, ever, if someone's like from France or maybe from Italy, you never take them to like a French restaurant outside, definitely. Or because they don't want it to be good. Right? It's almost like you're a challenge to them.
Yeah.
So if someone's like from France, I always go Japanese. I always take them to a Japanese restaurant. Well, because then they don't know, and then you equal the level field. Same with someone who's like maybe from Northern Italian, maybe the same things. The South, maybe more relaxed.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Amazing.
But it's important for it to be correct.
Yes. No, for sure. For me, food. If you do food, you need to be specific. And also in Italy, we have a lot of problems because there are different feelings about food. But anyhow, let's return back to why we were here.
I thought it was to talk about food.
No, actually there is a title there, Privacy Regulations. No,
that's
I'm sorry.
Boring.
Do we really need lots of data? So actually, I just put this title.
Yeah.
Because on Tuesday, you were speaking a bit about an article you wrote, and that is connected to what you're doing right now. So everyone knows you here because I think you had both interview with Rick and both with Jomar, with both of them, right? Already, or just with Jomar?
Jomar, yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
But anyhow, you're from Conductrix, and you also sponsor Superweek. So actually, you're one of the person that we also need to thanks to be here and enjoying the conference. And we also saw really nice gloves. I tried them on and I will take them. I already took them, amazing. Nice. And actually, I wanted a bit also to speak about serious stuff, even if food is kind of serious for me. But on Tuesday, you were presenting actually this article you made, or the ideas that you have to make people understand that we don't really need all of this data to do or to understand how maybe an A/B testing is performing or a test is performing, even if we do different A/B testing or more tests. So not just an A/B or ABC, etc. So I wanted to understand with you why you had this idea, from where it started, maybe from the privacy regulation that are going on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, just to step back, and thank you very much for having me here.
Yeah, it's
I
so
really
nice.
appreciate it, and I thank you for taking the time. Yeah, I think to step back, it's really really more about. Are you familiar with like sort of mindfulness?
Yes,
intentionality?
I've done it today.
Okay, so it's not exactly that, but maybe you can take some of those ideas and sort of apply it to our work. And I think one of the ideas that I was trying to express is that it's important to be intentional about the problem. So what that means is that what we want to do to be effective, at least I think, is that we have to have thought through not exactly, but fairly well what the task is, what's the question.
Okay.
And then what's nice about experimentation is that it lends itself to this idea of being intentional, which is we have a specific type of question that we have or a task, and then the data is in of service to answering that question or the task.
Okay.
And that's like kind of like a little bit of the opposite view or an alternative way of looking at it than what sometimes happens here. When people, I think it can lead to, I don't want to say suboptimal actions, but when people talk about the data, it's sort of like a fetish a little bit. It's like the data in of itself is meaningless.
Yeah.
Right? It has to be in context. And in fact, it's really information that we care about. I have like a lot of data that's just a lot of bits, but the data itself may actually be quite compressible. So it actually may represent only a little bit of information.
Okay.
And in fact, that information, then that information has to be valuable. And so I think the focus on the data is a little bit about people who maybe haven't really, or organizations who haven't really thought through what it is they're actually trying to do. And so one of the things that they can do is just collect data. It's almost like busy work.
Yeah.
You feel like you're doing something productive. It feels like we're getting more, but actually, it may actually not be any more information. And the issue is that may have been sort of okay, that hoarding mentality may have been okay before, but now in a lot of contexts, there's like an explicit cost, there's a privacy cost.
Yeah.
And so the question that you really should be asking, I think, as an analyst, is like, what's the marginal value of this extra bit if I collect it with respect to privacy and
Not
with
just
respect
privacy, also storage.
Exactly, right,
If
storage.
we speak about money, because most of the time businesses don't really interested in privacy.
That's right. Although storage is often quite cheap, and so it becomes very easy. And I think a lot of it is driven for real reasons. So I don't want to say that it doesn't make sense to do this, but it should be considered. And a lot of times, really, what's going on is, I think, an optionality. It's either like a fear, a regret, and I think that was brought up maybe in Astrid's talk and one of the other talks before.
Nice.
There's this notion of regret, and so I'm worried that if I don't collect that, I'm going to need it.
Yeah.
Even though I don't have it's like a hoarding mentality. I better buy that, even though you may have no logic or it may not be. So it's like so it's like a just in case is what I talked about in the talk. This idea of collecting it just in case I need something. So one that's driven, it's almost like a hypervigilance. So we were talking about mindfulness and intentionality. There's the idea of hypervigilance. And so you're like overly obsessing about things that maybe you really don't have any control of. And then the other side of it is can be magical thinking, where you think if I just had that one extra bit of data, then that's where all the value is.
Yes.
And I think if the stuff that you have right now isn't very valuable, it's very unlikely that the thing that you don't have and you don't have a good reason why you're collecting it has value. So it's almost like each bit of data or new data that you collect is like a lottery ticket that you think there's going to be a payoff. And the problem is actually you might be playing a lottery where there are no winning tickets. It may very well be that none of that data is really going to be pertinent, and it may not be pertinent is because you haven't really thought through or have a well-defined strategy or questions that you want to ask.
Yeah, but I think actually in the last 2 years, a lot last year with the spread out of GA4, a lot of people also were speaking here at Superweek about the fact that the less data you grab, but might be more precise and more interesting for your business, to posing to yourself the right question to have the right data. So we are also proceeding this year on this path, I think, more or less, no?
Yeah, but I don't believe that's true.
Okay.
I don't think that, why should that last bit be the valuable one?
Okay.
That's the magical thinking. That's what drives a lot of this sort of false belief, which is that always makes you want to collect more. You're always incentivized to collect more because you always think it's that next thing. And if the stuff that you have right now that you've already spent time and thought to have collected, why should it be that one thing that you don't have yet? It's like it's like an addict, right? And you're gambling, and it's I just need that, this next one's gonna be the thing that hits. Oh, it's not that. Oh, I'll double it down, I'll play again. And I actually think if anyone gave you that, whoever said that, I think I would strongly disagree with.
So actually, also maybe we can connect that also to the A/B testing stuff. We can use A/B testing to understand if this new bit can be useful for us, for example, or not.
Well, one of the nice things about experimentation, unlike analytics, because analytics is just a very general, and there's like lots of questions that need to be answered from it. Whereas A/B testing is nice, or one of the niceties is that it's a very constrained problem. It's, I have a new question, and I need to think about if some new experience, either it's product or visual or what have you, is gonna be, improve the experience of the customer. Is it gonna be worth the trade-off? And so I know the question, I've defined the question, which is this thing better than this, or does this new experience provide better efficacy for the customer? And so that's well defined, but I don't know because it's a new experience, so I don't have data about it. So I need to collect the data in order to help answer that question. And so since it's well defined, we can apply a lot of the data minimization techniques, and we can be very specific about what data we need to collect because it is a well-defined problem. And so what I was trying to address, which is we don't need to use sort of the just-in-case approach, which is to collect and link everything. You can actually just collect the data that is specific for this one question and not connect it.
Yeah, so actually you have this question, you have all your past data, but for this specific question, you just need to focus on a couple of information that are not really related to the user, so we can somehow be privacy compliant.
Correct.
Have the answer that we want, without having the problem of...
Correct.
And actually, due to the fact we don't have slides here, so it's difficult to show people what we are trying to say. Maybe we can do a little example, simple example, for explaining a bit better how can it work, this idea. I don't know, you were speaking about, I don't know... Coffees. Exactly.
Speaking of which, so in Italy though, the coffee, is it roasted quite dark when you make espresso?
It depends. You can choose Arabica or Robusta.
Yeah, but it's acceptable to have dark roast.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So we have dark, and I actually prefer the Arabica, but people, yes, you have both. Okay. So actually, if we want, let's speak about coffee. Okay. And you were making this example about Starbucks and...
They were just two large brands.
Exactly. Yeah. But it's okay, we can do that. And we want to understand which is the most warmer milk, right?
Yeah, the warmer coffee, but it could be anything.
Okay, exactly. And we have lots of people going to the cafeteria, and me and Pablo and Diego and so on, and we have different tests.
Yeah.
But we just want to know which one of the two brands has the warmer coffee.
Yeah.
We need all the information about names, emails, and so on.
You don't need that, right. So it's a different question. So one is, I just want to ask this question, which is like, which side of the cafeteria, there's two coffee machines.
Yeah.
Which coffee machine, does one of the coffee machines, you believe that the left side of the cafeteria is hotter coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah. And your mate Zoli is like, no, you're nuts. They're both the same. Yeah, you're like, let's run an experiment. So you get a bunch of cups of coffee from each side. You don't need to know who picked up you probably don't need to know who picked up each cup of coffee or who poured it, right? Yeah. And so you don't need to link the coffee to any identifiable information. All you care about is which cup of coffee, which device makes the hotter cup of coffee. And so what tends to be done is that the data is collected with the belief that, and it can be the case, but in general, you don't always need to ask for who prefers the hotter cup, because you have a separate question which might be like, this person prefers this coffee from the left and someone comes from right.
It's more like temperature.
Yeah, so if you just have that type of question, you only need to have data that only has two rows, the average temperature or the total temperature of cups of coffee for A, the left side and for the right side. And there was a little technical detail about, squaring that or whatever for calculating the variance. But the main thing is you really only need like 6 pieces of data to answer that question. You don't need to have it all linked together. It's just, that's it, you run that experiment.
So with just 2 pieces of data, we have our answer.
6 pieces of data.
6, sorry, I write.
Yeah.
Yes, 6 pieces of data.
Yep.
But we won't show, maybe I think that your talks were recorded, so if someone wants to understand a bit better to what you're referring to, you can see the registration of the speech. But let's add maybe a level of complication to that.
Yeah.
So we can, we wanted to know which is the warmer coffee on the 2 sides of the cafeteria.
Yeah.
But I want, right now I'm not speaking anymore maybe about...
Maybe it's cups. So also there's 2 types of cups. One you think is better insulated than the other. So there's 2 brands of coffee mugs.
Yes, perfect.
So you do left and right, and then you cross it with the mugs. So 25% are left with mug A, 25% are mug B in the left, and vice versa. And so now we have 4 possible combinations. Yeah, and so you can extend this idea, and so in that case, instead of having 2 rows, you'd have 4 rows, so there'd be a total of 12 pieces of information.
Okay.
And while we didn't address the technical details in the talk, that type of analysis, one would use what's known as sort of a 2-way analysis of variance, or you can also do it using linear regression. So there's a regression analysis. It's really sort of the same thing underneath the hood. And it turns out that actually you can run a regression model off of that aggregated data. So you actually don't need the detailed, we don't need to have the temperature for each individual combination. We can actually just have the aggregate data. So we can save the data in aggregate. And so the analogy is supposed to be, instead of having to link each conversion event or each person who went into the experiment back to who they actually are, we can just capture the data in this aggregate form. And so even if we want to do segmentation, or we want to do these multivariate analysis or these multi-factor analysis, you can still do that in this aggregate way. So you can extend it to the multivariate case.
In this case, we just need to have enough data, because of course there is also a problem of if we have just 3 customers on a side and the other 3 customers.
That's right.
Yeah. So
and you would know that, but then you would know your variance or the standard error will be quite large, and so you wouldn't be very informative.
Perfect.
You wouldn't have that. Yeah.
So actually, at the end, we have made an example, a simple one, and then we have made a more complicated one. But if we want to change completely, like I don't know, which is effectively the coffee that is more liked, is another example, another I can say A/B test.
Yeah, you could run a separate A/B test.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you could have, so that's like the what's known as the dependent variable, or like the conversion event.
Okay.
So one is temperature. So do these things, does which coffee machine and which cup affect temperature? So temperature is the thing we were trying to find out if it's affected by these changes. And then you said, which one is lighter cup of coffee?
Yeah.
Like there's like one of these automatic cappuccino machines.
Yeah,
and which one is more milk? Yeah. And then in that case, the assignment data might be the same, which machine, but you're going to measure it against a different dimension, or a different conversion event, which would be the lightness of the coffee.
Exactly.
And in that case, you have to have another set of those 3 values. You need to have the average lightness and like the squared value of the lightness.
Yeah, so it's a completely different experiment. But if you see all this information in the same table, sometimes you say, okay, I want to have the idea of that, but if we just think about, just like, as you said, returning back to the beginning, which is the question I need to reply to.
Yeah.
I don't really need the whole table. I just need to pick up what I need.
Lots of little tables.
Yeah.
So it's the whole thing is either do we need one big table, or can we just do it with lots of little tables? And there's a trade-off. And so the advantage of the one big table is that you can always it's the just in case, so you can ask any question after the fact. Whereas with the little table approach, you're compliant, or it helps you be compliant with privacy because you're not collecting all this extraneous information. And also it's actually, from a computational side of things, much more efficient because everything is almost already there's a lot of pre-processing in a way that's been done. So all the analysis happens much more rapidly. So it's a much smaller little data set to work on.
Yeah.
A lot of the data has already been aggregated. And so like to run like your regression analysis or to do the t-test or the t-score, that's all much more rapid because you don't have to go through this big data set and then roll it up and then do the analysis. Here it's already sort of in a pre-processed form in a way.
Yeah.
So it has some nice advantages. And also the data is much less in aggregate. So like, let's say I was going to link all the data back to a big data set, and we had like 5 A/B tests, all pairwise combinations or multi-way combinations. That amount of data is much more. The data structure size is much larger than if I just had 5 small tables that are unlinked.
Yes, it was we saw also in the presentation.
Yeah.
And I really wanted to like stick that out because sometimes when we see all the data together, we are a bit I think, struggling to see that you can divide them because you just see the whole set.
Yeah.
And it's something simple, but sometimes the simplest, like the more simple thing are the more difficult also to be seen. So it's kind of nice to just say that from a big table, you can extract just 3 different examples.
Yeah, or you can kind of just collect it separately. But there's no free lunch. I mean, it really, you do need to know what it is up front you're trying to ask. And so you don't have the same sort of flexibility of after the fact. And again, it's like to what Astrid talked about, which is whether it's reversible or irreversible. I mean, when you collect the data in this compact form, you can't go back and say, well, I want to know, now actually I want to split the data by some other dimension. You kind of have to know up front, like what the dimensions are going to be of the problem. And so if you turns out that you needed some other bit of information, other dimension to split it on, you need to like recollect all the information. So there is no free lunch. And so that's why it's like, as long as you know what question you're going to ask, then this can be very effective. If you're not really sure what question you're going to ask, then you have to do the big table thing. But then the big table thing exposes a lot of private information, and it's not. So it's really going to be up to you on the use case or the organization of when and where you might want to use the different types of approaches, or just to think about it, or even just think about it. Even if in your organization it doesn't make sense to do it, it's just good to know. Like maybe you get some edge case in the future, and you're like, oh, I could just do it this way. Or you needed to share data. Let's say someone needed to do an analysis, and you were the person who was kind of in control of all the data, and you had rights to have it, and it was, all of your customers have agreed, and it's all good from a compliance standpoint, but you wanted to share some information with like a third party, and they were going to do analysis. You could apply these same techniques, extract like this small aggregate data and give it to them, and then they could still do the analysis they needed to do, but without ever exposing the identifiability of any of the individuals.
Yeah, and it's more or less also what you are doing with the conductrix, or no? Like trying to do that, because you are the third party, so you don't need all the data from the...
That's right. And with conductrix, the way our experimentation works, our platform works, at least for the A/B testing side of things, the data, we only collect it in that aggregate form. So we actually never have any IDs. We never have the data all in one big link table. So we store it that way. But if it was... if someone is watching, they're like, well, in my organization, how might this be useful? Even if you have all that detailed data, you could still apply some of these techniques to extract the information in such a way that some analyst or someone from another organization or third party could have access to that information and do the work that they needed to be done without exposing the information of your customers.
Okay, I think it was really interesting, and we spoke about food.
Yeah.
We spoke about coffee. We spoke about statistics.
A little bit, yeah.
A bit. We spoke about t-tests.
That's right.
Yeah, and I really love the conversation. And actually, just to be fair, and Matt was asked by Dolly to put some math inside the presentation, and it was really technical and interesting. So if there is the possibility for you to review what he has spoke during the conference, I really encourage you to do that, because it was really, I think like you can also repeat and have some, I don't know, I've done physics. So also reviewing what you have proposed during the presentation just lighten up something in my brain. So it's kind of nice also to see how you can apply things that you have studied in your past life and how they are used also in our field. Of course, we are speaking about data. So I really thank you, Matt, to have been here and have accepted my invitation.
Well, thanks for inviting me. It's been a pleasure.
It was really nice also to speak about food, and I really hope you will come to Bologna once. So
if I'm invited, definitely.
So I can show you around. So thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
And have a nice day. See you in 10 minutes again. Hi everyone, I'm back again to the TV live show of Superweek. Thanks again all of the people that are behind the cameras. They are doing a great job. They are here for almost a week just working all day. So it's amazing the work they are doing. So thanks a lot. But let's also concentrate on the other people that today are here with me, and I think it's the first time in the TV for this week, and I have two incredible people with me. I'm so proud to have them here. We have Siavash from Local Studio Masterclass, yes. Right? Perfect. And Julius from Analytics Media. He's a bit shy, so is that the reason why he has the glasses? But I think they are quite pretty.
Well, you should deal with it.
So why we are here today? To have fun, of course, but due to the fact we have these incredible people here, we want to speak about teaching, learning, and like a path that led you to have two incredible platforms where people can learn things and do things, and why you have thought that, or which are the I don't know, what make you do that, actually?
Make what? Start this whole thing?
The glasses, no, Analytics Media platform and the teaching and going through this direction mainly.
A lot of things, if I may start. So actually the entire journey, how this happened to what it is today, it was a bunch of coincidences, some luck, consistency, but still a lot of luck, and maybe ignorance as well, because I started because I thought I was an expert and I just wanted to share my findings. And when I started doing that, apparently like I knew just like 2% of what actually an expert should know. So that was my ignorance. I was on the Mount Stupid of the Dunning-Kruger effect. So then when I started, I realized that, oh man, like how much I don't know. But I still started just basically trying to consistently help people, and just be helpful, provide some value, and then it was a long process, but you know, over the years you just keep posting and recording videos or whatever. Every week you start to do that, and then it becomes a habit. But then over the time, everything accumulates and becomes like, you know, like compound interest effect in this case. At the end, it just like starts, you know, growing, and people liked it, and that's how it happened eventually.
How long did it take?
How long did it take? So I started. My first blog post, I think, went live at like 2016, something like that, like late 2016. So for the first like 2 years, it was, I mean, I remember my analytics, so it was like very, very small numbers, like going like that, at least like little by little increasing. So let's say, I don't know, let's say that on the first month, maybe I had like, I don't know, a couple of 100 visits. Then the next month, it was maybe like 250, like 300. And like, it was like small, slow growth. And then at 2018, I decided to launch the first course. Because at that moment more people started to do the GTM course, and I was like, oh, I'm like the FOMO, like I should do that, otherwise like I will be late. So that's how, you know, I launched the course. It went quite okay, and then after a couple of more months, I realized that this could be kind of like I could make a living out of that. So then after that, like the growth. It's not like a hockey stick, but it's like the pace has increased a bit of growth.
Yeah, I remember, I think when I was 16 years old, I began doing something, watching one of your videos. It was nice.
When was your first video?
My first video actually, well, I think, so here's the story about the first video. So I was kind of like, I did not have any confidence that I could make a video. I had a huge imposter syndrome regarding the videos. I was afraid that people will be annoyed or they will not like my accent. So there were like a lot of like struggling, like mental struggle in that case. So here's what happened. Actually, I had a blog post about the element visibility solution before Google Tag Manager had that feature, so it didn't have. I asked my friend, developer, he wrote a listener. I published that article, it got some traction. And then after maybe a couple of weeks, Julian from Measure School, he contacts me and I was like, oh my God, he knows I exist. And he contacted me like, hey, I like this blog post, so would you like to make a guest video or something like that? So basically the reason why I have a YouTube channel and courses in general, it's his fault. He made his competitor the way it is right now.
So thanks, Julius.
Julian from Measure School.
Yeah, so thank him. Right.
Yeah, so it was like, I don't know, 2018, something like that. So I was afraid, but I still said yes. I recorded the video, I sent him. Then when he published, I sent a survey to my newsletter, like on a scale from 0 to 10, like how do you, like, how much do you like my accent or something like that? So like 0 it's like terrible, and like 10 is like perfect. So the vote was, I don't know, 9.7.
Wow. 9.7.
And I was like, well, the audience was small, like
But anyhow.
Yeah, but like it was like
it's a nice boost.
20 votes, something like that. And I was like, okay, I can do that, I guess.
Amazing.
And then I launched the course. And the reason why I started a YouTube channel is because I got tired, because every year Google releases new algorithm updates that always puts their own stuff higher, and then I would just keep kind of get punished by providing the stuff. So then I was like, okay, I've had enough. I cannot rely on Google's algorithm. That's why now I rely on 2 Google algorithms, like a YouTube search and Google search.
And now just one last thing, and I also want to understand also your point of view. But you received a nice and important prize just a couple of weeks ago.
It was the number was reached in I guess in February, like in late November, but but the actual prize arrived, I think, in late December, something like that.
So 1 month ago. But anyhow, it's a really nice achievement. It's a silver.
It's a silver play button.
Okay, for you too, because you reached how many?
100,000 subscribers. Again, it's a vanity metric, like.
But it's nice.
But it's actually, for me, honestly, like I had some awards before, but this is kind of like my most favorite award. So it's already on the wall. So yeah, it's kind of.
I really think it's kind of nice, and you need to be proud, no?
For him, it's a vanity metric. For me, it's a goal. I mean,
I mean, like when I started, I was like, oh man, I wish one day I would get that. So I was waiting like for several years for that, and when you reach it, it's like. Okay, now what? Like it's very difficult to describe the feeling when it gets like you're so proud, happy, but you're also like. Now what? Like what's next? Like I've reached the goal and it's cool, but some emptiness also appeared. So
and for you, why you began to do the masterclass and so on?
It's a long story too, and interestingly, it started with Julian Juneman.
Okay.
Also, so
same partner in crime.
Yeah, so
thanks,
someone
Julia,
who knew both of us was in Superweek, and it was a friend introduced us together. So we had a conversation, and Julian at that time basically said the same thing. Would you like to create some guest tutorials for the channel for Measure School? And I said yes, because I love teaching. And there was a big gap between the last time I used to teach, which was like 20 years ago. I used to teach Photoshop because I started from a graphic designer. At that time, I used to teach Photoshop, but then no teaching. And then I said, okay, I like it. I'm pretty good. I believe I'm pretty good, just like, him believing he's pretty good at that time. And, as you grow, you understand that you don't know anything. But I said, okay, I have a thing or two that I can teach. So I started with Google Tag Manager, teaching something about Facebook tracking and something. And at that time, also about Data Studio, which was pretty new at that time. And there wasn't that much content. I guess it was like at least, again, 4 years ago, around the same time. I'm terrible with dates. But when I started doing it, just like Julius, I had a very kind of imposter syndrome. Can I do it? Can I go on camera? It's very hard for the first time. You have to set up the gear, you have to figure out the lighting and the cameras and the microphones and editing and publishing and all that. And it took me a full day to prepare an 8-minute tutorial. I liked it. I was getting good feedback. I wanted to create a course. I told Julian I want to create an advanced course. I created the curriculum. It was planned for about 30 hours, and then I faced the truth. How on earth am I going to record and edit 30 hours of content when 8 minutes takes me a day? So I was waiting and procrastinating and waiting for the right time to do it. And finally, after a year or a year and a half, I decided that, okay, I have to do it. I have to find a way to do it. I reached out to 10 friends in my network and just told them, I'm going to run a course live. Would you join? And 6 or 7 of them said yes in an hour or two, and that's how it began.
Oh, that's super nice. You wanted to say something at some point about lightning, I think, not lightning, the lights and...
the tech.
No, okay. Yeah. I saw your face, maybe it was...
Maybe yes, I forgot it, so
okay.
not important.
Okay, no, but I think really that one of the main thing or struggles is really like taking the time to do something. I've never done something like that, but once I recorded a course training for one of my clients, and I take a whole day to do just 1 hour of training. And of course the light was awful, and I repeated thousands of times. So it's not just 8 minutes, it's a full day of work.
It's a full day or even more.
But it gets better, like you get used to that, you get more experience, because I remember, like, if someone watches one of the first videos, like, or like the first 10 videos on my channel, I recorded them with the same phone I have right here. It was like, it was okay. The most important thing, in my opinion, was the sound. Sometimes it was like better, sometimes worse, but basically have a good mic. Okay. And you don't need to have like professional camera. The current phones right now, modern phones, it's more than enough to record the video. Of course, then you will need to like maybe eventually work with the light more. So the first videos, like, they were not good with lighting, but in this case, like, eventually, you know, after a year or two, basically what happened is that I started getting YouTube revenue, and then I reinvested some of that money into buying a better gear, and then like 2 years later, after this, I started the channel. Now I can say that, oh yeah, now I like the quality, but you don't have to invest a lot of money from the beginning if you want to start doing YouTube. Just invest at least in the sound. And yeah, like the lighting. You basically can just stand in front of the window, and unless you have glasses. The glasses are like separate problem. I mean, definitely have a challenge, because if you put the lighting like that, it will reflect from your glasses, and that's not okay. But yeah, but like, I would say the first step, the most important, is the sound, because if your sound sounds like, I don't know, like you're talking to a potato or something, recording, that's I usually, when I open the video and I hear the terrible audio, I usually turn it off. It's just too difficult.
It's unbearable.
Yeah. Actually, my first course was like with a pretty bad mic. So I'm really thankful for those who purchased the first version of the course and were patient, because it's probably like a year to record and then make it like in higher quality.
Okay, I have a question now, maybe about what is the best or like heartwarming things about teaching. What do you think, why you're still doing that? Because of course I think it's kind of challenging anyhow. It's a work.
Yeah, I mean, something that he started talking about it, it's not about the tech, it's about taking the leap, raising your hand, standing up and saying, okay, I want to do this. The tech will, solve itself over time. It will be easier over time. And then the consistency. But what fuels the consistency is the feedback that you would get from the audience, from the students, and seeing the reflection of the value that you try to create through creating the training content on someone's life, either personally or professionally. They come back and say, okay, I managed to do this and it saved me a week, or I managed to do this, I got some good feedback from my boss at work, right? These things, when they happen, the more you do it, the more frequently will they happen, because your audience grows and you've been doing it for a while. But this is what fuels me to do more. Okay. Right? And to be consistent.
This, and also sometimes you just get an email, like a thank you email, thank you so much, your content helped me get a new job. Yeah. Or something like that. I mean, we don't get like that often, but when you get it, it's actually like really cool. Like, I kind of helped someone to not necessarily like completely change their life, but I helped them to reach some goal, even though I might not even have met that person in my life before, but knowing that there's someone who benefited, like not just necessarily how to set up something, but actually like changed some part of their life. This is just very powerful.
Yeah, definitely, yes. And one of the things I really liked also about you, Julius, if I'm not wrong, you also created a community. on Facebook. Where
there are like a couple of communities. I'm really sorry right now for those who are in the community that I cannot longer spend more time.
But you created a community and people are helping each other, because if someone put a question, there are all the people of the community that wants to help.
Yeah, so in the beginning, like when I launched, for example, Google Tag Manager on Facebook, it was, I don't know, 2018, I don't remember. So back then I was like super active because like, I don't know, it just like felt it, like I have to help. Then the number of people grew also with sometimes the more people come, sometimes bad actors join as well. They might be, spamming, DMing someone without like, unsolicited messaging, something like that. So it also like, basically right now my main kind of role in the community is no longer to answer the questions, because like I have like very limited time resources, but I still try to put more effort into making sure that the community is clean and safe. Yeah. Because like if I see someone like spamming some unrelated content or like offering some incredibly like I don't know, useless, misleading advices or tips, then I will try to like remove them, block them, just to kind of help sanitize the community, which sounds awful. I mean, like the word sanitize, but in this case, just make sure that the community is at least a little better.
It's a safe space where people can like enjoy exchanging thoughts, asking questions without being scared.
Yeah, I wish I could spend more time on that, definitely, but things that have just grown in other places so much, and I still have like I don't have like a huge team who are helping me. I have like several people helping me with certain things, for example, with student support, maybe with some video editing a bit, but I'm still like it's a small group of people. I don't want to grow into this like huge organization. I don't want to like I still want to spend most time creating stuff, not managing stuff. Yeah. So this is the reason why, like, again, I wish I could spend more time on help, like one-on-one, but right now it looks like, I have to just help in other ways, like with community.
I think you shouldn't be sorry that you cannot spend more time in the community, because the way I look at the community is that your role is to create a space and a structure and a safe place for people to join and thrive as a community, because otherwise it would be like one too many support group that people ask questions and they rely on you to provide answers. It's not a community, it's like a support channel from you. But because I had the same experience as well, 2018, around the same time I created that data studio community. At the beginning, you have to be active as the founder, answering questions, creating momentum. But right now it has, I guess we've got 14,000, it should be much less than you have in Tag Manager. But people are asking questions and they're answering their own questions. And my role is right now just to keep the community spam-free, to screen the people that are joining the community and keep it a safe place for them to interact with each other. Because, to me, community is made by people. If they want to rely on me to answer all their questions, first of all, everyone knows everything. I don't know everything to be able to answer all those questions about all the little use cases. And second of all, it's a good sign that they're managing themselves.
Yeah, well, now that you have put it this way, I'm kind of feeling better.
You can feel more. I would feel. I started to feel good about the Looker Studio community on Facebook the moment that I wasn't active for 2 weeks, and I came back to check everything, and there was no spam, and everyone managed to get answers to their own questions through the communications with other members.
That's nice. I have actually a tricky question. Yesterday we have the TLC community, like TLC panel with Kelly, and we spoke a lot about trainings and the importance of trainings right now, and also maybe also Astrid Ilium today made also a speech about what is necessary to learn. We don't have to always learn, etc. And sometimes I have these question as well. Do you think there is too much now, like too many trainings, too many people trying to do trainings? What is your vision about that?
Oh.
Or ChatGPT or artificial, like I think
it's difficult. I'm really bad with trying to forecast something.
Okay.
But like, is there like lots of content? Yes. but it's natural. Like I guess then maybe our space is growing. It's just a sign that basically it's the number of content, the amount of content of courses is just the result of like how much we have grown in this case. And there are still some topics probably that are not covered that much, and I still could see more creators appear in certain niches in our industry, because it's already kind of a niche, but you can niche down even further. Yeah. But honestly, about education, like how is this going to shape? Right now, I'm not sure. I've noticed probably a little influx of cohorts again, maybe, because I don't know, several years ago it was all about like pre-recorded courses. I'm still doing that because of in my opinion, I could not. I would not be able to find enough time in my business to also run cohorts. That's why I'm kind of more like on the a little autopilot side of the business, because I just like want to find the balance between like teaching but also creating maybe new stuff. So I would say like in the last several years, the cohort stuff or live masterclasses, I've seen a little increase in that. Some people prefer it because they can it forces them to learn now, not to postpone. Mm-hmm. But personally, as a learner myself, I always prefer the ready-made content, and I consume it when I want and when I need, not when someone else's schedule is like fits or something like that.
Yeah.
You have the same thought?
Not the same. So I disagree, and it's my personality against yours. I still face the same thing. So I start my sentence with, I don't have enough time to pre-record a course. Uh-huh. So I find it easier on my time to run live cohorts and then use the recording of the cohorts as a standalone course for anyone who wants to either refer to it back later or they want to start later and go through the whole material. I personally had very good experience going through cohort-based courses, especially on CXL. At the beginning, they started with kind of live workshops and cohort-based courses, and I really liked that format. The moment I started to buy their pre-recorded courses was the moment that I never found enough time to go through all the material. But that's, again, it was just in case. Kind of learning, so I learned many things that I might have found some use case for them maybe 2 years later, but I'm still happy that I did that. But yeah, in that sense, I'm running live cohorts, and it's easier for me, and then I guess I still can get the kind of pre-recorded output out of running a live cohort.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's nice. We're gonna finish now. We don't have enough time left, but I really wanted to just underline a few concepts, not a few concepts that I want to really present a bit again, you and your platform. So actually we have Julius from Analytics Media. So if you want to have a course about GTM mainly, but also
and GA4.
And GA4, sure. I definitely suggest you to do them. I've done them when I began my work, so it was really my best way to start. And for Siavash, you are doing Looker Studio Masterclass live?
A new version of Looker Studio Masterclass live. It will be weekly on Wednesdays from March to November this year.
Perfect.
That's a behemoth. 6 months. Or like whatever my math skills say. 9, that's worse. I'm bad with numbers.
So if you want to learn more about Looker Studio, I definitely suggest also to follow Siavash, and you can find them wherever you want, like Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, I think.
Facebook and LinkedIn, I'm not on Twitter.
Okay, X, anyhow, sorry, X. So thanks a lot again, and I leave you the word to the next speaker or the live, and see you with another speaker in the afternoon. Bye, and thanks.
Hello and welcome to Superweek TV. My name is Jomar Reyes from the brand leadership community. This episode we're going to be talking about developing product tools for brands, and we have an esteemed couch and a couch of esteemed people here today, which is really exciting because we've got a really cool dynamic in the sense that I have Marta Sartowski, who Sartowik, sorry, who's head of one day I'll get it right, head of product at IH Nordic. We have Dennis, who is founder and head of Stape, and we also have Matt, who we all know, founder and head of Conductrix. Welcome, everyone.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
One thing I love, I'll start with you, Marta. You're coming, looking like a career shift from technical implementation and analysis, and now you're going in the world of product.
Yeah, through leadership for 2 years, but I've been doing product management before, just not for real product because it was tracking, which is not really tangible, but on the brand side, on client side, it allowed them to make better decisions, I hope. So the shift is not really to a completely different industry. There is quite many elements of product management within analytics anyway. Yeah. When you think about, for example, measurement plans, that's where you start.
So IH has started with their product that has been in the process or is rolling out. Did you want to give us a quick update on?
Yeah, so our product enables you to get more value out of Google Analytics for implementations because it allows you to track all of the users in an anonymous manner, meaning that you have 360-degree view of your users and your commercial status, I would call it. So it is quite powerful, and I know that cookieless is a banned word now, so in the future breadless space, we believe that this is something that will redefine how we do analytics.
But you're also now involved in also marketing side of the brand and the product.
It is end-to-end responsibility for a product called Recapture. So we've embarked on that journey a couple of years ago when I was not there yet, actually. A couple of bright minds wrote a couple of bright scripts, and at the end of the day, it is almost plug and play now. And we don't see any implementation of Google Analytics 4 or migration to Google Analytics 4 without it from an agency perspective. It is end-to-end responsibility. So suddenly we figure out that, oh God, we need lawyers, we need marketing people, we need budget, we need to buy ads, we need to have a marketing manager that would be able to build the whole marketing plan and communication roadmap on when do we push what, on which channel. We've started to actually measure our marketing effectiveness. It is a real business at the end of the day.
A really interesting journey for you as well. Now, Dennis, you were lucky in a way. Yeah. Your partner and your life partner, Ira, is in marketing, and you're a developer.
Yeah, I'm developer, backend guy all the time was. And at some point, ITP was released, and Safari said that now third-party cookie will be deprecated, all this stuff. My partner said, okay, I know the solution, I read about new way of tracking, and she tried and understand that it's too complicated to implement by yourself, and that's why we decided, okay, I can help you and see how everything worked. We started doing this together and realized that others have the same problem.
Yeah, and you were both freelancing at the time, right? Is that how?
I was working like a backend developer at that time, and Ira at that moment was freelancing marketer, freelancers.
Built-in marketer.
She set up ads in Meta, Google, and also, because you need to track somehow these campaigns, she stopped GTM at that moment. Sometimes I help her, and that was that moment with server-side GTM. And yeah, that's why we made this one-button solution for everybody who cannot maintain server setup, difficult things, and that I was lucky that I have such partner in my life.
Yeah, absolutely. And so fast forward now, you have 3 years, 50,000 customers.
Yeah.
So being able to scale on the internet is that's a really inspirational story. So
yeah. I was just lucky, I think. I hear that from Marta that you talk to lawyers, try to build something. At that moment when we started this thing, I am not thinking about anything. I just want to make tools that with one button that helps people. And only after this we started, like when we see first customers starting to do something.
Yeah, thanks. Now, Matt, Conductrix, 10 years old. Can you take us back to?
Actually, it's 14 now. Our launch client was back in 2010. It was Pfizer Pharmaceutical, and they're still our client now.
Yeah.
But I'm sort of the opposite. So for every one of these people, there's hopefully there's only one of me. So I was totally dumb. So when I launched, I wrote the prototype actually for Conductrix at a machine learning summer school. So I'm so old that I was like, before AI was a big thing, I was at this machine learning conference back in 2008, actually, on a small island in Ile de Ré. And I'll point out that actually, if anyone wants to go there, they have donkeys in Ile de Ré that wear gingham pajamas. So the donkeys on their legs, they're wearing pajamas on their legs. They have like little pajama legs so that the bugs don't bite them.
Fun fact.
Fun fact. Yeah, but they harvest salt, so it's this weird island where all the donkeys are wearing pajamas. It's pretty cool. Anyway, so that's where I wrote the prototype for it. And the idea for Conductrix originally was that it was this headless application. So there was APIs for admin, runtime APIs. And it used underneath the hood ideas from reinforcement learning. And again, this was back in 2008. And reinforcement learning is about learning how to make decisions in multiple parts of the problem. It's almost like a blend of optimization with multi-state attribution or attribution. So it's this combined problem. And I was like, oh, this is amazing. This is going to be like the killer app. And it was totally idiotic because it was way too complex and it was way too early. So no one wanted anything headless, no one wanted anything server-side. So even though we were quite innovative from a technical side, where from the very beginning we had multi-arm bandits, you could do A/B testing, you could do multivariate testing, you could do predictive targeting. As early as 2010, all server-side, all with APIs, there was absolutely no market for that. And so no one really quite understood what it was about. No one understood how to use all the APIs. Why would I want that? I really just want some sort of point-and-click tool, and I want to set up things visually. And so there was like a long period of time in which there was only a few clients who were quite sophisticated, and other than that, there really wasn't much of a market. But fortunately for us, we were able to sort of survive the lean times, and then the market has become much more sophisticated. And so now, because we've had such a long experience, and we've always been thinking from like a server-side or API approach, we have a very robust offering. And so, we're in a pretty good position now with a very good technology stack.
That's a really interesting thought there, in the sense that as people create a solution, invariably you might be creating a solution for the future because of one client that's been ahead. With Recapture, how did that evolve? Because you said they started working on it before your time. What was the very beginnings that the guys and girls at IH saw there was an opportunity for?
Yeah, I believe according to the timeline that I've seen, which we will present tomorrow, it started around 2019 when Steen Rasmussen said, cookieless future is real. We need to do something or we're going to be out of jobs in a couple of years. So they started thinking and sat down with one of the most innovative clients we have, And the client is Nemly.com, part of Heartland Group, and they've requested to build a cookieless tracking solution so that they can get a full view of the traffic on their website and app. So they've utilized Google Tag Manager server side and capabilities that it has to connect to Google Cloud to build this solution. And from there, it started scaling up. There were more clients interested in it. Last year, mid-2023, we had it legally approved as a fully anonymous and irreversible tracking solution. We've built additional features to pseudo-anonymize other parameters that could, in combination with other data, lead to identification with users. So we provide consultancy on top of that to legal counsels at the data controller's end to make the best decision for the organization. But ultimately, the decision is theirs, what setting they would like to apply, so we leave it.
Yeah, so it is a very hands-on implementation, or I suppose with Dennis, with you, I'm sure you haven't had 50,000 customer meetings, right? So tell us about how that journey evolved. Obviously, you were able to scale in 3 years.
Yeah, our idea was initially to optimize everything. We have a really small margin because one of our strategies was make it really as much cheaper and affordable to big masses, because a lot of big companies have their server-side solution, cookieless solutions, but our idea was provide for small Shopify, WordPress customer solutions that they can use. And to make this happen, it should be cost small something. And we decided we will do everything automatically, and that's what's the goal, and that's how we manage to support so many customers. We do basically everything is automated everywhere.
No, that's a great story. What about for you, Matt? I mean, how have you been able to? Obviously, you're saying it needed time for the industry to catch up in some ways, but how are you finding your growth of customers and getting them? Is it face to face, or is it?
Yeah, ours
online?
is much higher touch. I think one of the issues, there's a difference between data collection. And I don't mean this pejoratively, but data collection is sort of inherently passive. So it's really, the issue becomes much more complex for implementation and from both a compliance and organizational side of things when there's actually a controller. So with experimentation, the predictive targeting, and the custom targeting that you can use with the platform, we actually are making changes to the digital application or the website. So it's being configured in part based upon the software. And so that requires much more of a review and an explanation and a due diligence on the part of the clients. And that often means that it's hitting multiple parts. It has to go to security ops, as well as the business. And so it's a much more complicated value proposition. And the benefit is that it's a much more sort of longer term. At least the way our business works, we're much more driven by the sort of the hospitality industry is sort of what defines our branding and our go-to-market, and this idea of service and how the service makes the customers feel. And so our sort of value proposition is really around the idea of service and authenticity. And so the clients need to feel trust, since we are impacting how the experience is for their customers. And so it's they tend to be much longer term relationships. As I said, our first client has been.
Is it still the enterprise market that you're dealing with?
It's mid to high. It's not it's not like we don't a client, and it's totally reasonable to service that type of client. Just we would not be able to do a good job of servicing a client that has a small scale. The value of the product is actually really when they can do it at a little bit of a larger scale.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if we talk, Marta, about you've got a product and as you're saying, you got the branding happening, and you're looking now at also in terms of distribution, building a channel as well, building relationships with other agencies that are out there. How are you finding this? Because this breaks the mold of an agency. Normally, you don't really want to talk to other agencies, or you might come to Superweek to talk to other agencies. But now, it's about getting out there and meeting similar companies. You want to walk us through that journey of building the channel?
Yeah, well, as you said, it is so far built on trust with our customers. But since we started doing a little bit more marketing on it and published a couple of cases, there has been an influx of calls, let's call it, and requests from bigger brands that would be interested in having that solution in place. But we understand that the direct sales will not allow us to scale in the future and grow that part of the business. So one of the reasons why we came with a bigger representation than normally to Superweek was to seek like-minded individuals within agencies who would understand the value and would like to partner and become resellers of Recapture.
And in terms of partnering, what do you also have some kind of additional training, or is it direct consultancy? Your approach?
So the product team is responsible for training our own implementation engineering force. So they have got plenty of materials available on GitHub on how to actually run the implementation, and we also provide guidance and training. So my team has actually been upskilled to train others in implementation within Google Tag Manager.
And it's still an enterprise tool, right? So
yes, I would say so. But then we had a chat with Dennis a couple of months ago in the search for a distribution platform. So far, I think I can break the news. We entered into a partnership, and we'll be looking into different solutions that maybe we can provide jointly.
Breaking news. Oh, that's awesome. So, and Dennis, for you, I mean, if we're looking at the whole implementation process, what kind of support? Because if it's self-implementation, where can your customers go to get the support?
Yeah, so we provide support to our product on all paid plans, but I think in our topic is more important that we provide support to agencies, and for agencies we have dedicated support team. So we have two of them. One for customers who not experience it too much, and level 2 all work with agencies, and we provide any support needed. Sometimes agencies come to us and ask how to set up GTM server side, because they know how to do this on the web, but about server no. And we teach them, and they then become our really close partners because we help them, then now they help us. So yeah, we provide support.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
It sounds like a symbiosis when I think about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And what about from your point of view with Conductrix, Matt? What kind of ecosystem?
It's high touch. Yeah, we're very our clients. We have each get a dedicated solution architect, and so again, we're very much on having long-term relationships with our clients, and rather than just growing for transactions. For us, it's like a disaster if a client signs up with us and is unhappy and leaves after a year or so. That's bad for both of us. That means we just provided a very bad experience for them. It's bad for us, and it requires a lot of resources. So we do a bit of. It's sort of counterintuitive, but we're not. It's not scale for scale's sake. It's really we sort of both have an interview. The sales part of the process is both trying to evaluate to make sure that we can provide a good experience, and what we deliver, our value prop, is something that's going to be of value to those clients, and then we know that we're going to have a good long-term relationship. So we provide dedicated support, there's dedicated Slack channels. So it's very high touch. It's a much more high touch experience. But the reality is that once the client has learned the software and knows how to do everything, then it's sort of they don't need us that much. But
no. And they just have is it a monthly license? Or is
no, it's longer term contracts. Yeah. And different clients use us in different ways. Some of our clients have dedicated environments, so we will set up a specific environment which is just for them, and there's no other clients on it, and that way they can locate it in AWS or GCP or whatever it is they need. So there's a much more, I guess, boutique experience with working for us as opposed to just being a number or someone's quarterly sales number. It's not really how we work. We want them to be happy. It's more like the hospitality model.
Yeah, yeah. So that's really interesting. But moving forward, you've got your customers. You've got installed software, a platform that's running. Happy. But the thing is, the world changes, right? Privacy regulations, other regulatory bodies kick in, new technologies come into place, geopolitical stuff that might affect the cost of other costs of customers. So there are always the shifting sands, and there will be need for probably ongoing innovation of the product, or maybe even creating new product tools. Marta, is this something you're, even being fresh in the game, do you have still a 3 to 5 year vision of where you can take the product, or where you may need to react?
Yeah, well, topic of innovation is of high priority for us for 2024, because we cannot just rest while the industry is going forward. So we proposed an idea to the team of establishing a product team and offered new roles within product sphere of a product owner, Scrum Master, and an architect for now, to be able to maintain what we have and innovate. And one of my jobs would be to provide an environment where we can get inspired through collaborations, but also internally stay on top of the news, obviously, and have dedicated time for activities like, for example, hackathons, where we just drop in an idea, divide people in teams, and ask, how would you approach that? So we need some more agile ways of staying ahead of it.
So you're almost creating a division or a new company within a company, because that's not the role of an agency, right? An agency, it's an hourly billing rates, but now it's about investing in this product development, innovation, and it sounds like ahead of product, there could be new products down the pipeline, right?
Yeah, we have a couple of interesting prospects. So far, we've managed to achieve great success last year of actually convincing the organization that it's worth to further invest in product development and maintenance. And we have such an established customer base on Recapture now that we do have dedicated capacity this year to see where it gets us.
No, fantastic. What about with Stape, Dennis? You can't rest on your laurels either. I can see by the body language. How do you see innovation for your brand that you've created?
You're asking about what will be like with brand, what we're doing in 3 years. I really don't know. We have so much plans to do, and we are like hiring more and more people, same to Marta, to make this happen, because we see that the industry changes a lot. I think like cookieless, new regulations in the United States will be huge. I think also this MDA changes in privacy regulation for Google, Meta in Europe also now will make a lot of things. So to be on top of this, you need more people. You need to. So at currently, besides what work I do, I really spend a lot of time for hiring people to manage this.
Yeah, you almost pulled out of your key skills and passions into administration, HR, and stuff like that.
Yeah, because to make everything, you cannot do everything by yourself. So that's why you need like more people.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Matt, you have the perfect product, right? No. Well, innovation moving forward, what does that mean for you?
Yeah, well, also the world's dynamic, and so what's perfect now is, the whole point is the environment changes. So for us, again, part of there's like a holistic component to being high touch with our customers is that we have a lot of information that comes from what's working with them and what isn't. And so we get a lot of our pipeline ideas from the client side. They give us feedback. Separately, though, we're always looking at new ways of providing services that kind of have a multiplicative effect. And so like one of the things that we came out with fairly recently was the addition of customer feedback survey to the platform. And the idea is that the innovation is not that it's additive. So it's like the surveys that's out there, that's not such a big deal. But the innovation is the fact that it's connected. So the software, you can run an experiment, you can link it to a survey, and then when you run your experiment, you can see the effectiveness of it based upon a behavioral measure, but then also a question that you ask, like a customer effort score or NPS. And it can flow in the other direction, as I said, that we also provide targeting and the ability to customize the website based upon logic, is that you can use the same methodology to ask questions of your users in real time, and then you can have logic so that different experiences are given to the user based upon how they've responded in real time. So it's this idea of information flowing, not just back to us to make decisions, which is normally what analytics is, whereas this is both flowing back to the organization, to the people to make decisions, but also into the operating system or the actual application, and so that the information can flow within the application to provide differential experiences to the customers. And so that's one of the more recent innovations. So it's like you take something that is useful in of itself, and then you can often add a tremendous amount of value by connecting it. And that's where this multiplication or this higher order emergent behavior comes from.
Marta, Dennis, and Matt, thank you for your time. This I've really enjoyed. I'm a brand nerd, I suppose, and you're doing amazing stuff in the industry and creating solutions for an industry that we're all passionate about. So thank you for that. Keep the great work up. And we I look forward to seeing your brands evolve over the years as well, and really shine and see where you take it. So thanks for that.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Jomar.
That was our episode with brands and the development of tools. Please make sure you follow these amazing people, and don't forget, I've got one more session left on personal branding, so stick around for that. But we hope that you've enjoyed this session, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Okay, and we're back in the studio. I am joined by Jill. Jill, we met during Superweek.
Yes.
And we had an interesting conversation, which is what Superweek is all about. So you're a practitioner, you are in the analytics world for a long time already. I've seen you, not known you, but seen you and seen your presentations, seen your work before. And you actually shared with me a story about how you are using qualitative questions to also improve the quantitative aspects of our work. And as you were explaining this to me, I was like, we should actually do this on Superweek TV because this is something cool, this is something to share. And you were willing to do so, so here we are. So do you wanna add some introduction, like want to tell us a little bit what have you done and who you are?
Yes, and probably like why I started doing it. So I've been doing measurement strategies and reviews and recommendations and training as an independent for about 12 years. And around about 2020, the year that kept giving when GA4 was announced and we were all like, no, we're avoiding the plague, homeschooling our children, don't want to be dealing with this.
Yeah.
And I started doing GA4 migrations. And after a while, I noticed that if you know the story Goldilocks and the Three Bears, the porridge is too hot, too cold, and just right, nobody was happy with their strategy and they weren't happy with the results. And I was like, why? What is the problem? So I started going back to the briefs of GA4 in particular, and it went something like this. Please, can you turn it on? Please, can you give us what we had in Universal Analytics? My boss wants a report and I need to include these kind of metrics. And I was like, I need to find a better way of understanding what actually is the internal data maturity, not the company data maturity, the data maturity of the people within the company that access the reports, and how can I improve my services and save time, right? When you're doing projects, you can bleed out on things. So whenever I do a measurement review, and I've got similar questions for training, there are 3 that I typically pick up on, and I'll spend some time talking at you to say which ones these are. Sorry, my hearing aid's falling out. So the first one is, in a tool of your choice, and I like Google Forms, but it could be MailChimp or whatever else you want to use. I have a linear question, which is, what is your confidence and understanding of GA4 on a scale of 1 to 10? 1 being, I don't know what this is, 10, my middle name is GA4 and I don't know why you're here, kind of thing. And by doing that, it gives me an indication of that internal data maturity, and it helps me understand how do you approach the language you use for that particular client. If you're finding, as I've had with some of my survey results, that the majority of the team are within a 1 to 3, then you should alter the way that you talk to them and think about what's going to be useful for them in terms of what they're doing. On the other side, if they're all like 9s, 10s, then you can come with some different language in terms of what you're doing. So I think that was really helpful for me in the offset to go, what's your confidence and understanding for it? The other 2 questions are probably the favourite ones, and we might have time to go through the other questions that I have. But the first real deeper question is, what data do you not trust and why don't you trust it? Now, the reason why I ask that is most people, and especially if they don't understand or have the confidence with GA4, they don't know what they want and what to ask for. So if you say to people, what did you want from GA4? They'll go, turn it on, give me some events. Whereas if you start saying, what data do you not trust and why don't you trust it? It helps me troubleshoot faster, because I get a list that sounds like this. I open up my email provider and the results say X, I go into GA4 and they're not there. So immediately you can go, well, are you using UTM parameters and the email is going in referral or direct? Like it's a faster way to troubleshoot. Or they might say the attribution's off. We seem to be getting more referral, it's not going to paid. Did you update your referral exclusions list as an example? So there's normally a couple of things that as we do our job, and we've done it for a while, there's kind of a checklist of where to go and where to hunt to find the solution to the problem. Yeah. But if I know what your pain point is, then that can save a whole load of time of troubleshooting for me. The next question I like to ask is, what questions do you get about your work that you would love to have some data to back it up.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
And I love this one because there's a conversation that I've seen from an analytics conference that I was attending in Amsterdam and some of the talks we've had here at Superweek and the name of your business. How do you prove that the work we do is an analytics space? How do you prove the return on investment? How do you prove the value of what you're doing? Because sometimes it can feel like we present data and go, ta-da, all that nebulous marketing stuff, we have tangibilized that work. Here's a report. Yeah. And people go, cool, here's your check, here's your purchase order, here's your salary, let's get on with the next month. But if you ask people, what questions do you have about your work? Two things are going to happen. The first thing is that they're going to look at their own work because we're selfish in a nice way. Like, you care about your own performance. So people start telling me what their internal performance metrics are. For me to do my review at the company, my review with my client, this is what I'm benchmarked on. And then you've got the wider company benchmark of, if this doesn't happen, we're all out of a job. And that's when people give me answers like, I'll give you some examples. There was one where they said, do you know what, Jill, every time we present the reports, the CFO kicks our ass. And I'm like, why? What's he got up against you? What's the beef with marketing? And he said, we don't like the fact that the return on investment, when they pull out all of the sources and mediums, is all the revenue, but it's not net, it's not less tax and shipping. I'm like, what if I could create you a custom metric? And because you can edit things in GA4 now, I could layer that into your report and you can give your report to everybody else. But for the CFO, you can go and here's the return on investment minus revenue and tax. And she's like, that's amazing, fantastic. Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily have got to that conclusion for her if I didn't know that that's something that she would really want. Another person came in and said, I do loads of content, Jill, and I do loads of social media, loads of email, and I know I need to go into analytics and find insights, but I log in and I just see rows and rows of data, and I don't really get where do I find these golden insights that people have promised me for me to work out what I could be doing in my strategy. So then I'm thinking, right, how can I make her job easier with GA4? So we started to do things like building scatter plots in Explore, showing the search terms as a visualization, because we don't like as humans to just look at tables of data. Scatter plotting's really good. And I'm like, okay, well, in the last month, these topics are trending. Maybe put them in your email campaigns, maybe adjust your marketing budgets because that's a trending keyword, put it on your homepage, maybe do a test. But it gave her some ideas in terms of what was useful. Then for fun, we were like, why don't we play around with audiences? Because I've talked about this at other talks. I think audiences are completely underutilized by people because they think, well, it's for paid media. But what I really like about audiences is you can use them as a filter in your standard report. And I know you know you can do that, but loads of people don't. So I started to think about, for this company, they were an e-commerce brand, and they said, well, we want to find our best customers. I'm like, okay, well, let's build an audience for people that spent twice the average order value, and they did it twice in the last 60 days. And then if we had that as a filter, when you go show me a filter by audience name, pick your audience, we can then go, these are the marketing channels that got the really good customers. Now let's add that filter to the content that they looked at and start building a bit more of a detailed idea about that user. It can be used for B2B, who downloaded your resources, watched your webinar, but didn't fill out a form. Like, there's loads of things you can do with it. Now, without those two questions, where do I dig to find your data quality issues, and what can I do to show the value? I was doing what we all do, of going through my checklist and working through things and giving them what they told me in the brief, instead of blending the qualitative and the quantitative, which doesn't come naturally, right? Like, we're like, let's go through the process and the data. And it should have been like, what if we have a bit of a therapy session and ask about what do you need it for, what's useful, so that when I present a plan or I do some training, that it's got more of a bespoke feel, because it's for them and what they need right now. And I can't believe I didn't do it sooner. Like, it was one of those things when I started to produce this, I was like, why didn't I do this 10 years ago? Why did I only do it from about 2021? And the more I talk to people about it, because I think it's cool and it saves me time and I get better results, like from our conversation, it's like, oh yeah, actually that might be quite useful for people to go through.
100%. I think so one of the things that I'm realizing is, so we have this question, I think I've also posted about this, which is we often have clients that want us to implement everything, right? And we actually specifically don't do analysis. We only do implementation. We ensure data quality, right? So it's a little bit of a different approach, but they ask us to implement everything, which is like lazy behavior, right? Because they just don't want to think what they specifically need. So the answer is everything. And my response is, if I gave you this piece of data, what action are you going to take with it? Right? Because that way I can force out of them or entice them to explain to me, okay, I need my email marketing campaigns and the amount of clicks from that email marketing campaign and the amount of conversions from it, because it will allow me to optimize my email, and then we can have a discussion. Are you going to do this daily, weekly, monthly, whatever? And then I know what metrics and dimensions they need, right? And I can implement it. But so I like that question, but it's a confronting question and it's a bit of a negative.
So I have a question that's similar to that, which is, please tell me the last report that you looked at where you made an actionable change to your strategy and tactics. Yeah. What was the report and how was it visualized? Yeah. And I'll tell you something, Rick. About 20% of the people actually answer that question. Most people go,
they don't fill it out.
No, I looked at the report. I'm like, but how many of you looked at the data and did something with that? You didn't just go, marketing did stuff, tangibilize the nebulous stuff. It was, and that made them think about kind of managing expectations, that just because you could have it doesn't mean you should have it. And when I get them to think about, again, what questions do you get that you'd love to have some data for, marrying it up with that question is really helpful, because I think it gets them to think about data visualization, which is another topic, to go, well, you know, you could do something as small multiples or as a scatter plot or something, but also to get them to hone in on what actually is going to move the needle for them, because you can spend a lot of money on dashboards and reports and it does not change your return on investment. In fact, it dilutes your overall profitability. Whereas if you do think about, well, I could give you all of this, but what are you going to do with it? We can hone in on, well, what are the business objectives? And I mean, the whole point of all my scope surveys is for me to really nail the measurement objectives of the website, and then what are the strategies and tactics to get there. And that will be a phased approach with crawling, walking, running, you know, flying off into space kind of thing. And that's when people kind of realize that they're not going to be using all the tools yet, that they need to start a little bit earlier on. Otherwise,
your first car shouldn't be a Ferrari, right?
Yes, exactly.
I think we are blessed with the fact that there was a free analytics tool available to everybody, which caused a lot of adoption, right adoption, but it's now also a curse because people think you should track everything because if it's free, why wouldn't you do it? Like the downsides are a bit hidden, like you said. Like it's an information overload. If you're not going to act upon it, it's actually a detractor of at least your focus on other stuff, right? And in the end, if you don't take an action, there cannot be a change in the value, right? Somebody needs to do something, right? If you're all staring at the dashboard, then it is all wasted effort. So that's I like using this questionnaire, right, beforehand. Do you also do it during the process or like after X months?
I have started doing it as part of my discovery call phase now. So anybody that's now working with me from January onwards, you get one. So when I've had an inquiry for some work, you know, you schedule in your half an hour time to have your little discovery call. I've got a lighter scope survey, similar questions, confidence and knowledge. And then I'm asking things like, you know, managing expectations, right? So what's your budget, your timeline? But then it's thinking about what prompted you to go for this training? What has prompted you for a review? Because unfortunately, with especially my line of work, it's probably the same with you, and it'll validate me if this is true. People don't come to me for my services proactively. It's always something's wrong and we don't trust it, or we've sent a report and somebody's questioned it, or we're going for funding and we need to prove something. We don't trust the data. It's not a, hey, why don't we check that the data's valid?
We're digital plumbers, like we.
Yeah, and it feels like that.
Yeah.
So what I've done with these scope surveys is I've got a lighter version. So before I have that call, I can have a bit of an idea of what's important to that person and then see if I am the right fit for them, because that's the whole point of discovery calls. Then I've got the scope survey for my training and for my measurement strategies, and I almost do like a mini report before I get into it. So for the training element, similar kind of approach and similar questions in terms of what I'm focusing on, because I want to write a program that has clear learning objectives, and then with the time I've got, how do I prove that we've met those learning objectives? And by creating that into a written document, you can map out where people's confidence is, and then you can do a survey afterwards and go, post this training, now where is your confidence, and now where is your knowledge? You can do a quiz, right, and go, how many parameters are in it? That's fine, but really sometimes the value is I feel more confident to have these conversations. I know how something works a little bit more. Not necessarily I could pass an exam on this right now, you know, and that's equally valuable for it.
I think,
and it's really nailed things.
On this topic, I think for a lot of novice practitioners, so let's stick with the email example, right? The email marketer wants to evaluate their campaign, like they have to learn that it's not about perfection, it's about doing better, right? And they have to get comfortable enough with the tool and then understand that, okay, I'm not trying to measure everything into perfection. Actually, they'll realize that, it's a JavaScript tracker, not all of it's being tracked anyway, there's no perfection, and then they...
And I think whenever I finish these documents and present the reports to clients, there's a message I always trying to get across to people, which is if the line goes the other way, so if you have done your month versus the previous year to find that context, I always say to them, that's a get out of jail card free for me. Like if you've got some evidence that whatever you're doing is not impacting, that's a get out of jail card. You have a choice now to go, do I keep doing what I'm doing or do I change what I'm doing? And they're like, instead of, I don't really want to send that report because it looks bad. It's like there's lots of things that can happen that can cause the numbers to do what it's doing. And that kind of gave them a bit more confidence to go, it's not just your personal performance. It is a guiding point to tell you what are people doing, how do they get there, and what can you do so you're still in a job. And it's not a bad thing if you get the lines going in the other direction.
You asked me at the beginning, you asked in general, like, why did you only figure this out, relatively recently? Like, I think as you progress at the beginning, we feel like the value is in implementing the tags right? And then first of all, we get better at what we do so that stuff is covered. And then we realize that actually the process around it is at least as valuable as that part. And I think that is probably why you're now at the point where, okay, this stuff around it is actually just as valuable for the client as having the data.
I think when they bring people in to do this, whether it's somebody internally in the company or you've gone externally to get that support, they don't give themselves permission to sit with it for a long time. Like, we've all had these projects. I had one last week where I think it took me 10 hours to unpick what host names were where, right? If you're in a day job and you've got your job to-do list, you don't have the luxury of 10 hours to go digging. Right? So sometimes it's having somebody in to validate what you were thinking or the reasons why you didn't trust the data or why you wanted a wish list in the first place. So, and I think that maybe it's because I'm getting older as well that you just start to develop and refine your processes and tweak things, and if it works and sharing it at, conversations like this week at Superweek has been really cool because it's
experience.
Yeah.
Cool. If people want to learn more about this, I think you're doing a webinar soon.
Yes, so shameless plug wherever the camera is. I'm doing a webinar with the wonderful Dana de Tomaso of Kickpoint on the 19th of March. I really hope I've got that date right. And that's a free event. If you go on my LinkedIn profile or Dana's profile, we're doing it as like a live LinkedIn thing. So it's free, just go, and we're spending like an hour where we're talking through this because she's really keen on scope surveys and things like that as well. I'm a bit of a lurker on social media. I'm not really involved with chatting. I just sort of sit and listen to what people are doing. But I guess LinkedIn would probably be the obvious one. I'm the cartooned Jill Quick. There are more Jill Quicks in the world. Who would believe it? It's
no, but they'll recognize your profile picture.
Yeah, they'll know it's me. So feel free to connect on there.
Cool. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for sharing your knowledge, and hopefully I'll see you here next year.
Yeah, next year. Awesome.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone.
Hi again, everyone. We are back live with the TV for Superweek and with me, Fosca. And today we are having a conversation about communities. And I have two incredible female leaders, I think, or community leaders here with me that started communities, both online and physical. And we are going to speak about their process or why they have this crazy idea to build up a community, because it takes a lot of work. So I'm here with Kelly from the TLC community that also hosted a panel yesterday during the Super Week. And I'm here with June from, actually she's a co-founder of the Web Analytics Wednesday in the US, I say, no? Oh,
globally.
Globally, perfect. Yeah. I do not have Wednesdays and Web Analytics Wednesday in Italy, so maybe we need to have them as well. So first of all, just to break the ice, how is going the conference? Do you like that?
It's amazing. It's my first time here, and the only reason I'm here is because Kelly convinced me that it was a good idea and that I should come. And so 1 year ago, I put Super Week 2024 on my calendar, and here I am.
Amazing.
And I think it's a series. I think I'll be back.
Absolutely. Oh, great. It's perfect. Me and Rick, I think we are going to do we are trying to get people in and have the majority so we can have a percentage on the people that have
Absolutely.
Coming. But that is yours. So Kelly, and what about you? Do you love Super Week? It's not the first time you come for you.
It's my second,
wow.
And yes, it won't be my last, absolutely.
Okay, and you're enjoying it?
I'm loving it, of course.
Did you love the TLC panel yesterday?
Yeah, got off to a rocky start. It was nervous to be your first time at Super Week up in front of everybody, but I think we had a great time once we got started.
Yeah, it was nice. It was really nice. So, okay, let's jump directly in which is the idea that led you to the TLC, if you're enjoying it, if it's a lot of pain and whatever, like.
So, funny story. June and I know each other because we have the same roots. We both know each other through Gary Angel from Symphonic.
Okay.
And the TLC got its start from the same place. So Gary Angel had a conference called the Exchange Conference.
Okay.
And at the Exchange Conference, it was a huddle format, meaning, conferences often have speakers on stages like Super Week. The Exchange was a no speaker format. So everybody is in a huddle, a small group. And at the end of the, small group conversation, they would ring a bell and say, okay, conversation's over, time to go to the next conversation. And in my particular huddle, it was about experimentation. Mm-hmm. And when the conversation was over, we didn't want to end the conversation. So I passed around a sheet of paper and got everybody's email address. Nice. And I said, hey, let's stay in touch. And so those 20 people became the first members of what became the Test and Learn community. And that was 11 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah. And today we have 1,300 members.
Wow.
And we continue the conversation.
On Slack?
We have a Slack community, and about once a month we also have a webinar.
Okay. And how we can find you?
testandlearn.community.
Perfect.
There's also a YouTube channel associated with it with many other recorded talks. It's good stuff.
So actually, the community started from a community.
The community started from a conference and community. Yeah. And then that conference actually has a fairly long history of being a community.
That's right.
When Gary Angel first hired me in 2008, it was right before the very first time he ran the Symphonic Exchange. And so the first thing he said to me when I joined was, do you know people who want to come? All your friends can come for free. And I was like, all right, you got it. And we met in Napa Valley, just north of San Francisco, and we had this wonderful small group discussion format conference. And it caught on, and it ran for years as Symphonic Exchange, and then changed into something called the Digital Analytics Hub. And then during the pandemic, we had a couple of online versions of that. Mm-hmm. But it was an amazing resource.
What do you think about communities? Do you like them? It's just a loss of time. We just need to stay at home in our booth and just work, not getting in touch with anyone else.
I'm always the kind of person who has extended beyond my day-to-day employment to find other people who do what I do and to seek them out and talk to them. And that's and so for me, it's incredibly important. I recognize it's not for everyone. There are plenty of people who I know professionally who just are heads down on their work, and then when they're not at work, it's not on their mind at all. But I have always felt like it's this way that I get energized by new ideas through my connections to people who do something maybe a little bit different than what I do.
Yeah, well, clearly, as the founder of the Test and Learn community, I believe passionately and in the importance of community. I'm also a proud member of the Women in Experimentation community in Experiment Nation, and I was a proud member of the Digital Analytics Association, which sadly is closing its doors.
It is.
And multiple conferences as well. I think community serves a very, very important place, both in our professional development, but also, there's a mentorship component, there's a learning component. I am first and foremost a teacher. I believe we learn through teaching, and I think it promotes connection, and it's also our mental health.
Yeah.
It's how we grow.
Also finding people who want to talk about the same thing that you want to talk about, even when it might be a topic where it's really hard to find someone who knows a lot about it or has a lot of enthusiasm for it. The other night, I had a 1.5 hour long conversation with someone about data quality. And I was like, are you tired of this? Do you not want to talk about this anymore? And they said, no, let's keep talking. And so we did.
Yes, it's kind of nice also because maybe it's kind of also difficult to find like-minded people inside your business. So it's kind of difficult to interact with them, even if you're in the same workspace. Maybe they don't have the same curiosity. They don't. They just want to do their work, which is kind of perfect and nice, and everyone can do that. But if you're a bit different, if you want to discover things and learn about new things, the community can offer you that.
Yeah.
And yesterday we had, for example, we spoke about with Peter, Neil, and Elena about the community and measure camps and conferences. So physical conference like Superweek as well, where you can finally meet the people that you just saw online. Oh, it's real,
Absolutely.
a person, and etc. But I also think, maybe if we think about COVID, where no one can get in touch, also the telematic medium, so through internet or channels like YouTube, etc., is the best way to begin with that. Also because you don't have to spend money.
Right. Well, I will say virtual communities aren't free.
Yeah.
There's a tremendous amount, because time has value, number one.
Of course.
And virtual communities also have costs. So, I spend time and money to manage the Test and Learn community. Slack has costs associated with it because,
of course,
there are. So, for example, the Test and Learn community has the pro plan so that we can keep the history, so that at any given time, anybody who wants to go and search the history of all the conversations that have ever been had on the Test and Learn community can go look for that.
So I correct myself. I don't say free. Maybe I can say more affordable.
Right, because you're not traveling.
Yeah.
That's right. So, but there are still costs associated with it. It's just maybe not the costs of the members, but the people managing the communities are still spending money.
So we need also to thank Conductrix, if I'm not wrong.
Thank the sponsors that are helping to support those communities.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly. But what gave you the idea to set up, apart from the table, the round table, so you have this first conversation with 20 people, why you keep going? What lets you keep going? Because 20 people after a while, maybe, yes, I get bored, I can get out. How you grow that?
So Michael Helbling, thank you, Michael, if you're listening, is the inspiration, because for the first probably 9 years of the Test and Learn community, grew to about 200, 300 people.
Poof.
And then it exploded to where it is today because of Michael Helbling's inspiration. He was the one who said, let's, convert it into a Zoom conversation where we can get more people involved. That was his inspiration, because before that we were doing like telephone conversations. and he also said, and why don't we open a Slack? Mm-hmm. I mean, that was all Michael Helbling's idea.
Oh, really? You were just having like conference calls?
We were having conference calls. It was a tele-huddle.
Wow.
Based on the exchange. So Michael Helbling, totally the inspiration for what it became today. Mm-hmm. And of course, the moment you turn it into a webinar and you give them a place to actually talk on Slack, it blew up because it made it a lot easier for that conversation
to rise and to grow.
Absolutely.
And okay, so actually is super nice, and I just get a bit distracted by the fact, like, I was thinking also about Measure, the other chat in Slack, but is, I think, a bit different than your TLC community, because as you said, it's not just the fact that you have a chat where you can speak with people and ask for advice, but it's also a place where you will have, you will plan meetings. I've also participated in one of them. So it's also the community that makes those meetings. It's not just Seymour or really known names that get part.
Oh, no, absolutely, yeah. So it is so one of the things that we really try to do is make sure that it's about mentorship, because it's the test and learn community. So we try to invite all voices, and part of being a member, it's a nonprofit community, and so part of being a member of the test and learn community is you have to sign a code of conduct that says that there is no sales and solicitation, but there's also no bullying. So it's a very welcoming organization and a very inviting organization, and because of that, hopefully people feel very comfortable coming in both to present and to ask questions. It should be that type of environment.
It's a shame that you even have to have a no bullying policy, but yeah, people need to be civilized toward one another.
That's right.
Do you use Donut? Do you know about Donut?
No, tell me.
Okay, so it's a Slack extension that is a way of facilitating one-on-one conversations in an online community. There's another private Slack community that I'm a part of that uses Donut, and it just like once every month or something will randomly connect two members of this community and suggest that they get together for a one-on-one conversation.
Oh, I love that idea.
Yeah, as long as people don't flake it, as long as they're really into it and do it, it can be a great way to get to know individually the other members of your online community.
That's super nice. I heard about that just, I think, a couple of interviews ago. Gina, I have a question for you. Mm-hmm. Okay, we have Kelly that is managing this community, organizing a conference, but from a point of view of, also for you, Kelly, of course, but June, this time, what is your perceiving of being part of this community? What you like to receive from the community or of the people that build it up?
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I've found most satisfying is when I'm a connector of people, and so when people connect with one another and they form some kind of meaningful relationship with one another, maybe somebody's hiring and somebody else is looking for a job and they help each other, or somebody's looking to build a certain skill and the person who has that skill can help them. I love hearing about that later. Like, oh yeah, we met a long time ago at Web Analytics Wednesday, and then we started a company together, or whatever those stories are. We fell in love and we got married. No, it's happened at least once. And so those are the kinds of things that give me satisfaction, and in retrospect, I love hearing that those kinds of conversations and connections were made possible through the community.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
How can we spread this voice? Because what I was thinking about that, I really love communities, but I do not really see a lot of people, like maybe young people also reaching out to that. I don't know if you have my same perspective, or you feel, maybe you, Kelly, I don't know if you have some kind of demographic stats about the members of the community, but you have both young and like not so young people inside the community, or not?
So one of the things I'm lucky about is that I actually have stats, and I share lots of conversations with other community members, our community managers, and we know, for example, the overlap in our communities, and that's a really great feature. So I can connect with like Lucia and Daphne, who own the Women in Experimentation community, we connect and we talk and discuss those overlaps, and then we also. Manuel Costa, who owns the Experiment Nation, and we've discussed and opportunities where we can bring those communities together, and what are the differences and the overlaps and things like that. And that kind of information helps us understand what are the differences and why those communities, where they have overlaps, why they were created, and where there are overlaps, and where there are opportunities to bring the members together, and why they are separate. And those conversations are really powerful.
Okay.
And there's also a reason for us to have the separate communities. And it's kind of really interesting because you can ask the same question in the 3 different communities and get very different answers.
Which is kind of nice.
It is. It's really special.
Do you have a community of community managers? Is this some secret thing? I'm like interested that you're sharing, like, who's really active in this community and that community, or maybe it's topics or groups or something.
We don't. It's
you have phone calls,
but that's an interesting idea. And now you're making me think that maybe we should have at least a regular conversation.
You should.
We
have the beginning of something.
That's a little meta.
A little meta.
So actually, we have almost 2 minutes of time. I just want for each of you a phrase, maybe about. What is important inside a community for you? Just a phrase, each of you, and then we can say goodbye and leave to the next speech.
What's
important in a community? What is the importance of a community?
What's important in the community?
No, of a community. What is the importance of the community?
Mentorship and connections and really learning. That is what I get out of the community. From the very beginning, when I wanted to build the community, I did it myself because I wanted to continue the conversation and continue learning from the incredible smart people at the table at the Exchange Conference. I was the person leading that huddle conversation, but I was learning from the people that were there to learn from me, and I didn't want to stop that learning. So that's why I passed around the sheet of paper to get their email addresses, because I wanted to continue that conversation because I was learning from them. And that's what the TLC has continued to be since its inception, is the opportunity for me to continue to learn from these incredible people in the community. And it has always been that, and it continues to be that today.
Thanks a lot, Kelly. And for you, June, and then we close.
So I have words of encouragement for someone who's thinking about starting a community that I wish someone would have told me in 2006 when that was on my mind. And that's just, if you think that you want to find the other people who do what you do so you can talk to them about it and share advice with one another, don't wait, just do it. Don't second guess yourself, there's a need for it.
Okay, thanks a lot again. It was really nice to have you here. And as we said in the interviews, that we really need more time to speak about that, but we need to close, and we will see tomorrow for the last day of the conference. Have a last, I think, interview, and bye from me, Fosca, and thanks again, Kelly and June.
Thank you, Fosca.
Thanks, Fosca.
Welcome to Superweek TV 2024. This is my last episode here. And today I have with me, and it's a topic that I'm really looking forward to. It is personal brand in the digital age. I have with me Robert Petkovic. I have Petkovic. Roberto.
Yeah.
And I have Julius from Analytics Mania. Welcome, gentlemen. We have three different stories here. We have, well, I suppose 2 advisors in personal brand, but you also practice, Robert.
Yeah.
And you take your teachings in practice when you're on stage, but you also share this with others as well. And with you, Roberto, you're actually molding one of your colleagues and coaching, I would say maybe, in terms of personal brand. And we have the accidental personal brand king.
Because I have no idea how it's done.
Yeah, this thing called YouTube came along, right? And a few videos later, next thing you know, we have an influencer in our industry. So great to have you guys here today. Now, Robert, let's take it. I mean, we evolved this topic, and we I've had you speak at our events in Web Analytics Wednesday in Copenhagen, and of course, you've presented some of your thoughts. For the audience today, what does personal branding mean, I suppose, to individuals, maybe also in our industry, if there's some examples in our industry who do it well? What is personal branding for
well, we don't have enough time, but yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, the personal brand, first, it can be a brand or recognizable person in the industry. Okay, you will say, okay, personal brand is someone who is, I don't know, all the time on stage or have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. But as we were talking yesterday, a personal brand means, oh, I know the guy who wrote actually a nice piece of JavaScript code which I'm reusing, and we are sending messages to each other, and he's helping me. That's also a part of personal brand.
So they're recognized as an expert in that.
As expert in that microfield.
Yeah.
That. I had a question just before we entered the studio. On one guy approaches me, asked me, okay, what should I do to build a personal brand? And I said, okay, it's individual part. I mean, I used to be an actor. And I also played in a rock band, which was highly successful. I played among several thousand people. So I own the stage, I know the stage. And I decided, okay, I'll be on stage so that people can recognize me. But someone who is not that good on stage can be great with code and also can become a personal brand. And I think that in the last 5 years, it is pretty good that if your boss, if you're employed somewhere, and if your boss recognizes that personal brands are great for employer branding, such companies who recognize that are great into creating your own personal brand. And I think that's what you actually did in your company.
And we've had this twist now with, once upon a time when social media came across, it was, oh, you don't want to, your social media profile, keep that away from work. Now with LinkedIn, this is becoming fully integrated. Roberto, you've got a colleague that you've been commissioned with, whether you decided together to do it, to really help him with his personal brand. How did that come about? So that was a conscious decision?
Yes, basically, I was lucky enough as the CMO of the company and as a co-founder of the company to have a really moldable individual. When Matteo joined us, it was like really humble and really free to how can we develop this tag manager stuff and this Google Analytics stuff later. And so we decided together to put on a strategy that not only was a strategy on image. So you will always see Matteo with, of course, with his iconic red sweater or the skirt, but it's also a way of I'd say emphasize some natural traits of his character. So you can't be
he's not an actor, so he can't play the Joker.
Yeah.
He can play the good guy.
Yeah.
Because he is a good guy, basically.
Yeah.
And so we basically emphasized the natural traits of his character together with some visual aids.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so he can still feel like he's being himself, right?
Yeah.
But he has the support and maybe the guidance and the mentoring.
Oh, well, it was for me. It was pretty easy because between me and Matteo there is a lot of connection, a lot of trust. So he trusts me as the marketing guy. I trust him as the technical guy. And so, of course, then the final word about what to wear today is of Matteo. But it is the trust between us that makes this special sauce.
Can I ask what was the percentage of planned branding in your house?
Well,
how percentage was accidental? What was planned actually?
Well, everything started because we saw a big hole in the Italian market, and there was no popularizers that were able to explain how digital analytics was actually crucial in digital marketing, because it became, after Google Tag Manager, crucial and crucial and crucial. And so we saw this hole in the market, and we decided to empty this, to fill, not empty, to fill this hole. And so it was only a communication strategy. So how can we be recognized as the industry leader in Italy? Okay, what is the roadmap to arrive that? Okay, let's say, Matteo, it would be better if you look always the same, because they never see you, and so you should have always long hairs, always this kind of sweater, always this kind of tone of voice. Okay, and because I've seen, as I told you, that Matteo naturally was prone to, to the divulgation, to the popularization. And so you'll never find, for example, online some rant of Matteo about somebody.
No, that's interesting.
Okay.
And now we move into someone who I call the accidental personal brander.
Absolutely.
Probably
up until yesterday, like Robert basically was talking yesterday, like, oh, personal brand, like Julius, like. Before yesterday, like, I wasn't even thinking about that.
But I told you that 4 years or 5 years ago, even.
Yeah, but I didn't listen. So,
so I mean, and this is something we can measure, right? Because there's how many 100,000 subscribers on YouTube?
1,000. 100,000.
100,000. Yeah, 100,000. So, from my son's perspective, you would be cooler than I am, right?
No.
But I just
from his perspective, I think Mr. Beast would be cool.
Oh yeah,
with 100 million.
But the fact that you know someone who has the plaque from Google.
No, I don't. That's the cool part. But from the a kid, like a inner child, like, ooh, I have this. It's so cool. But that's pretty.
Yeah, but then that's over. But I mean, and it's interesting because for you, personal brand wasn't in your vocabulary at all. But it was just the logical thing to do was to do what you do and make it public, right?
Basically, again, no plan, no idea how this is happening. Basically, I just probably several rules apparently, or maybe I wasn't following them, but that just happened naturally. So I'm kind of right now just giving you probably conclusions of what I've observed. So I try to be myself, try to be helpful, try not to be a dick. If someone else is a dick, I might be a dick to that person. But if we're cool, then we're cool. And
you're not the instigating dick, basically.
Hopefully, I'm trying not to. Hopefully, I'm not.
Yeah.
But in this case, just be helpful.
Yeah.
Provide a lot of value for free.
Yeah.
Of course, don't be afraid to ask for money when it makes sense. So that's where my premium offerings join the game. And then just kind of be a good man, be a good person, whatever.
Yeah. I had a classic example as well. The power of personal brand. There is kindness, but you were wearing the Thug Life glasses, right? And that was great watching it and just seeing. And you stayed in character. You kept it on. And we had Marta from IH come in, and she was like a bit of a rebel. And she goes, "Ooh, can I wear those glasses?" And I said, "You can, but Julius has a personal brand that's pretty strong." I'm not sure if, I just said, you can go ahead, but, I'm doing it as personal brand. So but that was really nice because it added to your personality in who it was.
Again, wasn't planned. It just looked funny. So.
Yes. So, and being yourself, right?
Chill.
Yeah. And do you see a lot of that, Robert, in in how you recommend and coach people? What element, how much of it should be themselves?
Definitely.
How much?
I think Julius actually said the definition of personal branding. Be helpful, don't be a dick, give a lot of value for free. And then the money and everything will follow. I mean, it is cliche, but that is true. And yes, you need to find your own niche, definitely.
Yeah.
I was struggling with myself because of you. I'm also doing some video courses as well. Okay, well, how can I compete with you, but not in a matter of subscriber? But okay, if we are teaching the same subject, why should someone look at me and they have you? But everyone can find some niche or some micro component where they can grow. For example, my decision was to be understandable to our clients, because when we are too highly technical, we sometimes are totally not understandable to our clients. Yeah. But they are paying; they are the ones who will invoice us. So yeah, I found a way to actually be helpful to clients, share a lot of free knowledge on conferences where clients are, and what I figured out that. I have a situation that a client usually approaches me 1 year after they saw me at conference, with the sentence like, I saw you talking on that, and I was thinking of whether I could implement that in my company or whether we should, and now we think we are ready to do what you said a year ago, and we want you to be there. I want you to work with me, not can you come to a pitch and bid with other companies. No. We want you to work on that.
It's almost like they were waiting for 1 year to say, is this guy going to be a dick?
Well, maybe, yeah.
And it's like, okay, there's 1 year, there's no sign of dickness, so let's talk to him now. That's pretty good due diligence. But are there any other tips?
And one, I think the most impressive thing for me happened when one young guy came to he said, I want to talk with you guys in the company. Mm-hmm. Okay, come talk. Well, I would like to come to work with you. Okay, what you can offer? You didn't understand me. I want to work with you specifically. Because I finally want to work with someone who understands what he came as an SEO practitioner as well. I want to work with someone who finally understands what I'm talking about, what I'm doing, and I want to work especially with you. I was like, okay. So this is commitment. We need to hire him.
So you had your DNA and of who you were and all that stuff, and wanting to match that. And is that the case with Matteo? What are some of the benefits of what you've been doing in terms of the personal brand coaching, if you want to call it that?
Well, basically, it's something that also Robert and Julius said. So the first thing is don't be a dick. I totally subscribe. But the on top of that, in my opinion, is that what we were talking about yesterday. In my perspective, everybody are always selling something. When I need my son to do his homework, I need to sell him that later we will play together. If I am married, I have to sell to my wife that while this summer we'll go to the beach together, but this winter I want to go skiing. So everybody needs to persuade the other people in order to survive, basically, in my opinion. So when your offering, when your product, when your knowledge is high, and you are sure that you're going to give value to the people, it just becomes a problem of how to sell it, how to persuade the people to buy your services instead of other guys' services. So this is personal branding, in my opinion. It is something that has to do with being recognizable as a brand, being consistent as a brand, and don't ever betray your values and your community.
Yeah, I would just like to add something. I think we talked about that yesterday. Usually people from our industry who are pretty much technical people are afraid of selling anything. They think that sales and marketing, they lie to others.
Absolutely.
And they say, I don't want to lie about myself. So I don't want to sell myself. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to create personal branding because I don't want to lie about myself. It's not lying, as we said. No. It's be yourself. Just don't be a dick. Be helpful, be useful, be kind to each other, and that will come. Yeah, definitely.
So, Julius, any other benefits have come out of you've accidentally created this massive following? Are you getting street cred from your peers, or are we all just continuing to have a good laugh at you, or what else has come out of your YouTube stardom?
Well, I'm really bad at small talks and like starting conversations in general. So previously, if I was at some event, I would probably be standing somewhere in the corner and just like observing everyone. So it's still a struggle to me. But in this particular industry, right now it's much easier because people, those who are brave enough to start a conversation, they know how to start a conversation, they start a conversation with me, and then we have a good laugh or have a good conversation. So it actually kind of opened more gates for me just to have good conversations, and I still often don't know how to have a small talk and like, become, acquaintances, like better acquaintances with someone, but they are, so they help me kind of achieve that. That's why I love Superweek, not because of the content is my main priority, but because it's people. So that's unconsciously like amazing thing that happened to me. It wasn't planned. Like, honestly, none of this was pre-planned. I started a blog because I just thought it's cool or something. I wasn't even planning to, I was planning to monetize it with AdSense. Like that was my plan. And when I did it, it was like 50 euros a month. And I was like, nope, that's not working. But I still loved the topic, how to write about something, how to, let's say, play around, explore, share my learnings. And yeah, eventually at some point, when I said that, hey, would you like to buy something from me? It kind of worked. So again, it's a happy mistake, I guess, what I have here.
It's what you see, what you get is what you see, what you see is what you get, right?
Pretty much.
And on that note, Robert, visual identity, and I know, Roberto, we covered a bit about any tips with that? I know that you've got a couple of good tips up your sleeve.
Yeah, I had some tips. I talked to the audience, I think a couple of years ago here, that my decision was to wear shirts, but tucked out. Because when I'm talking in front of the audience, if I have a suit and talking to developers, it's like, no, it's a marketing guy, we don't trust him at all. No. If I'm wearing just a t-shirt, then okay, he's our guy. But when I'm also, if I'm talking to marketing guys,
never trust marketing
guys, but if they see me in a shirt, if it's tucked out, it's like, oh, he's some kind of blend between developers, casual, but he's kind of technical, but also fits us as well. So yeah, that was my tip for, let's say, technical guys who want to become
dress for the audience.
Dress for the audience, yeah. Sometimes when I'm more into consulting mode, then I tuck the shirt in with a belt. So that they can relate, oh, he's not just a guy from the basement with coding guy, he knows something about the business. So take care of how you dress, how you appear, because that matters.
And to the right audience.
And I know that Juliana and many people told me that they still remember my lecture from 2 years ago, because Juliana said that it was one of the most impactful lectures. That lecture was most impactful for his future lectures, because now he finally knows that he have to choose the proper shirt, and he knows that his wife is the one who will actually help him as much as my wife actually helps me how to dress. So
yeah, Roberto, do you have any tips on the visual side of things?
Well, the tip, is don't wear a red sweater, because otherwise you will look like Matteo. Yeah. No, well, apart from jokes, the idea was to have something recognizable. So you don't have, of course, a red sweater, but if you can't have something that only you have and is original and in your dish, not other people are dressing, so that's a good idea. So this doesn't mean that you have to wear that very beautiful glasses that I really admire a lot, but it should be something, some particular. But it's just, the top of the cake. As we were saying before, it's all about being faithful to your values and to give value to the community. We built the biggest Italian community in digital analytics, and you don't build such a community because you wear a red sweater.
And Julius, you're mainly a YouTube-based character. any tips on cameras, lighting, or anything else from a visual?
I would say focus, like if you start and you don't want to spend a lot of budget, which is what I suggest, invest in the microphone. That's the main thing. You can film yourself with camera if you want. If you don't want to film yourself, don't film it. Do a screencast, but invest in a good mic. A good mic is like at least, I mean not at least, but you can find good mics for 100, 150 euros. So it's still possible. But if you're looking like what to buy first, always a sound. My first 50 videos probably on channel were like filmed with a phone. Not great visually, but the microphone was the main thing.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, it's been a really enjoyable and insightful, not so technical, but that's fine, session, and really enjoyed your company as well, and look forward to seeing these brands, your personal brands, grow throughout your life and careers. Thanks again, guys.
Thanks for having me.
Jomar.
That was my last segment for Superweek TV 2024. It's been great, met lots of great people, and I look forward to coming back in 2025. And I hope you all enjoy the content that myself, Fosca, and Rick have produced. And please connect with us on LinkedIn, connect with these fine young gentlemen on LinkedIn, and please give us your feedback on thoughts and what you'd like to see from Superweek TV. Onwards from here. Thank you, and I will see you all next year. Bye.
It's great to be here again. This is my third year at Superweek. And my name is Ibrahim. For those who don't know me, I am working at Philips as a Director of Digital Analytics for the health systems business based in Amsterdam. I've been working in this industry for almost over 2 decades, doing a lot of things, all the way from being a programmer in 1997, building my website, all the way to be the marketeer, then to marketing analytics and data science. And in this talk, I want to talk about something very important, which is for us in analytics, data is the holy grail. This is our craft. And we come up with a lot of mottos, things like, in God we trust, and everyone else brings data. And we, during this journey in the past 10, 20 years, we grew into having those two worlds. So we have the world of the analysts, which is, the people that are data-driven and data-informed, who use data for decision-making. And we have the other side, which is those people who use gut feeling and these kind of nasty things. So, and in that vision, in this simplification of the world, we came up with some terms like using data-driven or data-informed decision-making, data-driven marketing. And if you want to get paid a little bit more, you will call it evidence-based or science-based. So we have that impression that we are the people of evidence and science. And data in that world is truth. Or this is the picture that we had, which is something that looks like this. So we have the data, and we will use data to get into the truth through that straight line. Now I want to challenge that concept and all the ideas that I just mentioned now. And I want to argue that the picture looks more like this. There is a complex line between, or a complex journey between data and truth. And along that journey, we need these nasty things that we talked about, like gut feeling, experience, anecdotes, and many other things along the way. And I'll show you some examples to prove my idea, but let me ask you first a question. COVID vaccines are safe and effective at reducing the risk of severe infection or being hospitalized or dying from COVID-19. Do you agree or disagree? Now, this is anonymous and no judging, so you can just scan that QR code and hopefully that thing would work. I never used it before in PowerPoint, so I hope it will work. Yeah, it works. So again, I think most of us are not doctors, so I'm not asking about the scientific opinion, I'm asking about your perception. Okay, I think we have around probably 120 or 130. Sorry? Yeah. This is the story of our life for the last 3 years, so. Okay, 32 people. Let's aim for a 50% click-through rate, kind of, or conversion. Okay, 10 more seconds. Okay, so we see that there is some pattern. So most of the people in this room, 70% of the people in this room believe that this statement is true. Okay? So I want you to watch this video carefully. This was an interview in a very famous podcast with a journalist that went quite viral, if you are close to that circle, in 2021, November, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see what he says.
In the UK, 70+% of the people who die now from COVID are fully vaccinated. 70%. 7 in 10 of the people, I'm going to keep saying it because nobody believes it, but the numbers are there in the government documents, okay? They're not a secret, it's not a conspiracy theory, it's not somebody saying, oh, I heard this from my cousin. It's in British government documents from the UK, Public Health England. If you Google variants of concern, UK technical briefing. Here it is. Okay. So these are deaths. Okay. So, now, second dose more than 14 days above the specimen, before specimen date. These are people who have died. Fully vaccinated people who have died. There were 1,270 fully vaccinated people who died out of 1,500 in the over 80 category.
But this is under 14 days before specimen.
No, over. Second dose greater than 14 days means I am fully vaccinated by anybody's definition. Okay. Not vaccinated, it says, when it says second dose before 14 days, or more than 14 days, what it should say is fully vaccinated. But what I want everyone to see is that the vast majority of people in Britain who died in September were fully vaccinated. 1,270 out of 1,500 were fully vaccinated, 607 of the 70-year-olds out of 800 were fully vaccinated, 258 out of the 411 60-year-olds, they were almost all fully vaccinated. Most people who die of this now are fully vaccinated in the UK. Those are the numbers.
Okay, those are the numbers. I'll show you the numbers now. But just to summarize, what he says that in the UK, at the time of the recording of that video in October 2021, 7 out of 10 people that die are the people who are fully vaccinated. So it's quite interesting. Let's look more carefully at the data that he showed. And I'll add a link for that, Public Health England, or you can just Google it. But what he says is that he was referring to this table that shows you the age group, and then it shows you the total number of people who died from COVID in that time, which is for 80 plus, is 1,500 people. That's exactly what he mentioned. And those who died from those 1,500 that are fully vaccinated, that took the two, are 1,200. So what he said is true. How is that possible?
It's the wrong metric to look at.
Sorry?
It's the wrong metric to look at.
Okay.
Sample size.
Okay.
Correlation, not the causation.
Okay. I think you're running quite fast in my presentation, so it's good. Okay. Any other thoughts?
So are you afraid of the health? Are people vaccinated?
Sorry?
most people vaccinated,
Okay.
therefore most deaths of people who are already vaccinated.
Okay, that's an interesting thought. So let me remove some of the noise here. I will simplify that table and focus on the total number of people, removing the plus 18, younger than 18, because the sample size is very, very small. So we have the total number of people who died at that time for each group, and the total number of vaccinated, and the percentage of, the people who died who were vaccinated, and the percentage of people who died that were fully vaccinated. So I think you said some things that are quite interesting, but the message that got spread from that video back then is it's not only that vaccines are not effective, it's even harmful. Because if you are 80 plus, then 8 out of 10 people that goes to the hospital from COVID will die. Those who are not unvaccinated only would die from the total population of people dying. So what is happening here? Well, let's go back to that main table, because there is a much more interesting metric that was ignored in the same table that he was pointing at, which is the death rate per population, which is how many people are dying per 100,000 of that population for each one of these age groups. And then we start seeing something very interesting that is quite counterintuitive. So although number of people who die who are fully vaccinated are quite high, we see that the people who die while being vaccinated is very, very small, substantially small as a percentage of the population. So out of every million people, 50 only would die in this age range from COVID. For every million that are unvaccinated, 156 will die. So you see that it seems the vaccination is working and is decreasing significantly the number of people who die. But again, it's very confusing. If this is true, and you can see that it's even much better in all other ages. So 66 would die in 100,000 for the not vaccinated, 13 would die if fully vaccinated. So it seems the vaccine is working across all age groups. So how did this number happen? Well, we need to look at something different, which is what is the total number of people who were vaccinated in the first place? What is the total number of population that we are pulling from? And then you start to see something very interesting, which is that 94% of people at the 80 plus were vaccinated by that time. So they show up much more in the number of dead because they are just much larger population. And especially in the older ages, there might be other reasons also that might not be directly related to COVID. So what you saw here is what is called the base rate fallacy. And this fallacy basically says that there is a tendency to ignore the base rate in the population in favor of a specific event. In that case, people who show up in the hospital, while you ignore what is the real size of this group in the original population. This is quite famous, it happens a lot, and we can even try to do something more interesting, which is let's try to calculate the effectiveness of the vaccine, which is if we go back to that table, we have the people that died that was unvaccinated and people who died that was not unvaccinated, so we can calculate what is the reduction of death in each group, and we can call that the effectiveness of the vaccine. And then you can see that the effectiveness is quite decent. And I'll put a link to the original paper and a link to the calculation so you can go through it also if you are interested. But the most important part here, which makes it easier for us to notice if this is a base rate or not, is if you look here, that you will see that effectiveness is quite similar in most age groups. Well, if we go back to the table that this journalist was showing, you will see that for this one, you will see that the difference here is significantly different for each age group, which means that this is not saying something about the vaccine, it says something about the groups that we are using or the segmentation that we are using. So the base rate fallacy is quite common, it's quite dangerous if you did not pay attention to it. And most importantly, it is quite harmful. Because if you think again about it, in that video that I just showed you, did he lie? No. He used a true data, but in a very different context. And it's hard to say if he was intentionally spreading misinformation, or it just happened because he was genuinely not knowing what he's talking about. And just a day after that, if you search about this podcast, just a day after that, the Public Health England responded to Reuters, debunking that statement. But did the debunking work as the first lie? Guess what? No. And you see a lot of things that spread across the internet, like this guy saying, you know, a senator in America is using British stats that our government is not showing us, although it's publicly available and anyone can find it. But there is this story, and if you see what this senator is saying, it's quite sad.
Now, President Biden, and this has been parroted by media, news media, said that what we are currently experiencing is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. They don't give us really any data to back that up. They just pronounce that 99% of people with COVID now are unvaccinated, but they don't give us the data. But we have data from England, and here's the data. So of the 600,000 cases in England,
I'll save you from that video, but it's
43% were with the unvaxxed, 27% were...
So he's repeating basically the same claim, and you see that damage has already happened.
That's the asshole senator from my state, by the way.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry for that, Fred. I hope it's not. Okay. Yes, sorry? Sorry? Okay. Sorry. Okay, guys, so this is the first case where we see that data could be true, but the definition of truth is quite tricky. The other example that I want to show you is a little bit from the 70s, which which happened in University of California, where they published the data of people who admitted based on gender. And it shows you the number of males and females who applied, and how many of them got accepted. And the data was quite concerning. Let me show you why. So the data looks like this. So we have 13,000 applicants, in which 8,000 were males and 4,000 were females, and the table looks like this. So you have the department, it's like 85 departments, and we have the number of male applicants, males admitted, female applicants, and the females that was accepted. And if we visualize this data, we will see something quite interesting, which looks like this. So on the horizontal axis, you see the percentage of women applicants, and in the vertical one, you see the people who got accepted. And each one of these boxes are department in the faculty. So what do you see in this graph? Sorry? Can you see the story? Yeah, it's a scatter plot. So let's read it from the left to the right. So as more females apply, the acceptance rate goes down. It is as if the university is favoring male applicants. So that made some buzz, and people got really frustrated, and they started looking at the data. And then when we look at the data, it is quite solid. So it says that the acceptance rate for males is 45%, while the acceptance rate for females is 36% or 35%. So this data is showing or confirming what we think. But let's give it more thought. So there was 3 researchers who looked at the data deeply in 1977, a couple of years after this data was published, and they came up with this statement saying that the investigation showed that males were 1.8 times more likely to be admitted to graduate school than females in 1973, confirming what we just saw. But let's do like what we did in the first example. Let's break it down by department. And when we do that, you will see something very counterintuitive and quite interesting, which is that at almost every department, females' acceptance rate is higher than males. You see, this is 1, so the females is the red one. You see, here it's higher for department A, for department B, for department D, and for department F. So out of 6 departments, 4 have a higher acceptance rate for females than males. So how is it possible that we see a trend in the data, but when we break it down, the trend flips or disappears? Yes. Yes, that's the famous Simpson paradox that says that it is a phenomenon with a trend. You could see a trend in the population, but when you look at subgroups, the trend would disappear. And it is a little bit counterintuitive. Why is that happening? So to explain that, I will show you another example. So this example shows the relationship between number of pages and book sales. And it kind of saying the same, or like similar thing, which is if you increase the number of pages in the book, the sales of that book will go down, right? Now the data is simple, so you can see the trend. But look, I could prove 100% that there is very high correlation, very strong correlation. In this graph, it's 0.8, and with a statistical significance of 0.001. So the data is solid. If you increase the number of pages, book sales will go down. But is that really true? Well, let's do a little trick, which is let's break it down by the cover type. So are you using a hardcover or a paperback? And now you see a very, very different story for the exact same data. It says that for every type of books, if you sell hardcover, then the more pages you get, the more sales you get. If you sell a paperback, then the more pages you get, the more sales you get. So which one is true? Both. And you see why it's quite complex. So this is a very nice visualization that I love about the Simpson paradox, which shows you that if you try to imagine this in black and white, then there is a negative trend between those parameters. But in reality, on the level of subgroups, every single group of those is quite positive. Okay, so let's go back then to the college admission issue, and let's look again at the data. So do you see something interesting between these departments? So we have the number of applicants for men, the number of applicants for women, the admission rate for both.
There are less applicants, the admission rate is lower.
Sorry, the what?
As there are less applicants, the admission rate is lower on both.
Yes, that's very interesting, but can you build up on that? So look at the numbers, look at the volume of applicants. You will notice that for the A and B, the admission rate is quite high. It's in the level of 60% and even more. While for the other ones that have a lower number of admission, the acceptance rate is quite small. But something more interesting is happening. Look at the difference between the number of male applicants and female applicants for each one of these. If you are in a highly admitted group, like most popular department, you will see that females is significantly lower than number of males. And it seems as if females would tend to apply for departments that have lower acceptance rate. And this is what explains why there is this difference in the data. And the researchers who published that paper in 1977 said something quite interesting, which is women are shunted by their socialization and education toward fields of graduate study that are generally more crowded, less protective of completed degrees, and less well-funded, and that frequently offer poorer professional employment prospects. So you see that how would that reflect significantly not only on the choice of the college would reflect significantly on the career later. Of course, there are other studies that build on that, but again, if you look at the data, before I know any context, before I break it down, the story is quite solid. But this is not true, or is it? It's complicated. So I want to move to another example that I think is quite foundational, which is there is another problem in this graph or these numbers beyond Simpson paradox, which is the problem of the averages. That our minds tend to look for the central tendency. We look for the average, we look for the mean. We look for a way to simplify what's happening, while this average could be massively skewing the truth that is hiding underneath. So the next one is a message that the average is not good enough. And this has been always my feeling every time I used to open Google Analytics back in the day and say average conversion rate. It really frustrates me. But I want to show you an interesting story that goes back also to the 80s for this person, which is biologist and author of some of the best-selling books and a Harvard University professor for more than 40 years. So this guy was diagnosed with a rare type of cancer in 1982. And as a scientist, once he finished his chemotherapy, he asked the doctor that he wants to see more information about his disease. He's a biologist. He might understand some of that stuff, and he was curious. But the doctor pushed back and said, there is nothing interesting that you can read about your disease. So he got even more curious to read about it. And once he finished his chemotherapy, he went to search for resources about his disease. And once he found that, he knew why the doctor didn't want to share anything with him about it. Because he read this, that in this type of disease, it's rare, and the mortality is only 8 months after discovery. So again, let's read it again, that this disease is incurable, and with a median mortality of only 8 months after discovery. How would you read that for the first time?
That you'll die.
You'll die. That's an oversimplification. Let's be more accurate. What do you think? How do you read that in a simple language? That he have 8 months to die. Yeah. Kind of.
It's a median, it's not an average, which
yes.
means that the disparity is big.
Exactly, that's a great point. So you see, it says the median is 8 months. But he's a scientist, so he tried to question, what is the average? Can I get more information about the distribution? And there was none. So he went to the resources, he got his own data, and what he found out is that the distribution of people who die from that disease is a right-skewed distribution. And a right-skewed distribution would look like this. So you have the median and the mean, and you have a long tail to the right. But what does that mean? It means that there is a person who discovered that disease and died after 8 months. And that person stands here at the median. But it doesn't say anything about the rest of the distribution. Yes, some people might die sooner, and many people, hundreds or thousands, may live for decades. So again, as a scientist, his message was really fascinating, which is, like, first of all, fighting such a disease or any other disease, the attitude plays a significant role. So if he will face that while feeling that he will die soon, then he will not win that fight. And the other thing is also, it's scientifically wrong. People will not die by 8 months. And what he did, he published a letter, and this is something quite interesting, that he said, if I am a politician in power, I could say to my people that that the mean income of our citizens is 15,000 per year. But if I'm in the opposition, I would say half of our citizens make less than 10,000 per year. Now, the interesting part is that both are true. And it's hard to argue that any one of them are lying, but it's a completely different information that would lead to completely different conclusions. And what he did after that is he published a wonderful paper that I think it is a must read for every analyst, called "The Median is Not the Message," telling the story of his illness and then explaining why there is something fundamentally wrong with this issue of central tendency, average, mean, and many other things that is oversimplification. And then he makes a very good point that I think is quite fascinating, and that variations itself is nature's only irreducible essence. If you think about it, every time we try to work on the data, the first thing that we do, or we were learned to do, is remove the outliers. Let's try to make everything the same so we can understand it. But in reality, in life, the whole story happens in these outliers. If you work in economy, if you work in any commercial activities, most of the stuff that is quite interesting are the ones that are happening here, which is we try to eliminate along our way. So this was really very, very inspiring message. Now let's go to one more example, which is this study that was published in 2008, which says basically that by 2048, all American adults would become overweight or obese. And as you'd imagine, the media picked it very well, and it went all over the place saying that probably everyone will be overweight by this date. So let's look at the data. The data looks like this. So the scientists got the data from 1970s, which is 40% or 45% of Americans was overweight. Then they took the same measurement in 1990s, 2009, 2018, and then they drew a straight line. So, and you can see that here, that this project is something based on our linear regression models. So what's the problem with linear regression? Well, let's look at the data in more details. So it says that by 2048, 100% of all people in America will be obese. Now let's break it down. Luckily, men will not be all obese until 2051. So good job, men of the world. But there is a problem. If everyone will be obese by 2048, how is it possible that men will be obese only at 2051? Where are those extra men hiding? It doesn't make any sense. And the reason is because of linear regression, that we just put a straight line. And this is very dangerous and not realistic in life. But the challenge is our minds are designed to be linear. We think about the world in a linear way. And I want to challenge you with an example. So let me show you this. This was published in Harvard Business Review, I think 2-3 years ago, and it was a very interesting experiment to show the following. So you are responsible of a company's car fleet. And you have two models in your fleet. One SUV that goes for 10 miles per gallon, and another sedan that goes for 20 miles per gallon. Now, every car drives 10,000 miles per year, and you have the opportunity to upgrade one model only. So, do you upgrade your 10 miles per gallon vehicles, the SUVs, into 20 miles per gallon vehicles, or you upgrade your 20 miles per gallon sedans and replace it with a 50 miles per gallon vehicles? Now I will leave it for 20 seconds, and then I will open the Mentimeter so we can know the answer. So again, you have two types of cars, one that consume a lot of gallons, the other is not, and you have an opportunity to upgrade one of them. Do you make the 10 20 or you make the 20 50? Yeah, let's see what people would say. So I'll share with you the Menti thingy. I hope that works. No, it's not. Just a second. Oops. Okay. Can you try that now? The QR? So again, you have the opportunity to replace the 10 by 20, or you have the opportunity to replace the 20 by 50. Okay, 29. I see people are not engaging like the first one, so are you hesitating or got bored? Okay. Okay, just 10 more seconds. Okay, so I think most people, almost 2/3, are picking the replacement of the 20 miles per gallon to 50 miles per gallon. And I think it's a no-brainer, right? You get a lot of savings from going from 20 miles per gallon to 50 miles per gallon. But there is a trick. So let me show you. So our minds tend to think about the relation of things in life in a linear way. And one of them is this relation between the consumption and mile per gallon. And you would think about it like this. So we have the consumption here, or the gallons used, and we have the mile per hour here, mile per gallon here. And then it's a linear, reverse, but a linear relationship. While the problem is, in reality, it looks more like this. It's an inverse relationship. So it's y equals 1 divided by x. What does that mean? It means that in reality, what you are saving looks like this. If we make the math, you have every model driving 10,000 miles per year. For those who use 10 miles per gallon, what is the current consumption? 1,000 gallons. If we upgrade that to 20, the usage will be 500 gallons. So how much are we saving? 500. Now let's make the exact same calculation again on the 20 miles per gallon. So for these cars, we divide by 10,000 and you get 500. And if you do the same with 50 miles per gallon, you get 200. So we practically are saving 300. It's very counterintuitive. But let's draw that on the chart. It might make more sense. The real chart would look like this. That between 10 and 20, this is how much you are saving in gallons used. While between 20 and 50, this is how much you're using. And the secret to that is just, this is not linear relationship. So our minds or our brains tend to think about the world in a straight lines, which is not real. Now, one last example. So this interesting tweet was posted on Twitter some time ago. It's for a long time, but I read it just recently. And this is best-selling author. And he's showing that this data that says, do you know that hurricanes hitting the US are not more, but slightly less frequent, that climate disaster costs are declining? Which is quite interesting claim. So let's look at the graph in more details. Do you see something wrong? So, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Any other thoughts? Okay.
The highest peaks are more recently.
Yeah. Okay.
It's from an insurance company. What about those are not insured?
That's a good explanation. Yeah. So. Exactly. Just read the last line in what he posted. Decline is not statistically significant. So some of what you said might be true, but even the math in there, in the exact same tweet that he added, was wrong and flawed. And he did not even bother to read. So what I want to end up with, there are many, many biases and fallacies in the statistics that could really trick us. But the mother of all, I think many people have already say it or see it coming, is that causation, correlation do not imply causation. So I want to summarize the past part that with human minds, our weaknesses could be summarized into 3 areas. The first one is we tend to think about the world as linear, while in reality it's not. Linear is the exception. But we see many disasters happen at work and in economy and in politics because people are assuming a linearity between things. So first one is the world is not linear. And there are many books and literature about this idea because it's quite counterintuitive. Our brains are not designed to work in that way. And the other part is the world is not binary. It's not yes or no. It's not 1 or 0. It's much more complex than that. And the last one is that the world is probabilistic. So back to my point that I raised at the beginning, data and truth are not the same thing. And in our journey from data to truth, there is a very complex journey that you will need to use your experience, your gut feeling, and other things that is hard to measure. And the thing that I want to end up with is how do we deal with these biases and fallacies? And I think the best way to deal with that was really put beautifully, was from Tim Harvard, who published this book, The Data Detective. And in that book, he put 10 rules to make sense of statistics. And I think this is really important. So he suggests 10 rules. I'm not sure how much time do we have, Maria? Okay, so I'll just go quickly through it, but I think these are really foundational, and I think we should all print it and put it in our desks. So the first one is search for your feelings. And if you remember my talk last year or the year before at Superweek, one of the studies that was done recently that shows that 94% of our decisions are emotional, and only 6% are rational. And I think there are many books starting from Predictably Irrational to Behave and many others that shows the limitation of human psychology. And no matter how much we think we are rational beings, in reality we are not. So the first one is that you need to search your feeling, because when you read something like this graph about hurricanes not being that much, it might be impacted by your political view, or it might be in line with something that you already like. So in that case, you would be more accepting that statistic. The other one is that you need to embrace your personal experience. Data and experience should not be something that contradicts. It should both go side by side. And the third one is you need to avoid premature enumeration, which is don't jump to conclusions too quickly. You need to study the context. And the other two is you need to step back and see the big picture. And this is something that I often see missing when someone starts to work on a project or do a piece of analysis. It's really important to connect the dots and understand where does it all fit together, and then get the backstory. Why this is needed, what happened before I get the data, how it was collected, and ask who's missing. And demand transparency, especially when we work on the age of machine learning, where a lot of things are just black boxes, and then do not take statistical bedrock for granted. And I think for Public Health England and many of the other institutes, it is great that they have a transparency on the data that they share frequently, but it's also very important to make sure that you understand how this data was collected and what are the limitations of this data. The other thing is that misinformation can be beautiful. It doesn't, if it's a beautiful visualization, it doesn't mean it's right. And we saw many examples that shows a different story. Then keep an open mind to change if the circumstances change. And the last sentence I want to end up with is something that was said by Jordan Edinburgh, the author of How Not to Be Wrong. He says, mathematics is the extension of common sense by other means. And I think the same applies on analytical thinking, that if you really grasp the foundation of how to be critical and do analytical thinking, that will be the extension of common sense. And lastly, I think this part is quite overlooked in our field. I think there are many resources that talks about tools or platforms or technology, but much less on how to think like an analyst. So I started to write a book about this topic. I think there are a lot to be said. Each one of the titles I cover today on a slide could be an entire session. So I want to make it an open journey. If you want to join me on that journey, I will keep posting about what I'm finding and how would I structure that book. So if you're interested, you can join my newsletter at this domain, and thank you.